Yeah, we have contact. We got Cal or is that Cam? We got that. If any of you brothers or sisters, like my man Best Pugilist, anybody that's in the chat here right now or was there recently, um, hit the streamline. I just got in, and we can chalk it up. I'm past my worst spot of the night, so this might be a good thing that just kicked in. But anyway, as EJ, what's up? I mean Eli, what's up, man? Um, right now you can get in. You can hit that streamline and come on in if you guys are able to at this moment. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Highwayman, what's up? Listening from Nebraska. All right, my brother. Shout outs to D Hodges. DJ, salute my fellow ticket holders in the boxing section. All right, all right. Um, Shout out to Andrew Charles, Victor Granillo. Granillo. I'm not sure. Okay, Victor. Shout out to Victor. I'm butchering your last name, bro. I apologize. Shout out to Rob G. Fam, my brother. Shout out to Midnight Rider. All right, all right. Isaiah Felix, Taylor Bill, Jalen, who's always first in the chat, my brother. Um, Shout out to all you cats, no matter if you're under the sound of my voice or not. For those of you that are, if any of you would like to jump on the panel, come on, let's chop it up. Let's do some talking. Talk boxing, we can talk cars, we can talk women, we can talk whatever you guys want to talk about. As you guys know, have a little fun, do a little dance, get down tonight. Get down tonight. I just made it to my first stop. So work is about to begin, which is cool. Dead cool. I just finished watching. I just finished watching some old interviews of Ali. I've been doing a lot of that lately. I get like that every now and then where I get to watching some old historical stuff about Ali, and not necessarily all fights. It's be interviews or whatever. Just to get. It's just an honor for me to be able to look at some old recordings of videos of interviews that Ali did occasionally, which he did so many, and then sometimes he was just being filmed because he was just that iconic of a person. So I enjoy going back watching, checking him out. Uh, you know, Realizing and understand the person that he was because he was, like I said, that iconic. He's that great. It's beyond boxing for me. You know, Ali. He had two persona. He had two personas of himself, in my opinion. He was ultimate fighter, and competitor in the ring of boxing. This might be going to BMB. And then, no, those are them. And then, oh, they slipped one in on me. Oh, that was from yesterday. Son of a gun. Okay. So that adds to my night. But anyway, from there, he was an ultimate competitor and very skillful and questionably a great fighter. Now, he always himself revered Sugar Ray Robinson as the greatest fighter ever. He called himself the greatest of all time, as Ali always stated as well, that the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So he regarded himself as the greatest of all time because he knew he was great, but he always revered the guy that came before him, who he emulated so eloquently, which was Sugar Ray Robinson. And I think if you think about and research Sugar Ray Robinson, research his career, his history, you will understand why Ali reverend him so greatly when it comes to boxing. Most boxing purists reverend Sugar Ray Robinson as one of the greatest, if not the greatest of all time. They also give great honor to the Willie Pips. Now, Henry Armstrong, man, that was an amazing guy. Then you got to think about your guys, your Joe Lewis's, Rocky Marciano's. You got to think about of course, Jack Johnson, Jack Dempsey, Gene Tunney's, and the list goes on and on. There were a lot of great boxers. What we got to understand is boxing of today is nothing like what it was during earlier times. Fighters were fighters during earlier times. Yes, Ali was the first to do a lot of live talking before fights, during and after fights. He had that charisma. He understood showmanship. But one thing, most of all, that Ali understood was his purpose. And a lot of us as people, not just fighters or athletes or celebrities of any type, but just as people, we don't understand our purpose. I'm still trying to figure my purpose out. I think I know a little bit about what my purpose is, and I try to act on it. I try to help as many people as I possibly can when it comes down to, giving them information and knowledge that I possess. But I'm also seeking knowledge as well. And these are just life situations for me. So I feel like my purpose is to help when I'm able to help. I don't think the Most High, God Almighty Himself, wants me to do it any other way. Now, like I said, I think Ali has always, for the most part of his career, in front of the camera's eye, and before he was in front of the cameras, I think he's, I'm gonna say after he, right before his conversion to Islam, and right after, I think he had a clear understanding of what his purpose was in life and why he was here on earth and what was, I think he understood what it was for him to do. Now, me personally, like I said, I'm still searching that ultimate goal of mine is to know what my purpose is. I have an idea, but I'm doing the best that I can with what knowledge I have right now. And I think that's all that any of us can do. Do the best that we can, follow our hearts and follow our conscience, which is possibly the closest way of hearing the word of God speak to us, and do what we need to do as people to get through this life and be just be a beacon for others. As any of you guys are coming here night after night, know I'm silly. I crack jokes. I'm argumentative when it comes down to my boxing, things of that nature. I love women, all that good stuff. But at the same time, I do understand that I'm here for a reason on this earth, not just to come here, father a couple of kids, and kick it with the ladies, laugh with the homies, and all that. I'm here for a purpose, and I think my purpose is to be of any amount of help that I can be to the next human being, and that's on the positive end, not the negative end. It's not my job to tell my fellow brethren to go out and break laws, steal, cheat, lie, kill, and all that good stuff. It's my job to have them to understand why these are not things that are meant for us to do. In my opinion, I think that's part of my purpose. But I can't do that by conversation alone. I have to do that by living as an example. And so I carry myself a certain way. But anytime you run into me, if someone hadn't just ticked me off right then and there, because I'm just like any other human being, I get upset, I'm upset. But at the same time, I try to have a little control of myself, because there was a time in my life I didn't have a lot of control of my anger. And I'm proud of the guy I am today. I don't like the guy of yesterday. And when that guy of yesterday try to peek his head out, I don't like him. I like him at the moment because he's probably necessary. And that's me, speaking from the human side of me. But at the same time, when I sit back and have a chance to think rationally about my situation, I don't like that dude. I really don't. And it may sound crazy to some people, but it's very understandable to me. And when I used to watch, the Hulk, and I used to have David Banner say that, I didn't fully understand what he was saying at that time, but the understanding came. So I understand. Sometimes we don't like who we are as a person, and it's understandable. Because that person may not be the person we want to try, that we're striving to be on a daily basis, or want to be. But anyway, like I said, I think if we could all be more like the likes of Ali, who was a flawed man in his own respects, but was a great man and a iconic person. We probably can't be as iconic as he, but we can learn to be a positive beacon for the world. And I'm speaking from a person who initially, as a 4-year-old kid, when I initially recognized who he was and what he was doing for a living, believe it or not, at 4 years old, I understood that he was a boxer, and I understood that he talked a lot and he bragged a lot, and I didn't like it. And I had my reasons why I didn't like it, for the bragging, the mouth running, and my mother. And where I grew up at, in the hood, I was taught you don't brag, you don't run your mouth, and all that at an early age, But and he was like the epitome of what I had been taught against. But at the same time, when I got old enough to think a little bit more consciously about life, recognize what he was about, understand the sport that he was representing, hey, had a change of heart. Ali is one of the most impactful persons in my life. So I pay attention to this brother. This brother, to this day, as he rests in peace, we still can learn from him. We can still learn from Christ, Jesus himself. We can still learn from Muhammad. We can still learn from a lot of iconic persons that have walked the face of this earth at one time or another, in a religious aspect or in just human aspects as far as everyday living. So therefore, he's one of my heroes that I pay attention to.
I mean, the look at Malcolm X and how impactful he has been to millions and millions of persons, not just black, but just millions and millions of Islamic believing people throughout the world, and some non-Islamic people. I'm not of Islamic faith. I don't have a problem with Islamic faith. I think it's a beautiful faith, but I am of Christian belief. But I think this guy Malcolm X one of the greatest. I think Martin Luther King was one of the greatest, and I mean none of these guys were without flaws, but these are iconic people that we have heard about, read about, and we could take a piece of everything we've learned from them and apply it to our everyday life and and learn to shape the person that we are trying to become. You know, you don't have to be exactly like them, but you want to take some of the teachings that they taught us and use them in our everyday life to make conscious decisions on how we need to make our next move, how we need to love one another, how we need to treat each other. So Muhammad Ali was one of those for me, um, and I just want to touch on that for a minute. But anyway, um, I do get to that point where I'm research. I get stuck on a person who's on my heart heavy, an iconic person. I mean, because you can't go to YouTube and see Arcento live in color and watch me in interviews because it ain't there. But people like Ali, Martin Luther King, different Malcolm X, different people like that. Um, I get I get these persons locked in my heart for a moment. I have to constantly, daily, go and research a piece of them every day until I get it out of me to where I can function without researching them every day. If you dig, I don't know if anybody can understand or relate to that, but that's just part of my makeup. But anyway, my brother from another mother who has a elegant mind for life, religion, and especially appears to boxing. My brother, best pugilist, has stepped in the MF in house. You understand me? And sounds like he's at work doing his due
Yeah,
diligence.
yeah.
But at the same time, uh, he's a beacon. He's a person that we can pay attention to for some righteous thinking. My brother, best pugilist. You want to give him a few words? My brother has have entered into the sacred house of conversation.
Yeah, 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 no doubt. Greetings, greetings, brothers. Greetings to everybody in the chat. It's my good brother, Santos, or Santos. That's my brother, indeed, from another
Word,
mother.
word, word.
And
See that's
yeah,
love
man.
right there. 'Cause see, he know the first name. You know what I'm saying?
No
Everybody
question.
don't know that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm cool with it. But he know that because
Yeah,
I want when I got a love for you, you gonna know that.
yeah,
I'm gonna let you know what it is. You dig? Go
yeah,
ahead, my brother.
no doubt. Yeah, indeed, man. So I just came on. I see it's been a while.
Yeah, man. Hey, look here. I know Eli said he was gonna get him a workout in, and hey, I support that. Um, get that workout in, and he's gonna get it in before he start working, and
On
hopefully,
YouTube.
if
And
we
I saw
can
the text, so I said, let me come back over.
get someone to let us in, um,
Let me get
by
back
the
over
time he
there,
comes on,
see what's going
yeah,
on.
yeah. Can you hear me? Can you
For
hear me,
the, for
Pugilist?
the, huh?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, who's on? Yeah, I can.
Oh,
He's
okay,
going a little
okay,
bit in and
okay.
out. Yeah, he's going in
Oh,
and
okay,
out.
yeah. I must be one of them. That's what I was wondering. It must be one of them things for me right now where I'm traveling at.
Yeah. So, so let me get back over on the show, see what the goings on is. I was over by Fred's show for a little while, but I was still there
Yeah,
the full time. I went on
I was gonna
internet.
I was gonna hit you up, man. I didn't catch the first half of Fred's show. I caught like the majority of the second half, and
Uh huh.
I was there when those brothers were speaking, and when they
Mhm.
were speaking from a standpoint of understanding religion and
Uh huh.
beliefs. And I was hoping that you were somewhere where you were able to hear. they were talking about, and I was wondering what your take was on it. So you just touched on it to let me know that you did catch some of it, and if not all of it. And I was just wondering about that because we've had our conversations. So I just wanted your opinion on how you felt about how that conversation went amongst those brothers on the that came onto the panel.
Man, you know what it is. It's that fate. You know, I've come to, you know, let's say in my life, I did have that faith and whatever it is that they believe.
I'm not hearing you clearly, man.
How about now? You hear me now?
That's better. That's better.
Yeah, you know, it is what it is. I've come to the point in my life to realize people have their view, and you know, whatever it may be about different things as it regards to that subject of religions and you know so on and so forth. So you know, I can't really say I don't say anything negative or positive either one way really when it comes to that anymore because they're gonna have
Right.
what they feel. You know, it's just about
Yeah.
now. You gotta know how learn the proper learn the proper view, the proper perspective for you. See, that's the key. See, the
Mm-hmm.
um, as I got taught many years ago, you know, by my elders and spiritual God teachers and guys, yo, basically you the center of the universe. You know,
Right.
you the center of the
Right.
universe. Shit, whatever you think is real or you think is right and exact, that's what it is. You know,
Right.
for you, for you. I mean, for everybody, but it is for you. If that's what you know, if that's what you believe to be true, you know,
Right.
things like
Hey,
that is
I will go ahead.
you look at an individual and as a human being,
I got a smoky on my tail.
when even when you're trying to do, you know, big things, you know, when you do big things,
Mm-hmm.
it's something I was looking. It's funny you brought up. I heard you talking about Muhammad Ali earlier. I came across a video of him that I had never seen before, and
Yeah.
he, he was on
Geraldo.
Meet the Pre- no Meet the Press.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think
He
I've
was
caught that
on
one before.
he was on Meet the Press, and
Mm-hmm.
so this was a few years, probably a little while after. It was certainly after the most honorable Elijah Muhammad had transitioned, and you know, they asked him about politics and things of the
Mm-hmm.
such, and he's like, I don't really know much about politics. He said,
Yeah.
you know, he
Yeah.
was like, I don't really know much about politics. I don't really, you know, they asked him who he was going to vote for, so on and so forth. He's like, I don't really get involved with that because I don't really
Right.
know much about it. And he said, the only person I would remotely
You there?
or
I
two a
can't hear you,
time.
bro.
He
Okay.
said
Now
he
you
got
back.
invited. He said he got invited to the White House on two different occasions from Gerald Ford. So he said that's who he would probably roll with, you know, in that
Yeah.
regard, so to speak. But he really didn't know too much about the political thing like that.
Right.
And
You know what I thought was amazing, bro?
mhm,
How often Ali was asked if he would run for presidency, the presidency.
mhm,
He was
mhm,
off. I mean, these past couple of weeks, I've been, keying in on him some more. I do that a couple times a year, man. What I have to do with my Ali thing. Um,
mhm,
man, because I've been running into some video footage that I haven't seen in my life. I thought I had seen it all that was ever
mhm.
recorded that is still in existence. No, I
Oh yeah,
haven't.
they
There's a
nah
lot.
man.
There's a lot more out there, man.
Man, he's one of the most. He's the most. I'm telling you, you'll
Uh,
never find. You could never
man,
find anything, man.
video, photographed, and,
Yeah,
and plastered on magazines. He was the most
ever, ever.
ever in the world to this day.
Yeah, the
There's
most
no
ever.
other celebrity or athlete has ever been uh,
Yeah,
uh, broadcasted throughout all the media throughout the world more than Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad Ali.
But yeah,
That's
man,
right.
I thought it was pretty amazing how many times he was asked to if he would be willing to run for office, and he always had the same sentiments. Nah, it looked like too much work, and I don't know enough about it. This, that, and the third. He's always humble about it.
Yeah.
And what amazed me about it is, never brothers and sisters was asking him. It was always the others asking him, and that shows how much they respected him as well. But at the same time, um, from my studies in high school, I thought that, as far as running for the presidency, not only did you have to be a born naturalist of this country in order to qualify, but you had to have, I thought you had to have, I could have sworn you had to have a college degree. And, Ali was not degreed. He had honorary degrees, but he wasn't degreed. But I thought that was pretty admirable of him, because you know what, honestly, I think if a person's iconic enough and the people believe in him enough, I think he could run, under those circumstances, as long as he was born in this country. So I thought that was pretty admirable, all the many times he was asked about that. So, but anyway, man, the other thing real quick, I know you want to, I'm going to let you get back to speaking.
Yeah.
I was kind of, I love that one last brother that called in to Fred's and was speaking about religion, his travel and him being in and out of different faiths. I liked the way he was speaking because he said some stuff that I remember us discussing, and I was wondering how you did you pay any mind to what he was saying?
Yeah, of course, some of the you talking about the brother who called in, right?
Yeah, the one that said at one time he was Islam faith, and and then he went back to Christian faith and all that kind of stuff. But he has a different outlook as a Christian, which I thought was pretty interesting, because he said he's in college he studied history. And he was talking about Constantine and all that, He was running some stuff down, man, that because of you, I became aware of, And so I thought that was pretty cool. I was like, this brother here, he's well studied, you know what I'm saying? And he was one of those that he said he's one of those person that question things. And he said that back in the day when people before he became of Islam faith, people would tell him how he should be living, quote Bible scriptures to him and tell him this and tell him that. And he said he never had any comeback because, he wasn't studied enough, And so that provoked him to study like he was supposed to. He said he joined the Islamic faith because he was just trying to get back at some folks because he wasn't as versed about religion as they were. So he said that was the wrong reason for him to join, but he said since then he's rededicated his life, went a different direction. Didn't speak down about Islamic faith, but just said he learned to be abreast of who he is and what his beliefs are about, and so that way no one could just come tell him whatever they wanted him to hear. He can speak. He can live life according to what he's learned and taught. What he studied. And I just thought, man, he says. I feel like he said some profound stuff, for people to hear, But anyway, I was going to ask you about that. See if you had heard that conversation.
Yeah, I listened to some of it. I didn't finish the whole thing with him on it. But I heard the gist of what he was saying.
Yeah.
And like I said, when it comes to that, people will take away from it, but they take away from it. And simply put, but when it comes, like I said, when they're saying Islam, if you're getting involved with as I explained, with the Nation of Islam, as opposed to what would be considered Orthodox Islam. There is a difference there.
Yeah.
See, what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad came and taught at the time he taught was different, and it was actually necessary for what the black man in America was going through at that time.
Right.
And see,
Right.
that subject, that's all part of what it is actually being subjected to. Like, and that's what you have to consider. It's like right
Mm-hmm.
now, for like for you as a Christian, if
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, so-called Jesus Christ, was to come back to earth now, he will come to the earth under the circumstance that exists now,
Right.
not the 2,000 years ago Jesus you think of.
Right.
You
Right.
understand what I'm saying? Because he's
Right.
gonna be
Right.
here now. He would be
Right.
here in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So
Right.
um, when that would take place, it would have to it would have to that individual will have to be confronted with what is going on in the world as it is today. So we would be here dealing with all this stuff with the pandemic and all this stuff that's going on now. And he would be confronted with dealing with that. So, at that time period, for what he taught, it was necessary, you know, for the people that was living in a certain under certain conditions at that time. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like that. The first, like I guess it was like the little show that really exposed the Nation of Islam to America was this show that was done on CBS. It was called The Hate That Hate Produced, right?
Yeah, yeah,
The hate
Right.
produced.
It was called
yeah,
the show that exposed the Nation of Islam to America. It was called The Hate That Hate Produced, and
Oh, okay.
Mike Wallace did the interview, was doing interviews, and that basically, like little CBS show, they exposed the Nation of Islam to a national audience, right? And it was
Okay.
said, like, and the title says it all. It's the hate that hate produced. See, when you
Mm-hmm.
live under the conditions and in the climate that the so-called black man was enduring in America at that time,
Mm-hmm.
they were saying the hate being the white hate,
Right. That's
their
what I was
their
just about to.
white
I
their
figured that's what it
white
was.
hate their white hate produced a response back. Then you
Right.
had a group
Right.
of blacks that wasn't those silent Christian docile
Mm-hmm.
that they was projecting to the media because you had some Christian groups that was outspoken,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
that's not who they was projecting publicly.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Until like the civil rights movement started in the mid 50s, and they started really putting that together, which came to its strong point and fruition in the '60s with Martin Luther King as one of the head figure of it, and then you had people like Malcolm. You had Medgar Evers prior to that, who
Right.
they assassinated first,
Right.
and
Right.
uh so that at that time gave birth to that type of response that was needed at that time. See, at that situation that the blacks in America were living in, it's a natural response to how people was being treated. So when you when you look at a situation like that, it's going to give birth to that, and you're going to have, instead of that group of people that's being oppressed, they're going to look at the people that's oppressing them as a open enemy, the devil. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's who they were. That's who they were in regards to most blacks in the country at this time. You
Right.
understand?
Right.
Like I told you, my parents from Alabama, and I remember my mother telling me. She said she remember, growing up there as a kid, a teenager and stuff, that how she would have friends, primarily, young brothers that she knew. She said she would see them and then she would not see them no more.
Mm.
If they moved away or this and that, and then she later would find out they was found hung and shit in the woods and things like that.
Mm.
But she said that was a regular, everyday part of her life.
Mm.
Her getting chased. She said her friends would be going to school, see the white men working on the poles, trying to come down, chasing them and shit like that. She like
Mm.
this was a regular, everyday part of their life. My mother was born
Yeah.
in the 30s. you know, in the
Right.
1930s. So
Right.
so she was like,
Right.
that was a
And she was
normal part of
from the
it.
South, right?
She was born in Alabama, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So she's from
Yeah.
Alabama. So this was a regular part of her life existence. So
And
things that we take for
let's make sure
granted
they
now.
let's let's clarify also, pugilists. I know it's your life and your mom, but I just want to make sure for some of those doubtful minds, let them understand she wasn't brought up with the farms with the cows and all that. She was a city woman
No,
now. She was born in
yeah,
did you tell me Mobile?
she's from Mobile, Mobile, yeah.
Yeah, Mobile
So she's a
is not just sticks.
city.
It's not the
Nah,
sticks.
not the sticks. Yeah, my father from the sticks, but my mom, she's from Mobile. So, so, but needless to say, you know, she was forced to deal with a lot of, and that's what I'm saying. That particular form, you know, of Islam, like they'll let as men, you had this discussion before. A lot of what's dictated in our community is dictated by that white is right shit.
Right,
You
right,
understand? Like, if white people validate your shit, then all of a sudden it's worth something. So
right.
people will be quick to refer to something like, let's say, like the Nation of Islam to Orthodox Islam. They'll admit that it's not real Islam, or they'll refer to it as a cult and shit like that. Those
Let
are
me get it.
titles.
Let me give you a gap real quick. Send a shout out real quick. First of all,
Okay.
Eli Zachary's in the house. What's up, my brother? We're gonna let
Yeah,
Pujas
PC
finish
lie.
up, and then we're gonna say shout out to the chat. We got Mike Serentino. He's in. We got Reggie Owens. He's in the chat. What's up, my brother? Um, Highwayman. I think I gave you a shout out earlier, but if I didn't, shout out. And anybody who I missed, shout out to you. Go ahead, my
Yeah,
man.
yeah. So when it comes to things like that in regards to us, like is everything is dictators. Like we was talking about a couple of days ago, even in the things that we called in this country, whether it's black, Negro, colored, Afro American, which is a hairstyle, African
Right,
American, all these different titles. Those names
right,
we didn't create those names.
right,
It's like we talk
right,
about the ebonics to the point that they're making a dictionary and making that to
right.
the official language. We spoke
Yeah,
that we spoke that forever, but it wasn't
forever.
official. It wasn't official until they said it was something. So this is what
Mainstream
it is.
media, which is white media,
Yeah,
gave it life. I mean, well, I ain't gonna say gave it life.
they
I
get
mean,
life,
let me retract that.
but
They
it's
gave it
stamp of
awareness.
approval. They stamp
Yeah,
of
awareness.
approval.
Yeah, and
When
that
they
made
give
it
it, they
real
they stamp.
to the
Yeah.
world.
So this is my thing. So at different times, you're gonna have different things that come to play.
Right,
That come to play with that. When you dealing with a people, man, that's been have
mm,
everything removed from them, they will be searching. They searching for different bits and pieces to try to find themselves.
right.
You understand what I'm saying? To try to find themselves. And
And we
as it
we gotta
relates to us, it's a
we
lot
gotta
going on there.
yeah, and we gotta understand. Me and you talked about this the other day as well. We gotta understand when we create something for us, it doesn't mean that we're racist or that we're hating another race or anything like that. When we create something for us, we got to learn to retain and hold and keep it for us. We can't
Yeah.
always give this away because that's what happened to Ebonics, that's what happened to Pig Latin, and a whole lot
Hmm.
of other languages. We're the only culture of people in this country that I know who don't have its own. And then
Hmm.
when we create, we give it away every
For
time. We got to
nothing.
stop doing that. We got to stop looking for them to validate what we create because
Yep.
we need our own. When it come
Hey,
down
I
to
want to join in with y'all.
yeah, you
Hmm.
coming in here. Yeah, we got
Yeah.
you. Yeah, you definitely
Yeah.
gonna be in there on this. When it
Yeah.
come to our Latino brothers, they hold on to some things. Even though people try to do the Spanish or whatever, shoot, and they even got Tex-Mex
Hmm.
way of speaking. A slang way of speaking. Let me tell you something. We got to learn to hang on and hold on to what's ours.
Hmm.
We don't have nothing right now that we can just say wholeheartedly is 100% out because we have given it to them and allowed them to do it with it what they want. Pig Latin, no longer is all of ours.
Mm-hmm.
Ebonics is no longer. If they laughing at something that they hear that we are doing or saying or speaking or dealing with each other in a certain cultural way, let them laugh because
Mm-hmm.
at that point they don't know. But when they
Yep.
stop laughing and they start monopolizing, capitalizing off of our creation, we lost it. We've given it away. We got to
That's
stop
right.
that, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man. Y'all got it, man.
Go ahead,
Eli,
Eli.
over
Hey,
to you.
Let Eli go
Go ahead.
in real quick. Go ahead,
one
Eli.
one thing that I realized, bro, is a lot of times we have perspective, and our perspectives mold our thought process about different things in life aspect, whether it's spiritual, whether it's cultural, society, whatever. Our perspectives mold that. But a lot of
Right.
times we say the same things. Because for
Mm-hmm.
me, I read the Bible and look at religion in reference. I don't look at it as something that's within the highest esteem, because for me that's God in a sense, and that's like greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world. That scripture is one of my favorites. But before that
Mm-hmm.
scripture comes, it says that a man won't make it to heaven by law alone.
Right.
You have to have faith, you have to have belief. So therefore it tells me, and it tells me that religion is not everything. It tells me that your thoughts and your beliefs alone are not everything. You have to have faith. And then if you have faith in God, then what's entrusted in you is that bond that God has with you to tell you what's right and wrong for you in your times. So your relationship with God within yourself is greater than everything else. But the Bible and religion is a reference to
A
help get
guide. Yeah.
a guide to building that relationship. And people confuse that sometimes. And then not only is it confusion, but it's not so much the confusion of the Bible where people say it's a contradiction and everything. It's your thoughts, your perspective. So
Right.
when we look at things, I start to look at it in my life. I've been in leadership in different aspects of my life all throughout my life. It was as a child, it was told to me that I was a leader because I just led the other kids that were around me. I could start out
Right.
following
Right.
them and joining in and seeing what they was doing and take a liking to it, but eventually I was gonna lead. That's how I've always been in my life. When people, like just recently the other day, a brother I haven't talked to him in probably about a year and a half, 2 years, or we talk every once in a while, maybe over Facebook. But he sent me a message because I don't get on outside of this. I don't get on social media that much. But he sent me a message and he says, "Man, I just wanted to tell you, my daughter when my daughter went off to college last week. He said I just wanted to tell you, bro,
Mm.
them days that I used to come over
Just
your
killed
house when I
apostle,
was
man.
oh,
My bad.
them, them days when I was hustling out in the street, he was a little youngster, used to come over to my house all the time. But I used to always tell him, this ain't my means to an end. I'm just doing what I got to do. But he come over and shit, and we sit around when I'm clocked out and we play Madden and shit. And the man told me, the man say, bro, when I was watching you, when I was playing Madden with you and chilling with you, bro, I was watching the way you handled your family. And I just want to tell you, big bro, I appreciate being able to be around that, and I appreciate the way you conduct yourself with your family because it showed me how I was supposed to handle myself with my family. And I had a father who was a preacher, but it showed me how I was supposed to conduct myself with a family. And watching you grow with your family, people don't know your story, but bro, I just want to tell you, man, say I appreciate being there around, and it meant something to me.
That's
And
some realness for your tail, man.
uh, being a leader, I had to tell him thank you. He was
Yeah.
telling me thank you, but I ended up telling him thank you because that's motivation to me that I'm doing something right. But
A real, a
the,
real,
the whole,
a real man who's got that leadership characteristic. He understands when something like that come before him from another individual, and it's no problem for him to thank that person because that's what realness is. That's
yeah,
part of what being a leader is.
yeah. But one thing that I noticed as being a leader throughout my life is I noticed that all people mentally, spiritually were not at the same point in their life or not on the same playing
Right.
fields. Their
Right.
understanding or how to achieve that understanding was the difference in a lot of things. So for me to sit back and, like Best Pugilist has said often, it's hard for me to try to push my beliefs on somebody
Right.
because they not at that same point that I am in my life, or they ain't
Exactly.
experienced the same things to make them feel like I feel. Me
No, we
myself,
all.
I done been in some dark places, and had to pray my way out of it, and I done seen what God done stepped in. So I don't have the same thought of
Absolutely.
God as some other people. So when I have different aspects of my life being a leader, when I look at different people, I have to teach different people in different ways. I hear a lot of people
Absolutely.
a lot of times with profound speech or prestige of words, vocabulary, or a host of knowledge that they ready to pour out to the world, but they think they gonna pour it out to everybody in the same manner, in the same way. If I use a certain word to somebody, it don't mean nothing. But if I use a simpler form of the same word, if I was to say that I'm trying to convey something across, somebody don't understand what convey means. But if I say I'm
Hmm.
trying to get my point across, they understand exactly what that means. In the
Hmm.
simplest form, in the least amount of words, people being able to understand your message gains more than people are not understanding your message. And I think that that right there is the divide a lot of times because we ourselves hold our knowledge in such a degree that it gives us a prestige or our accomplishments that it gives us a prestige over to that's where we falter in leadership, in guidance a lot of times. Because like that dude, like I to cultivate everything that I'm saying, to bring it all full circle. That guy, that last call, when he said that he was trying to prove those people wrong because they had so much knowledge, and
Hmm.
it always felt like they were talking over him or
Hmm.
talking at
Hmm.
him. You,
Hmm.
that's the problem. A lot of that stops that line of communication because it's not given to that person for their understanding and their perspective of how they gain it and how they see it. They never get it because you can just like me, and I don't mean to this is not a taking a shot, but I felt some type of way when the brother Terrence Bailey said y'all not qualified to speak on it. I'm qualified to speak on anything as a human being because for me, my service to this world don't put me over nobody. Because when I give my service to this world in spiritual, as a spiritual being, I'm doing my service to the world. So therefore, I'm doing my service for God. Therefore,
That's that's your ministry, my brother.
if I'm doing my service, then I'm not holding myself in esteem. I'm doing God's work. But if I'm doing my service and I hold myself in esteem to where I'm overqualified over somebody else, that I'm levels above somebody else, and I put them down because of my knowledge, I can never reach that person and give them the understanding that they need to, because they gonna feel like I'm speaking at them, I'm talking at them, I don't care about them. I just want to be above them. That's
Hmm.
why
Mm-hmm.
to speak to people with understanding and not a maliciousness or not a malintent, because you don't feel like you speaking maliciously or malintent. But if you speaking over somebody like they not qualified, then they start to push your message away.
Yeah, I didn't
Let
hear
me.
that part. Well, you said that was Terrence. That was Terrence Belly that came on and said that.
I was just giving reference to that because that's how it made me feel weeks ago when we were speaking about 9 wives with Fred and everything, and the
Okay.
brother said y'all not qualified.
Oh,
Ever since
okay.
then, I've
Okay.
been meaning to really
Okay.
have a conversation with him
Okay.
because I didn't want to. I didn't when
Okay.
I hear
I remember when he said it back a couple.
yeah,
Yeah, a
when
while
I
back.
hear him
Yeah,
now, that's all I hear, and I
that's
have
what
to
you think
put that to
about.
the side
Yeah.
to listen to his message because that be in my heart. This man feel like I ain't qualified to understand nothing, but that's the whole thing. Now to speak on what we say, the hate that hate gave the to us. When we look at these things and we see stuff like that, like it's a good example for me. So I had to say it. It was on my heart. You know, it's not a
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
they doing a great
No, I
work.
know what you mean. Yeah.
But
Now I understand now.
his work now to me, I have to be like, damn, this the exact same thing that he's working to overcome. That people are
Hmm.
trying to disqualify what Frederick Douglass did because they don't feel like he was on their level or they didn't find value in him. So now you just
Hmm.
devalue or hold your own people to assert
Hmm.
your cross. That's the hate that hate gave. And within our
Yeah.
people, we push each other away because we overqualify ourselves. We put ourselves in high esteem above people. I don't care about none of these platforms or none of this. A person will never be above me on that level because they don't
Hmm.
know me to understand it. So spiritually, when I talk to people, it's for understanding, for a spiritual growth. And it's a that word fellowship when it came in, when the brother L brought that in at the end, for
Yeah,
me
yeah,
it culminated the whole show.
yeah,
Because that
yeah.
fellowship amongst us is for a growth amongst us. I'm not above
Right,
none of the
right.
brothers. I may
That's right.
have a understanding, I may have a knowledge, but God put that on my heart for me to give it to somebody. So if God put
Hmm.
that on my heart for me to give it to me, it's just me doing my service, doing my work through God. I'm not a perfect person. So if you see me falter and you see me waver, you can call me on it and let me know without being a malicious way and attacking my relationship with God. You can call me
Hmm.
because we have that open filter. But if you come at me to a point where you exalt yourself above me, then we may not have that open relationship. You
This is
feel what I'm
true.
saying? So you can
Yes,
call
yes.
them on that if we have that fellowship. A lot of us are kicking that fellowship aside or closing the doors on that fellowship because we want to attack people because of our beliefs, our understandings. We need to keep that line of communication open in that fellowship, you know.
Hmm.
But that was my thoughts on that, man. I just always appreciate talking to y'all, brother, for that
Yeah,
reason right there.
yeah,
Because it is a
yeah,
fellowship.
yeah. That's an
Let me
interesting point.
piggyback.
That's a very. Let me just say this real quick.
Go ahead,
Very
go ahead,
interesting.
please.
Very interesting point. I remember like one point I heard when the brother was speaking about he used an example of Jesus coming to his people and them shunning him. And as I learned that, it was correct in that sense that, the Pharisees and them shunned him because see when they looking for the Moshe, as it said in Hebrew, is
Yeah.
Moshe, and then in English translation is Messiah. That's what y'all would say, Messiah, but it's Moshe. And that when they was expecting the Moshe, you expected somebody like who they was who they was, and he was right because it's the people and what they're looking for somebody to be, as opposed to
Right.
what the divine force would make it be. So they looking for somebody when they was saying that that person is going to be the king or the king over the Jews, let's say, or Israel. They're looking for somebody. They was expecting somebody like King David to come back,
Yeah.
not somebody who was a carpenter.
Right. Somebody
You
of
understand?
meager means.
They were thinking of somebody like King David or some King
Yeah.
Solomon, somebody like that, as opposed to somebody who's a carpenter. But if you notice, one of the things I do like to use about the biblical story, when you, especially in regards to when you're talking about Jesus, is the fact that he came and he immersed himself amongst the people
Yeah.
and his ministry. You know, he didn't just go to the higher ups of the people. He went to down into the people that would be considered the lowliest of the people
Right.
to at the grassroots level to immerse himself and give his message to the people that he was sent to serve and bring back to their way of life. You understand what I'm saying? This is why you see them stories in there of when he went to the temple and they was in there selling stuff and he got mad and he was kicking the tables over and this and that and like y'all defiling my father's house and stuff like that. Because I just explained this to a couple of brothers and sisters the other day. I said it was not the faith, man. It was not the Judaism or the faith of that time was not wrong. It was right and exact. That's why you see Jesus was saying that he came as a fulfillment of the law. He ain't come to destroy nothing because there wasn't nothing wrong with the faith. But what's wrong was how the people was practicing that shit. You understand? When you take a people that was overtaken, because at that point Israel had been overtaken, which is just like black people today. We have been overtaken by our captor. They was under Rome. There was no longer the independent great nation that Israel had once been. So you start taking on the ideology of your captor, and you take on their ways and their forays and mores, and you become less of who you actually were. You become more what those other people were. You create this hybrid entity, so to speak. And the point of like what Elon was saying, like when you when you look at the fact of you feel like you guided by the divine force within you, because ultimately this is where the divine, and this is where we all got to get the overstanding, go from understanding to overstanding of like that divine force you seeking is in yourself. It's in you. You gotta look outside of yourself, man. That's a big misconception that most people have. You understand? Because when you thinking that you hearing God, it's you that you hearing it. Because what you hearing God telling you in your head, I'm not going to hear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You
That's the
understand?
divine part that's in you, that spirit that
Yeah,
was
I'm,
in faith.
I'm not going to hear that. You going to hear that for you. So when you looking for it, that 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 relationship is actually with yourself.
Yes. When he
You
said, "You
understand?
were made in my likeness," he
Yeah,
gave us that part of him. The same way he
it's in
gave that
yourself.
part of him to Jesus to walk this earth
Yeah,
and be able to go to them
it's
sin, gave that to us.
yourself. That's right.
He
And if
left
you listen,
with us. That's what
he
makes us part of the body of Christ as a whole in that
yes.
village.
And see those stories like that. That's why I tell people they gotta look at the bigger picture of the stories. Don't look at it just as individual people. Those most of them things is allegories for you to take how to govern yourself as a human being. You understand? Like don't limit it to the point of because if you do a little research, you'll find out. Just like I explained to you last week, a couple of days ago, Santos about the older scriptures like the Illumina Elish and the Gilgamesh epics from Sumeria. Those books
Mm-hmm.
got a lot of same stories that you got in the Bible, but it's older than the Bible. So something
Mm-hmm.
came out with first. That means that the newer stuff plagiarized information from that older stuff. You understand what I'm saying? It plagiarized stuff. It plagiarized stuff from the older stuff because all that area, it was connected. So like the reason why that flood story is in the Gilgamesh epics and the Luminal List. It's in there. That shit like 3,000 years older than the Bible, yo.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? But that
Yeah.
story is in there. So Bible stories ain't come till much later. So what happens is it's the big overall picture about like when Jesus says certain things, and I use it as like I use it. And I explain to people. I said just look at it, use it as if you're looking at the Bible as a character book, and you have that character. You got Jesus as that character. When he's saying things like to them, when he said to them like they're like to the rabbi, the rabbi or Rabboni, or how they would say it, Rabbi or Rabboni. When we gonna see God? He said, "When you see me, you see God." He wasn't just now. People may, I think a lot of people misinterpret that shit. Like he's not saying like he's separate from every human being. He wasn't saying that shit like how everybody think that stuff. He was
Mm-hmm.
saying that. Now they taking that shit. Some people in mind they might take that shit as he was separating himself from the rest of humanity. He was not. because if you understand the relation to the tribe he was a part of and the stories that's associated with that group of people, that's why he said to them. There was some of them like, oh, well, you blaspheming. How could you say something like that? And what was his response? He's like, isn't it written in ye law? Isn't it written in your law that ye are gods? That's already in the law. It's already in the law. Because it tells you, like, when it says that, and it's funny, like, we got the brother Eli on here, right? Now, Eli is Hebrew. Eli is Hebrew. Eli is short for the Elohim or El Elo. That's why you see in the translation it says when Jesus was on the cross about the transition, he said, Eli, Eli, Allah Sabbathani. Like, basically, like, and that's an individual way of saying to my God, why has thou forsaken me? But that's the individual form of it. The Elohim is the plural form. Like when you see God in the Bible says, let us make man in our image and likeness. But then they'll tell you, wait, it's only one God. But when you read that quote, it don't say that shit. Because the
I,
word that's being used in Hebrew is Elohim. You hear a lot of people pronounce it as Elohim now, but it's Elohim. And it means it's a plural. You can't literally translate that shit what it is in Hebrew into English without it being a contradiction. Because it's
hey,
a
you know,
plural.
best pugilist.
Hmm.
Real quick, if you look at my page, it says underneath that name is what their name mean to me. Is he saved
Hmm.
me? He never forgot.
Hmm.
It
That,
says
Yeah.
that,
what?
So.
It says what, Eli?
Eli Zachary is he saved me? He forgot.
Hmm.
Mhm.
That's
So
what it means. So when you said that, I could appreciate that for real. But I just had to say that.
yeah, because when you so in Hebrew, like you got El Elo,
El Elo.
El Elo, or the
Okay.
Elohim.
Elohim.
The singular form, you would say it as Eli. That's why Jesus like Eli, Eli, Laba, Sabbathini, like that's like my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Like that would be the singular form, but that y'all may say as El Elion, Elion, Elion El, which is the Most High in American English. That would be Elion, Elion El, the Most
Remember
High.
the title of the movie, The Book of Eli.
Hmm.
I
Yeah,
think that had a lot to do with what you're saying right now. That title,
yeah. So, cause
uh,
those words is
as far
Hebrew
as what that
words.
means. Yeah, yeah.
Those
Because I
words is
mean,
Hebrew words.
I think the very first time I ever heard the name Eli was from biblical studies as a kid,
Hmm.
as a little kid, uh, because certain names stick out to me as biblical
Hmm.
to this day because that's where I first heard them. You know,
Yes.
Eli.
Hmm.
Let's see, Elijah.
That's the first
Um,
part. Now you just said, just funny, I was just about to say that, Elijah. Now, the first part of Elijah is Eli. It's
exactly.
Eli. Because actually, see, you got to remember, this is English translation.
Right.
That name is actually, in Hebrew, it's Elijah. It's Elijah.
Elijah. Elijah.
But in English, you say Elijah.
Elijah. Yeah,
Because in Hebrew, there is no letter J.
that's
There is the
right.
letter Y.
Yeah.
It's Yah. Yah. So that's why we would say Jesus is the English translation of Yahshua. Yah. Yahshua. All right. Or commonly said today, Joshua. But it's
You
the
hear how that brother was?
translation.
You hear how that brother was pronouncing his own name, Joshua,
You know?
just like what you told me.
Hmm.
I caught that too. You know.
Yeah. So that's how it is. So when you say, but that first part, that's
Hmm.
the Eli, that's in reference
And
to
the one
Yahweh,
thing
Yahweh,
one thing I
Yahoo.
learned about Spanish language, the J is silent.
Hmm.
You know, like we see the name Jose. You
Hmm.
know, in English, that's Joseph, or
Mm-hmm.
part of Joseph. Well,
Mm-hmm.
in Spanish is Jose.
Yep.
You know,
Jose.
it's either silent or it has a H sound.
Yes.
You know,
Because that's come
so
from Latin. You gotta remember, Spanish
that's Latin. Yeah,
Is a Latin
and that's
derivative. It's an
which is one of the original languages.
old language, which is an older
Yeah,
language. Yeah, it's a
yeah,
derivative. So we might say that's why you hear in the church, in the Spanish church, they say Jesus is Jesus.
Jesus, exactly.
They say He. It's pronounced He. As He Jesus. So they're like, to us in American English, it would be like, to us we would say that sound like an H,
Yeah, exactly.
but to them that's because it's closer. Because Latin is closer to those older languages.
Right.
It's from that. It's closer to that. It's not like English, which is a newer language, a more bastardized. They would say bastardized language. So,
Yeah.
and that's a very important issue because those tones is important. Shit is
Yeah.
important. People try to downplay it. That's why you always hear me say, yo, there's always something lost in the translation, man.
Well,
It's
as they
lost in the
always say,
translation.
words have meaning, and so you need to know not just the word, but you need to know the origin of the word because of the
Exactly.
fact of what you're speaking on, because the what original language it derives from, which gives
Yeah.
it the actual true meaning of what the word was indicated for when it was uh, 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 created, I guess you could say, or
Yeah,
produced.
absolutely. So
So,
that's why when
so
they say you dead on it, that's why when they say like when people like a lot of people that's familiar with the Bible, when they say the beginning was the word and the word was with God, and I said, yeah, but y'all gotta
Yeah,
remember that shit wasn't speaking
Proverbs.
English though. That shit wasn't
right,
speaking English. That shit was a whole
right,
nother language, B.
yeah,
Hey,
probably
You
one more
understand
Hebrew.
what
thing
I'm
to
saying?
add to that. One more thing to add to that real fast, best Peace.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, like people always talk to us about Christians eating this and that, but in John, in John or later in the Bible, I'm not gonna say exactly,
Mm-hmm.
but God Jesus say it's not what's all foods are good because it's not what goes into a man, but what comes out of a man
Mm-hmm.
that's evil, that's wicked. So those
Mm-hmm.
words that come out of you, a double-edged sword. Those
That's
words that
right.
come out, you can cut down the spirit and have
That's
spiritual
right.
meaning. Like some people say, they get those words cast spells in their original derivative, and how they derive from you. So therefore, that
Sparrow
gives more
parables.
truth to the words of the Bible.
Yeah, he gave parables. See, it comes out, Jesus spoken like in those parables and stuff. And those are basically lessons, man, to be
Mm,
learned, like life lessons to be learned for how to deal with one another and things like that. But like I say, the reason why I brought up that point about the language thing is because um there's meaning given into a language, and like I said, many of these older languages are considered a more intellectual language than, let's say, the English that we speaking right now. You understand? It's like it's certain words in those languages, they have a specific meaning, and it's hard to get the exact equal translation, like how it would the reverence or the resonance would be a better word, that word and that tone um carries. So like we may say, like when I said, the El Elo Eli. Those have a different resonance in those original tones than it do in English. So we'll say, for instance, like in Arabic, we'll say Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? Allahu. So we say, what does that mean? Well, for in English translation, the closest I could get to it would be God, the most glorified and exalted. That's what that would mean. But really, God don't mean what Allah means in English. It really don't. Because in English, the word God, you can have a female counterpart to a God. You can have a goddess. Ain't no goddess to Allah. To Allah. You understand? Ain't no female principle of that shit. It don't equal the
hmm
same. They carry different resonance. You understand what I'm saying? Same thing,
yeah,
but like we say, if I say, you say Yahweh, Yahuwah, Those words don't have that shit, so it don't really quite equal it the same exact way. So when you speaking in ink form, it's something lost. It's taken away from it, and it doesn't really cap. But you understand it to the best of your ability. Granted, if you speak English, that's the best you can understand it, because that's the highest English can take you with. It can't take you was actually attributed in other language. And what it meant is that's the closest it could get to it in the particular tongue we speak in now, which is English and American English specifically, which is even less than traditional English. The English we speak has become its own separate entity.
Yeah, that's why they say we
Different,
speak American instead of English.
yeah, that's right. That shit it's a whole nother thing away from English in the truest sense of the word. But but when you look at those things, there is look. Like I said, it's things you can take from it. If you're a blessed enough person and you can find the spiritual sides of these things and practice the thing like especially in regard to somebody like Jesus, practice those things. If you can really take those things and put them into play, because most of that stuff is older stuff. It predated that shit, and it made its way into those Bible stories. Those are old things like the golden rule. What's the golden rule? Man must know thyself. That's the ancient Egyptian principle, man. But that shit is in the Bible. You gotta know yourself, Jack. You understand what I'm saying? You gotta know thyself. Who am I? What am I?
Right.
What does it really mean to be a human being? What does that shit really mean?
Right.
That divine force that's in you, that's connected to that universe out there. If you connected to that shit, whether you realize it or not. Human being is just a microcosm of the greater universe from which it came. You got universe, multiverse, omniverse. You connected to all that as a part of as a part of the all, which is absolute. You can't add to it, nor can you take away from it. Because where you gonna get it if it's the all? All is absolute. All deities exist within the all. I can name all the deities, but they exist in the expanses of a human mind. So I can say Allah. I can say Jehovah. I can say Jesus. I can say Buddha. I can say Shiva. I can say Brahma. I can say Zeus, Apollo, Mercury, all these motherfuckers' names. They exist in the expanse of the human mind, which is connected to the most high thought, which is Papaut, the all. All things exist within the all. And when you can find that connect to that spirit as a human being within all of that, that's what it is. So when Jesus said something like, "When you see me, you see God," he also had to make it clear to them too. Y'all got that same divine force in you too. You just got to pull on. You just got to pull from it. You know what I'm saying? You just got to be able to pull from it. And some people can do that clearly better than others. You know, to be able to pull away from that, pull from that shit. So in regards to that, I don't cock on it like. I don't downplay if I look at somebody like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad or any man that was trying to do something spiritual like that, I have to look at the whole picture. I don't look at that shit
Right.
limited.
Right. Right. You gotta look at the whole. You can't
You gotta
can't
look at
look
the
at
whole
one side
picture.
of it.
You
Yeah.
gotta look at the circumstances. That don't
Yeah.
mean he
Me
was
and
no
me and
that
Eli
don't
had a
mean he was no
conversation about that too.
yeah. That don't mean that he was necessarily no fucked up individual because he did what he was did. Because more than one thing could be true at the same time about a
A
person.
person. Yeah, absolutely.
More than one thing could be true. You could be fucking still great at doing what he did because he uplifted a lot of people. One of which is Malcolm X. You understand what I'm saying? Malcolm X was uplifted by that same man that some people call a pervert and a pedophile. Now that same individual inspired that man to raise up and do what he did.
Hmm.
Because as a human being, you're gonna have your shortcomings too. You know
That's
understand
what
what I'm
makes
saying?
us who we are.
Yeah, you're going to have it. You can have it. It's just
How
like
else?
reading
How
about
else?
reading about like it's like like if you learn about the chronology of time, you look at somebody like Mary in the Bible. Mary in the Bible was a little girl
Yeah.
when she had Jesus. Compared compared to the time frame we would say today, because 13 is in America today, you would be considered a little girl. But 13 in the Hebrew faith and in the Arabic faith is when you become a woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
At 13, you have your bat mitzvah. A boy has his bar mitzvah when? At what age?
12, man.
13.
13.
Yeah. But in America, you 13. What do you consider? A little boy, right? You still
Well,
considered a boy.
I
You
know
considered a
that
boy. And generally, like in American society, but in the Hebrew faith, you consider a man. And the same thing applies with the woman. So some people will say if you get caught having sex with a you 18, you get caught having sex with a caught having sex with a girl at 13. In this country, they'll lock your ass up.
they will
You
now.
know what I'm saying? Yeah, they'll lock you up under their
Yeah.
law. Under their
And
law.
I'm okay with this law about
Hmm.
because I mean the minds are not always molded the same at
Oh,
for every
exactly.
individual at certain age.
There
But
you go.
but when they
Because of the country. Because of the country you live in now.
right,
It's not that type of system.
yeah,
It's
because if
not
you
the
think
system.
about
It's not like
A
that.
lot of a lot of the families that were spun out of this country here, the men took younger women, teenagers,
Yeah, yeah. The
12,
majority.
13, 10.
Yes,
They used to
that's the
have
way.
a thing that when a young lady or a little
That
girl,
was the way.
whatever you want to call it, when she started, having her menstruals and all that, and she
That's
was
when
able to bear a child,
that's when they
they
consider you a
consider
woman.
her ready. Yeah, and
Hmm.
so they used to look at it like that,
Yeah,
but
because
I don't see it
they,
like that because I see it, I understand it, but at the same time, we know that the minds are not always molded as an
but that's
adult
what it
mind.
is.
So
Matter of
that's where
yo,
the
you
problem
you
come
bring
in
it
at.
up perfectly. It's about the mindset in this country because you got to say to yourself, you got to say to yourself, the country in which we live in now was a 13-year-old girl from America the same as a 13-year-old woman from Peru? Hell no. I remember I
No,
watched that show on I think it was MTV where they took this little white Jewish girl. Her mother wanted her to learn what it was to be a woman. She took her daughter to Peru and they put her with a girl her same age. And that girl from Peru was a grown ass lady though.
yeah,
She was 30. She was the same age as that white Jewish girl. And she was
hmm
making fun of the little Jewish girl. She was like she's such a fucking baby.
yeah,
Like in comparison to her. But they was chronologically the same age. But their mentality they wasn't. That girl from
okay,
Peru was like a grown woman, was a grown
that,
woman in her country because she knew how to do everything the women in her country could do. She knew how to cut them trees down, how to strip, how to get the food, how to do something. And
hmm
that little white girl, that little white Jewish princess girl, she didn't know how to do shit.
and
But that's why
and
her
you know
mother
what?
sent her there. Hmm.
That's it's all based on life experience and how much education you've had in life. Because if you think about it, when you and I was coming up, we both in our mid 50s. When we were coming up, when we were like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. Like I said, I've been paying attention to Muhammad Ali since I was 4 years old that I can remember. Um, I knew exactly who he was and what he was doing for a living. As far as what he was doing outside the ring, I didn't get acquainted with that as much until a little bit later. Um, a 4-year-old today tell you that you wouldn't believe him because see the way we shelter our kids over here in this country now is different. Okay, you and I win our mid 50s. We got our brother Eli Zachary here with us. Eli's in his late 30s. All right. Eli, before he and I got acquainted with one another, I thought Eli was same age group I was because his life experiences and the way he speaks about different things in life told me that he was my age. But that don't lessen my respect for him. My respect goes to the person, not the biological age of the person. And so life experiences makes a person be able to understand life in a different aspect as far as how to do different things, how to understand things. And of course, you can have, like you said, have two young ladies or two young men side by side, same age, and they're going to have different perspectives
on how to think things through, come up with resolutions on how to get things done according to their life experiences and how they've been, educated. Eli jumped off then.
Yeah.
So
He went off. Yeah,
yeah,
but yeah.
so
But I
yeah,
think I thought Eli was older too. I thought he was like me and your age and shit as
right,
well.
right.
You know?
That, I have a great deal of respect for Eli because,
Yeah.
and any other brother or sister that speaks, okay, like he was talking about speaking eloquent and all that, and how people like to sound and that type of thing earlier. I wanted to piggyback off of because what he was saying was so true. We
Hmm.
there's one thing with speaking to sound good and try to sound above the next person, which
Uh-huh.
some people label that as eloquently speaking. When I say when I'm describing you as a eloquent speaking person, I'm not saying that because you are using all these huge words
Hmm.
to convey that you are above or
Yeah.
you're so much greater knowledge of than ahead of others. I'm saying that because look, when you're speaking to me or you're speaking in general, I understand, and you make sure that the people listening to you understand.
And
You
I
you
do that
don't
on
you don't
purpose.
speak above, right. You don't speak above their means of understanding. That's
Hmm.
eloquent speaking to me. And
Yeah.
Eli, same difference. He speaks so people can understand and
No question.
correlate along with what he's saying. Uh,
Hmm.
uh, um, we, when we all have witnessed speakers ahead of us since we were kids, since we've been adults, that use all the bigger words that they've learned in the dictionary and try to make themselves appear and sound way higher than mighty than the people that he or she is speaking to,
Hmm.
so that they can have that title of eloquent speaker. That don't make you an eloquent speaker. Let me tell you. Let me tell you something. My granddaughter is 12 years of age. Now my normal minister of my church. Now my granddaughter's been going to church as long as she's been with me in her life. She's I've been taking her to church since she come in this world.
Hmm.
And most Sundays is her and I, because my wife for the past 8 or 9 years, I guess 9 years now, she's been working on weekends.
Okay.
So my granddaughter um, associates church with me and her and my church that I brought her up in. Now she told me at the age of maybe 8 or 9. Uh, okay, at the age of 8 or 9, we had they brought in another minister, so we had two ministers. Brought in a younger brother. Now this brother has a PhD. He's a school principal, very well educated, very well knowledge, but he's a down to earth brother. He's up to date on what's happening in today's time with the youth, his age group and my age group, and he don't look at you like you're beneath him. You dig what I'm saying? I could talk to him like you and I are talking right now. But at the same time, I could also sit here and listen to him, give him reverence when he's speaking spiritually to me, because I respect him and I understand what he's saying to me. My granddaughter, at the age of 9, and just to cut to the chase, we let that brother get away from our church, man. He left our church, man, unfortunately, and it kind
Okay.
of messes some of us up with that. But anyway, it was we were doing having a little growth when he was there. But this brother spoke so he spoke so well and understood to not just his age group, not just to my age group, but to the little bitty kids in the church
Hmm.
from from 5 years of age all the way up. I say understood this brother all the way to 90 something or 100 something, whatever. And the reason I can say that, my granddaughter was 9 years old.
Yeah,
Like
that's
I said,
impressive.
she's been coming to church. She's been attending church with me since she's been in this world, and she's got accustomed to the ways of spirituality and sermons and Bible study, things of that nature. she said she would ask every Sunday after that brother starts. She said, "Granddad, who's preaching today?" And I would touch his. I said, "Why?" Because brother brother let me see, what was his last name? I can't even think. Mason, brother Mason. I can understand everything he says. I can pay attention to him because I understand everything he's saying. He make me understand. But when
Good.
Brother Jones speak, he be saying stuff I never heard of before. You know what I'm saying? She was 9 years old, bro. And I'm gonna tell you something. I haven't done the greatest job with her of teaching her the Bible at home. Like I said, I try to lead by example more than I try to come from the books or whatever because I just have my reasons for that.
Now, that's a good
Um,
thing. I don't think that
and
I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. I think
yeah,
that's the best way to follow it. Example
yeah.
is better than words, man. And
I've had a
because action speaks louder than words.
lot of words, and I've had the opportunities for people to come to me and tell me that they've asked my granddaughter. Like I guess she was about 7 years old at the time, 6 or 7, and she was amongst some of the ladies, in the household. We were having a little get together, and she was with my wife and some other young ladies. She was among because she loved to be among the women folk, you know, young and older. Everybody. And she liked to be among females that are older than her.
Uh-huh.
So she they asked her, I forget who it was exactly, but one of the young ladies asked her, "What kind of man you want when you get older? What kind of husband you want when you get older?" She said, "I want a husband like my granddad." You know,
Yep.
and I didn't hear it, but they told me what she said later. That touched my heart and let me know I was, being a positive example in her life. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
at the same time, she hard headed now. She hard headed. That's my baby, but she hard headed. I have to get on her sometime, but that's my baby, regardless.
Mhm.
So anyway, what I'm saying is that's the way I've tried to live my life is to try to live by example. You guys, when I'm speaking on here, probably one of the most harshest word uh, you'll hear me say on a normal basis is the N word,
Yeah.
which I need to do better about that. But as far as like profanity and stuff like I've tried my best not to use a profanity in my everyday speaking
Oh,
because that's something I tried to learn before I got home from prison because I didn't want to bring it home to my kids because there was a time I didn't curse and then there was a time where I couldn't speak without cursing. So
right.
I told myself, hey, you could do better than that. You didn't do it before. So that's why I do that, and I don't condemn anybody for how they speak if they use profanity. Sometimes if it go overboard, I might say, hey, let's relax a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But
Mhm.
if somebody uses it every now and then, it don't bother me because it's normal conversation to me. But at the
Yeah.
same time, um, that's where I am with my kids and my grandkids. I don't speak that way, and when adults around, I check them for speaking that way. You dig what I'm saying? Now, when there's no kids present, you talk how you want to. I don't give a crap. I don't hurt at all. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
I know how to distinguish between words and conversation. But what I'm getting at, long story short, kids they listen. They're like sponges. And if you speak a language that they can understand, then you're speaking eloquently, not
Yep.
just for kids, but for seniors, for young adults, for middle-aged adults, and all. Anytime you can uh, put into words what you're trying to convey to an audience, and they are of different age groups and disseminations, and they all can understand what you're talking about,
Mm-hmm.
you're speaking more eloquent than any person who considers himself an eloquent speaker because
Yeah.
everyone is understanding what you're saying. When people can't understand and disseminate all the words that you're using, that's when you have a problem. That's the Bible. As a Christian, the Bible has taught me that the Lord send representation out throughout the world to speak in tongues. And
Mm-hmm.
now, uh, I mean different tongues as far as different languages.
Yeah.
Um, that way they could communicate with the people of the land in which they were in when they were speaking and trying to teach. Because if you go, you take me over to Mexico and tell me to teach these folks over there, and I can't speak the language, what are they going to learn? Not a darn thing. They're going to learn the fact that they got this black man from the United States saying something through his mouth that sounds like gibberish to them, and they don't understand. That's what they're going to learn. Nothing, you know. So God knew what He was doing, and we just have to take lessons. Like we spoke earlier, you, especially Eli. The Bible is a guide that we are to use, and make no bones about it. I view the Bible as a sacred book. I view the Quran as a sacred book. But as you and I have spoken in lengths, there are other spiritual books that are of spiritual guidance of different languages that have been around longer and more than likely hadn't been the certain parts of it hadn't been snatched out so we can believe a certain way. So I even though I consider myself a Christian, I do understand that the Bible as we know it, the Holy Bible that is, the 66 books within are not all the books that were originally a part of that. You know, and I do understand that the King James so-called
version,
famous King James version, is just what it says, the King James version, the version that he wanted us to read and understand, because he wanted certain things taken out to make things more justifiable in the way he was living his life. So and carried out some things he was doing for understanding of it's like this. If you want to shape the minds of some people, if you want to make sure that people follow you for what you want them, how you want them to follow you, you got to touch them at the core where their heart is. And one way of doing that, if people are religious by nature, what's one of the best ways to touch them? But by giving them a book that they hold sacred, but you give them what you want them to have. So we got to understand that, and I put it off for years to do the research on the other books of the Bible or other other derivatives of the holy words that the Lord wants us to know about. So now, after some lengthy conversation with my brother Pugilist, I'm pushing myself to do the research to purchase these books for my understanding. You know, so
it's a lot of information out there, man. Like I told you, like a little while ago, like you said about, I wouldn't say I wouldn't say human beings are really religious. I would say human beings are spiritual, and then they give us religion, because by nature, a human being is spiritual. You know, that's all forms of human beings can be spiritual. You know, and it's like, it's about when you learn these different concepts, because like I said, those other books I was telling you about, like those synoptic gospels, it's gonna, I'm keeping it in the book with you. A lot of that shit gonna conflict with what you know already.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
About Jesus and shit specifically. A lot of those shits gonna conflict with you from what you already been learned and been taught about him.
I expect that.
And this is why they did what they did. This is why they chose the books that they chose. That they had an agenda. And like I said, this information.
One of the things that stays on my heart about let's see, I'm gonna tell you that I love what Ali said years ago, and Eli kind of touched on this in his own words earlier tonight. But Muhammad Ali, that is, he said this in an interview over in England which I've spoke before. He said that I'm not telling anyone what religion they have to be, they have to believe, or they have to worship.
Yeah, I saw that interview. Yeah, he told you pick out of it was
pick out what's best for you. You know, he said, I feel that Islam is best for me. You pick out, you know, what's best for you, because it ain't the religion that's bad. It's the people who
how they practice
of the religion, you know, and how they exactly. That's right. And he said religion is supposed to be good for all. You know, he said, you know, you got to pick out what's, check them all out and go with what's good for you. I'm not going to tell you got to do this or do that, because it may not be, you may not see it as good for you as I see it as it is for me as far as Islam. He said, but all of them are good. You just got to, you know, go with what's best for you. And the one thing he believed in was not trying to tell you to denounce the religion that you're a part of, or tell you to disrespect the religion that you're a part of and come with him. He was trying to teach people to that there's a higher being, and to love and respect all people. Love and respect all people, and most of all, learn and respect who you are as a person and your origin. You know, and help yourself in the process to be the best person that you can be. That's what it's all about, you know. I'll leave one thing he always talked about, and that's the one thing I've always learned and understood, is that Islamic faith is a peaceful, loving faith. So I you know, I have no problem with that whatsoever, because that always resonated with me. I learned that at school, not at church, and I never learned anything different than that. Now, at the same token, I expect, like you were saying a minute ago, that as I do my research, I will find things that will conflict with what I've been taught. I totally understand that and expect that, because before, okay, my as a kid, you learn whatever church you're a part of. Well, when it comes to Christian religion that I've been a part of, you learn one way. Okay, you're taught that no other religion is above that religion. Okay, now in school, learning about the different cultures around the world and the different religions around the world that people of different culture believe and worship, I learned that those faiths they have a difference of what of they're not 100% everything that I've learned, but I did learn this about most every religion that I've ever read any few little words about, and that is that there's a higher being than man, and the fact that I've read that we should love and respect one another. And so I feel that most all religion has, from at least some point in the religion, teaches to, you know, be peaceful, love one another, and do things a certain way. I haven't read in the Bible, in the Holy Bible. I never read that I am to kill anyone who's not of Christian belief, who's not of Judea belief. I never read that. Now, have I been told through the mouths of men that this one church is wrong about what they're teaching versus this church that I'm in? Yes, I have been taught that. I have witnessed that come through the lips of others. Have I witnessed certain people speak in my church about other religion not being worthy of God because this is the way God wants? Yes, I have. Have I always believed that? I have believed that before, but I haven't always believed that once I became mature enough to understand myself on how to disseminate things. So I know, you know, religion has caused a lot of wars. It's caused a lot of differences among different cultures and tribes of people. Um, but I also know that religion can be a beautiful thing. Um, and one guy spoke on the barbershop earlier. Wait a minute, hold on. I don't know if y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me? You there, pugilist? Or did you get knocked out?
No, I'm still here.
You said okay. Let's see. We got precautions too. One thing I heard a guy speak earlier on the barbershop. He said, you know, I don't. He said I study Christian religion. He said, but I don't consider myself a Christian. He said I believe in the Most High. He said I was raised in Christian belief, and I'm not repeating exactly every word he said, word for word, but somewhere I'm summarizing. But he also said that he studies the Quran as well, and he said he has learned that uh, just gotta understand for yourself and not wait for a man standing behind a podium telling you what it is that you're supposed to be believing, what it is that how you're supposed to be living, and things of that nature. He said you gotta learn to and study the word for yourself, and you need to study more than one religion until you find what works for you. So I'm not opposed to all that. Now one thing um, that I hold in my heart as far as when me announcing my Christianity is the fact of the miraculous conception about Jesus Christ. Now, I learned from my brother that, um, the story comes from another source before it was told the way it is told to us today. Um, and I don't deny what he's telling me. I trust what he's saying, but at the same time, it tells me that there was a miraculous conception at one time or another. You dig what I'm saying, pugilist? Uh, it has happened apparently, but I still have to
Yeah,
go.
that is something that happens. But that's why I
Yeah.
said,
So
you still need to learn that story for yourself
right,
so that
exactly.
you know it for yourself, like how
Know
I
what?
know it. But
Exactly.
is that just going to show you the principle of that happened in the time frame of our existence as humans on this realm that has happened before, and it
Right.
just go
Right.
from one era to another. The same
Right.
story, it might get told differently,
Right.
but as we already know that the winner tells the story, not the loser. So it was a time when those people ruled the world. It was a time when the ancient Egyptians, the Tamarins, people now called Egyptians, it was a time when they was a dominant group on the planet Earth. So they told
Right.
the stories. So when they got overtaken, those other stories, those same stories got passed on, but in a different tongue.
Hmm.
So Jesus, so
Absolutely.
Horus, being Horus, ultimately ended up being Jesus.
Hmm.
In that sense of the word. You understand what I'm saying? Because like
Right.
I told you,
And
like I said to you, like the big problem that I think a lot of people have is that when you take that away from them, the way that they know it,
yeah.
they thinking
Yeah.
that you're taking away God from them. That's not what you're doing.
That's so true. That is so true.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
um, let me tell you, I know that to be 100% true. I've seen it. I witnessed it. And a perfect example is uh, my son's mother and I. We had discussed marriage. Of course, after my son was born, and after I'd been to prison already. Before prison, you couldn't talk to me about marriage. I was about being a free agent and doing things the way I want to do. I could be in a relationship with it, but hey, you must know this relationship is temporary because I'm gonna get tired of you eventually. I didn't tell the females that. I just let them know, uh, I'm a player, at the end of the day. But after going away for a little while and having time to myself and reuniting my relationship with God, uh, had a different thinking of life, and it got to the point where I knew I wanted marriage eventually. And so we had discussed it, her and I. But anyway, so we lived together for a minute, and we had Bible study and things with my minister. I refused to have it with her minister. I wanted to have it with mine because I believe that the husband is the head of the family that should lead. And I felt that, from my teachings, that even if I had studied with her minister, it would have been the same, that we should worship the same in the same household or whatever. So, and we have been told that by multiple persons who were not of the same denomination of Christianity that I was. So what I'm getting at is when we had that Bible study with her, some things she was learning, I was learning for the first time myself. But I think it pushed her farther away from the denomination that I was raised in, because she felt like what she had learned all those years was being taken away from her. Basically what you're saying, not so much that God was being taken from her, but Christianity, the way she understood it and the way she had been taught, was being taken away from her because it had become a part of who she was. And that stuff, man, it pierced the soul in a certain way that only an individual who it happens to can understand, and we all have had our soul pierced in one way or another, not necessarily religion wise, but in some way or another. It could have been love for another individual, could have been family member, something, or something you wanted to do in life that you thought you were born to do, and it was taken away from. That's the joke. Once it happens, it's like it's like a stabbing, a pain undescribable. When that's something that's seemed to be taken away from you or changes in some kind of way different than what you've always understood it. So until you experienced it, you don't know what that feeling is like. So I saw it in her face, I saw it in her walk, and I understood. And I think that pushed us farther away than anything. Now that I'm thinking about it, but at the same time, kind of glad it did push her away. You understand me? That's the flesh part of me coming through, and the human part of me, because I just felt like we were so unevenly yoked, about not just necessarily the biblical teachings that we had learned, but about life in general. Because see, the way I felt about how I should treat other people, she was way opposite of that, way opposite. And she liked to sit up and talk about other folks and down, low rate them and just talk down about them. I say I'm not that. That ain't who I am. Now, if I don't like you, I'm pretty much gonna let you know that. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I don't necessarily have to sit around with the boys and talk down about you, because it's more than likely it's already obvious that you and I don't have a liking for each other, but we have a mutual respect, not to be disrespectful of one another. So, but she, on the other hand, was way different, man. I mean, she talked about my family like they were just the worst thing since sliced bread. I mean, since the worst thing since some people got welfare taken away from them. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
but
that's crazy.
but I didn't sit up and talk about her family like that. I treat her family as if they were my family, and we weren't even married. And she can't say any different. So I paid attention to different things like that, even when my folks wasn't around, she set up and talked stuff about it. Man, I'm thinking, shoot, stuff you be doing, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, and I know my family just like everybody knows their family. You know what I'm saying? We know we all got those suspectual. I'm making up a word now. Individuals in our family that do different things unlike what we would do. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's like this. If you have a brother or sister, or brothers and sisters, and you don't get along. You fight amongst each other. But an outsider can't come in there and fight you or talk bad about it. It's that type of thing. My family
Yeah,
is
no
my
doubt,
family.
no
You know what I'm
question.
saying? I
Yeah,
know who my family is and what they do. I know what I do. I don't need you to talk bad about my family to me. You know what I'm saying? Because that's showing division, first of all.
yeah,
Second of all, it's showing me your character. And I know that was gonna continue to go. Picasso fell off, I see. Um, so we just gotta, I couldn't I, I couldn't do it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Um,
man.
so
Because it's like if you got somebody like your lady, she could be a piece of shit, but she your piece of shit. Everybody else can come and talk bad about her. You know? I know
absolutely,
exactly what
absolutely.
that is.
So I'm glad. And let me tell you something. Let me tell you guys something. And that's the young lady that's younger than me, pugilist, my
Yeah,
son's mother.
I know who you talking.
Uh,
I know who you talking
yeah.
about. I know exactly what
But
you're talking about.
let me tell you guys this. Um, my kid's mother. I have two two biological kids, as far as I'm aware of. Let me put that disclaimer there. You know what I'm saying? And uh, they have different mothers. And like I said, before I went to prison, you couldn't talk to me about marriage. Yeah, I could care a lot about you and maybe even love you a little bit. You understand me? But you couldn't talk to me about the altar. You know what I'm saying? What happened? But at the same time, um, my kids' mothers, I must say, they have nice faces on them. Nice faces. I mean, they're good-looking women. You know what I'm saying? I had a certain preference of women that I targeted. I ain't gonna say targeted, because they actually. Well, my son's mother, I found her walking, trying to holler at her for a partner, man. And since he acting all shy, I went on. I did so much talking, I had to go on. I couldn't let her get away. Now my daughter's mother, she came at me, so I'm gonna put it like that. But I had just like any other brother, you know, I like women with pretty faces back in the day. And I mean, my son's mother, she's chocolate, 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 dark chocolate. Um, my daughter's mother, she's a red bone, light skinned gal. They both same today, Um, but at the same token, I was not equally yoked with either one of these women. I didn't, when it came down to me wanting to get real about life and possibility of having a life with these one of these women, grow old with and things like that, and do the right thing for the sake of the kids. Um, as time prevailed, I realized I wasn't going to be able to grow old and happy with these women. Plus, I didn't feel like they completed me. And what I mean by that, sometimes a woman or a man can motivate you in a way and show you support as well as love to make you go for everything possible that you can possibly accomplish and give your best in life. And then you got some that don't motivate you that way. Like if I'd married my son, but I'd had a lot of depression to go through in life, in my opinion. If I'd have married my daughter's mother, I don't think I would have had a lot of depression as far as how her and I was dealing with one another. I think I would have had less motivation to do my best in life, and I feel that way about both of them. Uh, my 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 daughter's mother was not, she at the time. Now I have great respect for her. Now she does a great job. Now she's matured in life to a point where she's got a lot of understanding on finances and everything. And see, we were way apart, years ago about that kind of thing. And I didn't think she was bright enough to comprehend as much as I would have wanted her to understand back in the day, because she was learning pretty slow, in my opinion. you know, but but
Okay,
anyway,
I,
but because she was catching on real slow to a lot of stuff. But at the same token, um, she's doing a great job now. My son's mother, I'm not sure exactly where she is mentally, financially. Of course, I was trying to work with her on stuff like that. And I always felt like, she was younger, but okay, like we were talking about them 13-year-olds, and one was more mature than the other. Those were the two women in my life. My son's mother was much younger. She's the same many years younger than my daughter's mother as she is of me. Me and my daughter's mother same age. So, but she was so much more ahead, mature wise, as far as financially and life wise than my daughter's mother. And so, being that my daughter's mother was not catching on, and she wasn't so financially, mentally educated, and wasn't understanding what I was trying to help with, what understanding I did have of it at that time. Not that I was greatly understand, but I understood money, but not in the sense that I understand it now. But my son's mother was a lot more ahead of her on matureness about survival and as far as like financially and things of that nature, or just how to handle herself with people. But now I think I don't know my son's mother like I used to, but she's still at home with her mama. I put it that way.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
turn.
Yeah,
See,
yeah, yeah.
my daughter's mother, she look here. She's got my daughter. My daughter don't live with her anymore. She got on, my daughter do her own thing. My daughter's sharp. She's very sharp about her finances and survival and things. She's her dad's daughter, and she's also her mama's daughter when it's time for her to tell you a thing or two about yourself. As far as the ladies call it, reading. But but my daughter's mother also has another daughter with another cat, and all three of those females, they're all adults, and they're all educated about finances. So I can't take all the credit for my daughter's learning of finance. I've been talking to my daughter since she was a teenager about finances, but I can't take all that credit. I know her mama had to teach her something by physically seeing her mama do things as well as hearing it from me and whatever she heard from her mama, So I got to give her credit. But because the younger daughter, she's very educated about her credit and keeps it in order. And I applaud them. I had to tell my daughter's mother a few months ago, I'm proud of her. I said, I'm very proud of you. I said, you showed me something. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, I had to, sometimes as men, we feel a certain way so many years about people in our lives. Sometimes you gotta swallow your pride and go ahead and give them credit when credit is due. And I'm to that point in my life where I throw that credit out there in the heartbeat, because I'm not beyond, and I'm not too big of a person to tell a person the truth, because the truth, when I do that, it cleanses me. It cleanses me. I don't have to keep, man, these cocksuckers. See, I'm talking bad now, man. They got this thing loaded up. God dog. I'm glad I'm going to the gym these days. Man. And so we have to, in order to get that cleansing, me telling them it's not anything to do with it used to bother my pride. I used to worry about letting a woman know too much. I keep my shield up, and to a certain degree, I still have a little shield at times, depending on what it is. But for the most part, most things I know I need to share with them on my heart was how I feel about something that they're doing or that they're displaying. I think I don't let them know. It's in a sense of speaking, giving them their flowers. You're keeping it real with them, and so I felt so great about letting my daughter's mother know how much I admire the woman she has become, for the simple fact. I don't told her plenty of time we were young, she was dumb as a rock. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie to you. And I might not have said it like you dumb as a rock, but I said it in so many words and so much action. You know what I'm saying? So I felt like me letting her know, what I feel is real about her right now. I felt, and not only did it cleanse me, but I felt that however I made her feel in the past, I wanted her to feel good knowing that I don't feel that way now. And I think it did us both some good, you know. We get along so well now, man. It's amazing. It's almost scary, you know. We got like a brother and sister relationship, so to speak, nowadays. And so you know, you just got. I mean, it's a wonderful thing. And my daughter, she loves the fact that we get along and we don't argue and we're not even trying to flirt with each other and have a relationship with each other, nothing like that. And you know, when we see one another, we hadn't seen each other in a while. We see each other in the crowd. She makes sure she runs up and give me a hug and things. And I mean, truth be told, you know, my kids' mothers, they always had feelings for me. Never stopped, you know. But at the same time, it's more of an mutual respect for one another when it come down, especially my daughter's mother. My son's mother, her respect for me is not to have as much communication with me, which I'm cool with that. But when my parents died, she sung it. She has my son, by the way, has a beautiful voice. She can sing her butt off. I mean, on a professional level. Well, let's put it like this. I was trying to be her manager several years ago, and she get all shy when she get around accomplished musicians, and that's another story in itself. So
Okay.
that's the only reason I didn't get to live that celebrity life off her back. You know, as a manager, you know, because I set up some opportunities for her, and she get in there, man, get all stage fright because not stage, sort of like stage fright, but she freak out because she's when she was now when it come to church, when it come to gospel singing in church crowds, oh, she gonna blow the house off, the roof off the house, and but when it come in weddings and stuff like that, but when it come down to singing professionally for a living, you know, R&B or whatever else, that's part of how she got me singing. This girl, she gets intimidated because she never learned to read music, so that's her problem. She finally told me the truth a while after because I was so disappointed because you know right after I got home from prison, I'm trying to get her hooked up and that way me, her, and my son, we can have this certain level of living. You know what I'm saying? And so I had laid out the whole dream. I laid out the whole dream to her. I said, shoot, you know, it's gonna be a trip. You know, you're gonna be traveling, going on tour, and then me and my son, his name is Vontae, and me and Vontae, we won't see you for a little while, but then we'll see you sometime. We'll have to come to on tour sometime. We'll have to fly out and check you out at wherever city you're in. You know, I had it all planned out, man. You know, it didn't work out that way. But she can blow, man. She can blow. And basically what I was trying to say earlier before I got on this tangent about that, I would ask her when my father passed, I asked her to sing at my father's funeral. She jumped at the opportunity with no problem, you know. Now I had my son to ask her. I didn't ask her. I didn't call her or nothing like this. I don't have a number like I have my daughter's mother number. I used to have it years ago, but we had such a falling out about my son when he was a teenager that as soon as he was old enough, I got rid of that number. You know what I'm saying? Never even try to remember it by heart. So, but anyway, she blew the roof off at both my father and my mother's funerals. I witnessed her at some mutual friends of ours weddings that she sung at. I mean, she just always had a beautiful voice, man. And so, you know, we have a level of respect. It's just that we don't have a relationship where, like my daughter's mother, now we can call each other up and just start talking for about an hour. And it's about finances, or it might every now and then my daughter, and most of the time it's about what's going on in the community where we grew up at and people we know. You know, so it's those type things. I mean, the girl, my son's mother, she's always had a corporate like job in some respects, some on lower level, some on the upper level. Now my daughter's mother, she's in the management in her field of work, and she's been on the job for quite a while, but she's making her money now. I mean, she's doing good, man. I mean, very proud of it, man. And like I said, I was blessed to have two good mothers for my kids in life. You know, never ever have I thought about going to court trying to make them look like they were less mothers than they were, because I couldn't honestly ever say that about my kids' mothers. I've been blessed, you know. But anyway, you know that the teachings that she was learning in the Bible study with my minister and myself, well, with him, because he was teaching both of us. Um, some things I had already heard growing up, and some things I was hearing for the first time. Well, it felt like to her that her religion was being taken away from her. So I understand exactly what you were saying, Pugilis, because and for me to witness that, it's an eerie feeling to witness, to see it with your eyes and feel it in your heart, how trying to sympathize, how, you know, not sympathize, but trying to understand what this person is going through mentally at that moment, and with their heart, and how they feel about this situation. So I definitely have an idea. Haven't always, I can't say that I have 100% felt that in some aspect or another, but I can, due to her situation dealing with me and my minister, I can understand, you know. So, I know I took the long way around the park to get to that, but that's basically where the conversation started when I brought her up, and that's I understand what you were saying, but man, it's religion is a complicated thing. We must understand as people, because from childhood, a lot of us have taught different things, and if we hadn't branched off a few times to research and study other things outside of what we've been told all of our lives, is hard to change. Change is hard, and what a lot of brothers are saying nowadays, you don't necessarily have to change everything that you believe or what you've been doing, but seek understanding. Go out there, find out more of what life has for you. Find out what religion, um, the difference in different religions. Find out what some of the teachings are of different religions, and have a better understanding, which will give you a better understanding of what your faith is currently. If not give you a better understanding, you'll know if you need to be in that faith or not. Just like Ali said, you know, you got to pick what's best for you. So um, that's what I get from the conversations that I have with my brother Pugilist, conversations I have with my brother Eli, and other people that I've had conversations concerning religion. I don't feel that any of the people that I respect and that I listen to and I speak with intimately on and off the air with, are trying to force anything down my throat that I don't want. And if I did, we wouldn't have these offline conversations. I feel that what they're telling me is something that I need to hear and that I was supposed to hear, and I'm okay with hearing. And because I've always had concerns anyway, and I've had different times in my life where I have sneaked a little peek in this one, and I snuck a little peek in that one, and but never got deep enough to, you know, pull myself away from what my foundation has been since I was a kid. So it's okay. I just want to say to folks, it's okay to check into other religious beliefs, other faiths. But I think what happens is when we do the study, we'll find out that there's a commonality of most all religion, is what I think we'll find out. But we need to have understand, because see, what I like about hearing about different religion and the history of religion, and learning the understanding of different languages and things of that nature, and the meanings of words, is If I do my due diligence to go back and learn what I should be learning, and what these guys are trying to educate me on, I'm gonna have better understanding of what these folks have put my people through and what these folks are putting us under as a people today. Any race of people that are trying to be superior to another, or oppress another people, let's say that, trying to be oppressive to another uh, group of people or a culture of people or a race of people, we need to understand why these people thinking like that. Those people that have oppressed our people so many years, they know their origin. The ones that started that situation, they know their origin. All of us don't know our origin because a lot of that has been stripped of us over the years, and we haven't taken the time out to go and study. And we need to research and understand what our origins are. And I think, like I said, learn about different religion will help with that and shape your mind to understand why these people have did some of the things that they've done. That's where I'm at in my life about religion and understanding different religions. Not so much worried about learning and liking one more than what I have now. It's more about who am I and what is best for me going forward, and how can I understand more about what my culture of people have gone through over the history of the years here in this country here, and what is why are we looked down on as a people? And when I say as a people, black people, in throughout this world, wherever we go, except for certain countries, like primarily the mother country. I mean, the continent of Africa. But most countries you go to, we're gonna be. Oh shoot! I know that guy will keep coming. He stopped. We are looked down on as a people, but it's not as much in your face in some countries as other countries. But for a big part of it, I mean, it's not just here in the United States. Down in the United States, we've been burnt, we've been hung, we've been raped, we've been scientifically dissected, we've been humiliated in every way possible, and I'm sure some other countries as well, but primarily they're over here. As far as the understanding that we have and the knowledge that we've learned, but in some other countries, that doesn't mean that hate just starts and stop here in the United States. It's hate for our people in other countries. When we go, okay, I've seen videos where there were black people visiting countries like China, and the people there are a lot of Chinese that have seen black people. They've seen Africans. They've seen Black Americans. They've seen British Africans. They've seen Jamaicans. But then there are a lot of Chinese people that have never seen up close a black person, or should I say a person of color. And I've seen them walk past, they see a person in their country of that look like us, and they treat them as a spectacle. They got to walk up to them and look at them closely with no shame, because they haven't been culturally educated that way to realize that what they're doing is shameful. But they look at you and study you, walk around in a circle around you, and I mean, it's like you're this mythical thing that they've never seen, that they've heard about but never seen before, and they got to check you out. It's because they hadn't been educated properly, and they hadn't had the opportunity to see a person that looked like us up close. So I mean, I'm just using that as an example. So what I'm saying is, I mean, you know, we're the most displaced people in this world. We're scattered abroad. Some by, well, I'm gonna call part of it. I'm gonna call the displacement. The part I'm gonna call displacements. What we were forced from our original land mass. Some of us, not all of us. And then the rest of it, I'm gonna call we are not displaced, but we are scattered abroad because we went out and explored the world for new lands way before other people even thought about it. And therefore, that brings on the arguments, which it shouldn't be an argument, it should be an understanding that some of us are were brought over by our ancestors, brought over by slave ships, and some of us came over by way of travel and choice. Our ancestors, that is. So I mean, so when the arguments, you know, the debates about if your ancestors was of Indian descent or African descent, that's what I'm referring to. It shouldn't be an argument. It should be an understanding because they're both true. So that we just gotta understand. We are a very very interesting race of people, and being that we are of the original of people, you know, why wouldn't it be true that um, that we would be scattered abroad throughout this world? That's what the first people would do. They would go out and they check out different lands because they're like, okay, we've seen all this. What else we got? You know what I'm saying? Go check it out. The Lord has given us all this land, and I'm sure He don't want us to just stay put right here. So they would go out and they would explore and check out things, look for new land, and plus they trying to get away from different tribes and stuff like that because it was all about it had a lot to do with tribes back in the day, not the color of your skin. So we just gotta understand. Pugilist is backstage. Oh, he's back on. Oh, he's back on. That must have been a while ago. So we got Picasso back in the house. So yeah, we just gotta understand. I'm gonna tell you, man, what I've come to realize, probably more here of late than years before, is that we are a people that it shouldn't be a choice to make about researching who we are. It should be, in my opinion, what I'm understanding here of late versus what I understood, what I allowed myself to understand years ago. It should be a situation where it should be a must. It should be embedded in us, and it should be a must that we research who we are. Find out who we are, why are we here, and what our significance is on this place called Earth. Because as far as I'm concerned, I could be totally wrong, but this is my biasness because my color of my skin is why I'm biased about this. I just don't think there's a more interesting race of people on this earth than we are. I think all races of people are interesting, but I think we are a little bit above that because of I don't care what landmass you go into on this earth, there are black people there. And I don't just mean of today. I mean black people been there for quite some time. And that's something we just got to learn and understand. And we've been there for a reason. So I don't care if it was Aborigine or if it was by slave trade, or just the fact of just traveling and travel results. Period. Over the years, we have we are a very intriguing people. Our history is rich, and we should want to find out more about who we are. So, my next few
Right.
years on this earth is what I'm going to be working on for me. Go ahead, brother. You know I can go. Was that you, Pugilist, coming in?
Yeah, that was me
Or
for a second.
Professor?
Now, I was just agreeing
Okay.
with you.
Yeah. See, we got, I mean, man, shoot. Um, I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
Yeah.
Just talking on that stuff right there, man, gives me the chills, man. And I
How y'all
and I
doing?
don't mean in an eerie way. What's up, Picasso? What you got on your
I'm
heart,
doing
man?
super. Uh, um, a
Say,
lot of
say,
weight.
say, say,
A lot
say,
of,
say, man, say, man. I learned when I was out there with the brothers out there in Texas, man. We communicate that way. Say, man. Say, man.
oh, I heard that.
Hey, when Fred
Mm,
do it, man, irritate me how Fred be doing it though, because it shows he ain't been around them brothers like that. You know what I'm saying? But shoot,
right.
when you actually live a few days, a few months, a year or so with some brothers, they speaking in their regular tongue, man, and you really
Mm,
understand that part of the culture, man. Hey, it has a different sound, a different meaning, and everything to you.
yeah.
To me, it was so cool, man. Say,
Mm,
man. Because truth be told, in most every black ghetto throughout the country,
mm,
shoot, we got a similar vernacular. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And so what I was hearing from them brothers was stuff I used to hear all the time from around my way. You know what I'm saying? Just it wasn't as popular during that time as it was before. But
Yeah.
shoot, I loved it, man. I love all that, man. Go ahead, man. I'm just talking about some stuff.
Mm. Hey, that's cool. Usually, um, everybody in the chat. Too. What I wanted to say was, when I
What's
went
up,
over there to
Picasso?
chilling, I went over there to Portugal, and Portugal is part of the. I don't know if they're still part of the European Union, but I went over there in 2018. That same year, same month, the president of Portugal was apologizing for slavery, and what I was thinking was that all that was part of a design, you know. So for them to make another step forward, because a lot of people were that came over here with the colonization thing and the slavery, and they started. Not everybody was with it. They just get. Some people wanted to be separated. Some people wanted slavery to boost the economy. Uh, and some people were just freaking lazy, and they needed other people to do their work. So there was a lot of different people. I mean, attitudes and stuff. I heard, a lot of stuff with the Arabs and stuff in slavery, and so, but I also tracked down a pattern that the people that started all the colonizing and all that, where they started and where they headed to. They came here thousands of times trying to break the people over here and take the land. And this is how far they didn't got right here, where they got us um, mentally well entertained. I might well say the word entertained, intercontained, or however you want to put it. And here we are, just like sheep. So um, before I went over there to Portugal, I'm gonna try to bring this to a head right here. Before I went over there to Portugal, I did my real research, and I said, I don't need to go to these places because I'm by myself all the time. So I only need to go to these places that uh, with the clans and gangs and so on, the violence, right? So I googled up some places and everything, and then come to find out, uh, I saw where the clan over here they have these white suits, and then every once in a while you see somebody with a red one, a green one, a blue one, or whatever. Man, I googled up something about the cloth or the clan something dealing with them. You know what popped up? Different groups like Spanish people got clans, uh, and different kind of other white people have clans, and they all get together. You know, they're all I think I can't remember if they're all religious in a way, but I remember that there are people that were religious and they all lived in the same area. You know what I mean? They were mixed. They were just like next door neighbors, and they lived in the same area. You might have Jews over here, Christians, um, and Muslim and Catholic, all in the same area, but they were just divided. And you know, just like um, I always say this because I read on it. You know, Queen Elizabeth, way back, I think they may have been the Christians, and then there was and then the Catholics. Somebody else was on the Catholic side, and then the son of one of the Christians or whatever married the daughter of the Catholic or something like that, and then it was what is it? Was it a prince and a princess? uh, from either side. They married, and then they started becoming. They started having a mutual, a tighter camaraderie, and that tell you, like right now, if you look over here in the U.S., you see every time you see a Catholic church, you're gonna see a Christian church. You see what I'm saying? They're not even gonna be too far from each other because they follow the same game plan as far as colonizing and all of that. But I want to go off to this. When I studied martial arts, where it came from, you can look up and you'll see that it started where it was used. I'm not gonna say where it came from, but it was used because it came from where somewhere where the book don't want to tell you. But it was used to some monks when in Asia, one of the places in Asia, not one, but some places in Asia that have monks and so on. They travel to spread their religion. So in order to travel and not get killed or whatever like that, they studied a martial art, and that was used to defend themselves, to control a person without hurting them, and that's where jujitsu was was applied. You know, because they wasn't trying to kill nobody; they were just trying to spread the religion, and then they would run into all these opposition. So um, the key point in that is that they were spreading the religion. You see what I'm saying? And that was and what I said that was Buddha. It was those Buddha priests and so on. If you see where I'm coming from. And um, when I'm studying that, you see how I went down that road. I was talking about the clan. I was talking about the religions, how they live together, and then I was talking about how they what two religions kind of got together. It looked like they were like in a camaraderie. And they have the reason why camaraderie is they have a similar enemy, right? So kind of trying to answer some of that question that you was asking in a way, where did these people get all this hatred, animosity, or envy, or whatever? For I don't think they look down on us. If anything, I talk to people from different countries. Like this dude he was in my a maintenance man in my apartments, and he was from uh, Peru. And he said down there they praise black folk like uh, kings. And
But you said this guy's from Peru.
yeah, he's from
Uh,
Peru, and he said they look at us like gods because of playing
yeah, some coaches
the
do. I'm aware that some coaches do look at us like that because
Mhm.
they've been taught something different than the ones that look down. Well, they've probably been taught the same thing, except some look up to us as a people, but others look down to us for the simple fact they are afraid that we will become a dominant race that people will follow in this world. In my opinion, that's my belief, because my experience has been I've been around some
Yes,
I've been
sir.
around some cats that were from other countries that see us as black people a different way, see us in a positive light. But I've also been around a lot. I've been to other countries where we are looked down upon. Um, you know, basically that lets me know, in my opinion, that they don't want us to be above them because of the simple fact I think they know that we are of God's people. We have a certain symbolist in this world to be respected, not by just word of mouth, but by royalty, uh, spiritual royalty.
You know what
And
he was saying though? He was saying,
mhm,
"Look at me," because he saw my martial art uniform in my apartment. Because you know how they be going in your apartment
mhm,
unannounced to fix on shit sometimes. But he ain't that. But
mhm.
he saw my uniform in there, and he started wanting to see me in person and ask me questions. So what I was trying to say is, before I rudely interrupted you, was that
No,
that
I interrupted you. You good. You good.
nah, you good. I'm gonna give it back to you. He was saying that he said, "Look at me," because I was telling him, man, you can play y'all play ball out there and all that, the soccer and all that shit. So he said, nah, look at me, short arms, back, short legs. That's how all my people are and all this stuff like that, right? And then I was like, oh, okay, I
Yeah,
got
yeah. See, there you go.
you.
There you go. See, that's the other thing. See, they know we've been blessed with the gifts of. See, uh, I I feel like this. I feel like God has given us the physical abilities to adapt in any landmass and any situations. Not all of us have
Mhm.
long arms and long legs, but a good portion of us have massive sizes to give us so we're not put at a disadvantage against different groups of people.
Mhm.
Like you
You,
got,
you know,
some
go
people that
ahead.
are small, like the Asians are. A lot of Asians are
Mhm.
typically smaller in
I was
stature,
about to say that. I was about to
and
say the
then you got
Filipinos. That's where the
yeah, then you
weapons
got
and stuff.
yeah, and then you got Mongolians that are usually
Mhm.
larger people. You got Polynesians that are larger people. Then you got Japanese. They're a mix of all. They got big Japanese. Like sumo wrestling. They got smaller guys. Um,
Mhm.
so us on the average, it's not that often to see us in midget
Mhm.
status. There's midgets in all races, but I'm just saying. A lot of us. I say probably the average black man that I know of is probably about 5'9".
Mhm.
If you take all the different sizes and do an average,
Mhm.
and I don't I mean I could be way off. I don't know what the
The average is five
actual
seven.
average is 5'7". Is
Yeah,
that for
and I
black
think the
men or is
average
that
for
for men?
women
Period.
is 5. 5 or 5'5", something like that.
Is that for black women and black men, or are you talking about for all?
All.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I think I was just us in general. I think I was a little greater than that, you know. Now my son, he's a shorty compared to me, but you know, it doesn't take much to be considered a short person in this country, or in our race of people, rather. I'm 6'2.5". My son's probably about 5'6", 5'7", 5'8", 5", somewhere in that neighborhood. He's somewhere between 5'6", 5'7". You know, now he's, you know, to some women, you know, he's cool, but to some other women, they, you know, some women like tall men. They like to be able to look up to their man, you know, and I mean physically look up to him, not in the mindset of leadership. You know, just the fact that physically they like to be able to look upward
They
to
like
their
both.
man, because
They
that gives them That gives them an idea of this the dominance. You know, they want a man to be dominant in the relationship, and and they should, you know, in my opinion. But you know, some now the average white guys, I mean, they are different sizes and heights and everything. Of course, nowadays they got so much going on with food that everybody are becoming giants now, you know. But naturally, black guys were taller. I mean, look at our Kenyans. They are typically taller men by genetics.
Well, you know what they did? They still doing it. They're only breeding the best white people out there. They like they did some shit like Hitler doing, but we don't hear about it all the time. But they have
Who's doing
the
this?
biggest and the strongest white people breeding with each other. They're like in these you know, in these places, I guess it's like Liverpool or these places where you don't see a lot of black people. They purposely breed each other to be the bigger, better person. And when all that don't work fast enough, look what they do in Russia. They
Yeah, that's what I thought you
tamper
were
with
talking
the
about. That's what I was
genetics.
asking.
They trying to make
I'm
the
gonna tell you,
biggest and baddest people.
yeah, I'm gonna tell you something. I've seen some old movies years and years ago, and these movies were based on primitive men, and how they evolved and the thinking and things of that nature. And I think some of the information I was seeing in these movies had a lot of truth to it. And what I mean, because it's not uncommon what we've seen in different types of movies amongst different type of tribes of people, where this tribe is looking at others in other tribes to bring their sons and daughters together to be mated, and in hopes to keep the royal blood going, or as well as to create a different statue of being. And what I mean by stature, as far as size, like this one tribe might be smaller by stature. They may be on the average smaller than the next tribe, but they all are tribe. They skin color look the same. So this tribe may say, "Hey, we need to get one of ours to mate with one of theirs, so we can have some bigger men, you know,
right,
or whatever, or
that's
certain women to fit a certain
that's why
genetic." You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and I mean that was amongst the whites, the blacks, Latinos, well, we'll say Spaniards, the Indians, Aborigine, whatever, everything, Asians. All of them have done that, man. I think over the years, man, because they realize there's a difference between different types of people, and like you were saying, some people know that we have been chosen, we as a people, and so they may see us in an inferior state, and they want to try to change it. That's another reason why I think you know, the Anglo-Saxons of the colonizers of the world years ago they not only they saw opportunity to put us in slavery, but that opportunity gave them dominance over us, and they saw that were a loving people initially and a helpful people, but they took our kindness for weakness, and it worked in
We
their
were
behalf.
actually we were
And
actually teaching them how to survive, and then
yeah, that's
after
true. We
teaching
actually
them that, they
we
took
actually
over.
taught them slavery. We actually taught them slavery too. But but with that, they sit down and they realize, hey, we could be dominant because see, some of them, not all of them, some of them got some evil hearts naturally, and a lot of our people had didn't, have
But
more loving
this the
hearts,
thing though.
peaceful hearts.
How did they come out of? Well, I never heard where we taught anybody slavery. I heard that the Arabs taught them, the Europeans, and how to enslave the Africans as they went down through the top of Africa. But the part about over there, going back over there where they were, uh, damn, um, the what I want to say is uh, yeah, we saved them because they were living. Oh wait, that's what I want to tell
Like
you that
cavemen, they were cavemen.
when you after we talked and everything, they got good and start taking our shit, copying us, and they do that to this day. They copy a lot of stuff, dancing, all that culture stuff. But the thing is that they uh, what I want to say the freaking okay, we taught them how to survive and everything, but we taught them how to survive, and when they start doing right, I mean living, they got on top and ran and took over whatever we had. Like we had a government going. They came in. We accepted them. So we wasn't on the. We was all freedom about freedom and stuff because we knew that you can be peaceful, right? But there were little battles, yeah. But people had other places to live. They didn't have to fight for no place because they knew how to stay in their own tribe areas and territorial, whatever the case may be. Or they shared, it was people over in Africa that shared information over here in the U.S. when it was just real black people on both ends. We knew our language, we knew each other's languages here and there. But that's why the Europeans came down. You hear the story about they came down and got Pocahontas and took her back and taught her English and had her teach them her language. Same thing with I forgot whoever else that was that they did. But then after she taught them, they had babies or whatever they were having babies by her over there and all that good stuff. And they brought her back over because she wanted to go home. They already took over the U.S. In that area where she lives, killed off her family and everything. But I do my study in Louisiana. You see all these little tribes and stuff, and their tribes, as they was killing the tribes, a lot of them would get a heads up. The white man was coming, the white man coming, and they would run to the other group and try to warn them. But in order for them to survive, they had to join each other and move at the same time. So they were losing all of their culture at the getting killed off and all this. But then when they start getting in the swamps, ain't nobody finna go in there to kill them in the swamps because it's too vegetated and too many ways to die in there. Snakes, poisonous frogs, all kind of shit, alligators. Uh, so they leave them in there. They thought they was gonna die out, but they didn't. That's us. You see what I'm saying? We was already here. They just came. That's why I say Christopher Columbus didn't even come to America. He went to the islands. They said called us Indians because we look like the Indians that when he actually went to India and
India.
Africa,
Yeah.
he called he called us Indians because we were black like the Africans, you know. So we
Well,
thought them.
I'm convinced that he never made it over here to the U.S. part of the Americas. I think he got as far as he did in them islands. Why else would they have a burial, a whole building as
Hmm.
his burial site over in Santo Domingo's
Yeah,
um, in
he he
Dominican Republic?
he spoke
That
he spoke
was
Spanish,
his new home.
obviously.
Now I'm sure other Spaniards made it to other islands, but that became his home.
Hmm.
He's royally worshipped in that country. Uh, and like me and Peter was talking about a few days ago, if we once we get out and explore other countries and sightsee and learn things about them, I I'm talking about, man, the way Christopher Columbus is revered there, and all the
Hmm.
tangible artifacts they have of his existence in the past. Man, I'm convinced that man wasn't over here in the United States. That man made it
Hmm.
right there, and that to that island. Now, some other
Yep.
Spaniards went to other islands, and they made it to Mexico, what we know as Mexico today. Uh, and others have come to the. Matter of fact, I think that the Anglo-Saxons that made it to the U.S. were uh,
Hmm.
were from Great Britain. You know, uh,
Yeah, the
now
Canada.
we end up
They're in
with the
Canada.
that Canada and the U.S. We end up with the Pilgrims and all that. The stories behind
A
all
lot of
that,
those,
and
a lot of
so
those British people went to Canada, and then they also went down to the Central America because I know the
yeah,
Salvadorians been colonized by British. That's where they get that
yeah.
white complexion from, and their
Well,
great
I think
great grandparents are black.
yeah. Some of those French ships went to Canada. Some of those French ships went to what we know as Louisiana area to go to
Louisiana,
Mexico and
yeah.
all that area, and they went on up through there, um, and some
It
made
wasn't
it to
just
the
French.
eastern coast of. Well, I'm just saying
Remember?
some of the
Hmm.
British made it to the eastern coastal part of the United
Yeah.
States. If you think about the territories the way they were, and
Hmm.
this is not me reading, just thinking and remembering what we learned in their history about how this country originated. You had the French
Hmm.
had a territory. Um, Mexico had that territory, um, and those the only territories outside of the English speaking people that had
I,
some
I,
territory on the eastern portion of the country. You know,
I'm gonna make your brain go back to that time when you see these Amish people. You see
yeah,
how they are, right? They be
yeah,
bright. A lot of people be bright white, and they look
yeah,
like they come from another planet almost. But they it be like a man, a woman, and some kids, and they live on a farm, and they're surviving on the farm, and with no electricity, no nothing. Uh, you can go down to Belize and see that and ain't nobody like running them off no land or nothing like that. But that's how you colonize somebody. You start you drop a germ in that uh, say just look at it as a petri dish, and you drop a germ in there. If it when it survives, it starts growing, and
mm-hmm,
eventually it probably take over that whole petri dish. You see what I'm saying? So
mm-hmm.
that's how you colonize somebody. You know, you see it in different places. But like over here, you go up to where Salt Lake City or wherever, and you see all the Amish people. And
Let
that's
me say,
you go to Oklahoma,
let me
Amish.
let me let me recognize the chat real quick, and then you can get back to your monologue.
Okay.
Shout out to Boss Red 357. Shout out to of course my man Eli. He's in the chat. Mike is still in the chat. Serentino. Shout out to Mike from Boston. And Mike from Boston said, "Let me guess, blaming the white man for the black man's problem." Mike, you apparently you haven't been listening, brother. So you're totally wrong. It's not. I mean, yeah, we're gonna blame you for what you're guilty of, but we're not gonna blame you for everything. But you need to listen before you state something like that. Shout out to Jose R. He said, "What's good?" And shout out to Ace 1200 Block. He said, "Cal, the only person I know fall asleep on his own show. Centos hold it down, though." it's a family affair, my brother. Appreciate you. He said, "Big bro, Centos." And then Jay Gibson. Shout out to Jay Gibson. He said, "Centos salute." Then my man, Highwayman. He said, "I go is seeing more black folks living there every year." True that. Let's see. Eli said eugenics. You know. So yeah, we got you know, we speaking on some things about cultural growth, things that have happened in history to us as a people and to others as a people, and how things came about. We're not just speaking about the problems that were created and things that were done to us, but we're also speaking about how we became who we are today and what things we can do to help us be a better people. But yeah, we're not going to forget what was done to us. I'm not holding you, my man Mike from Boston, accountable for what your forefathers may have done. Let me restate that, my brother, because you may not be a white guy, you may be a black guy. So I'm gonna restate that. But I'm not holding you or accountable. I'm not holding. If you're not a person of white color, anybody of Anglo-Saxon descent, no matter if you're Spanish or British or whatever your European descent may be, I'm not holding you individually accountable for what has happened to other groups of people in the history.
But at the same time,
we're not going to cover up like the history books have done so eloquently over the years what has been done to us as a people, or I'm not going to say us, I'm going to say my people and my ancestors.
You know what? I wouldn't make no. I wouldn't make no
at the same
explanation to nobody like that.
Well, it ain't about that.
I'm just want to learn or listen.
This person.
The finger. Yeah.
I
see what I'm talking about. I read in a book. Yeah.
Remember, most of the time, Anglo-Saxon culture and race, they already know, because the knowledge has been handed down 8 times out of 10. They already know. They haven't been stripped of their culture. Our historical cultures have been stripped from us. What hasn't been given to them from us has been stripped from us. So that's a big difference there, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
Well, when the guy said something, he chose. When the guy said what he said, the way he said it, you can tell he chose what side he was on. He chose a side. We're not even choosing sides here. We're just speaking on something of the past.
Right. I'm not disagreeing with you either, but I got, out of respect for him and other listeners, in case he's not of Anglo-Saxon descent, I don't want to insinuate that he is. You know, but at the same time, I feel like he is.
What did I miss?
Some guy named Mike. It's saying
What
that
did you
we're
miss?
blaming white people for slavery or something like
Yeah,
that.
I just
Oh, so
went
he
through the
chose
chat.
his. So what's the name is right. Picasso is right. That motherfucker did chose. If he
I'm not.
came in there saying,
Yeah,
if he came in
I'm
there,
not disagreeing. I'm not
with that,
disagreeing.
if he came in there with that rhetoric, that's their rhetoric. They always
Yeah,
got,
yeah,
they always feel like they gotta say that shit. That's that guilt shit. Blaming
yeah.
them. Ain't nobody talking about that. We was
Right,
not
right.
talking about that. So if he
Yeah,
came in there, Picasso was damn right. He chose his side.
yeah. He did. He did. No matter if he's white or black, he chose his side. I will say that.
Fuck out of here.
And
I don't
that
want
I
to hear
just
that
want to say
dumb
because
shit.
it's not necessarily 100% that he's white. He
Yeah.
could be black because I've heard black people make the same
That what they
statements.
done with that dumb
You know what
shit
I'm
too.
saying?
But
Yeah,
they dumb as a
yeah.
Hmm.
motherfucker. Anybody talking that? They be,
But I just want.
black people, some of the most corrupted minded motherfuckers on the planet
Oh
Earth.
yes, sir. Yes,
Because
sir.
Facts.
because because of that situation.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why.
Now, exactly. And now I want to be clear. I'm stating what I'm stating because I don't know if Mike from Boston is white or black or Asian or what he may be. You know, my assumption is that he's white, but I don't know that. So out of respect for him and other listeners, I want to state what I'm stating because what we just said, some black people speak that same language, so we don't know 100%. And I mean, one of my closest friends is from Boston. He's a brother. So at the same time, just want to be clear. If you were thinking that, Mike, you and any other listeners that have come on this panel to listen, no, we're not just pointing the finger at what was all done wrong to us. Uh, we're also talking about how we can better ourselves as a people. And we're saying that we need to learn our own history and our own culture.
Yeah, I didn't want to judge the guy, but he put it out there. You see what I'm saying?
He did.
If
He did.
we're talking about something, we're talking about something, and it's rude for him to come in and start throwing his little biases around or whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about some our experience on what we read or what we experienced in different countries and so on, amongst other
Right.
nationalities or races or whatever. And as we all know, we're trying to learn something amongst each other. And if that guy wants to learn something, he can listen or be on the same page with us. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like if he want to go against us, that like that speaker was saying, I was saying that he chose his side and he want to go against
Yeah. Yeah.
the topic.
Yeah. He did. Well, let me say this too, Mike. We're not telling you have to leave if you're still here. We're telling you, or we're asking you to stick around and listen listen to the whole conversation and not just a part of it, okay? Because we're not teaching hate over here. That's not what we do.
But
We're teaching we're teaching awareness. We're teaching
Mhm.
awareness, not hate. There's a big difference. And we're
I
wanting
heard that name before. He ain't no young dude. So if he don't know by now, then I don't want to disrespect the guy by any means. I just want to say you just gonna have to pick up a book or keep listening. Stop throwing all
mhm,
these uh, 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 jolting words out there, thinking you gonna start a what that trigger? Yeah, start throwing all these trigger fragmentations out there, thinking you throw the grenade in there and throw us off what we're talking about or whatever. You know, he not stupid. I mean, he might be stupid, but then I'm saying he's not um, on the same page as us.
yeah. Well, I mean, he can have his opinion about what he understands or believes, but at the same time,
do understand that we're not teaching hate here. That's not what this is about. You know, we are a boxing channel primarily, but we're also a life channel. We speak on life situations, and we speak on cultural situations as well. We speak on things about females. Sometimes we're serious, and sometimes we're laughing and tripping, and sometimes, you know, we're just hanging out. You know, we are descendants of the barbershop conversation, and from what barbershop
Yeah,
conversation,
we don't have to
you speak
explain
on a
to
little
him
bit of
though,
everything.
but yeah,
Yeah, you speak on a little bit of everything. So, you know,
he
uh,
already knows. It ain't his first time listening. But that's what I'm saying. I'm tired of trying
for
to
me,
sit back and
from my
explain stuff
understanding,
to
I don't know if
anybody.
he's new or he's been
Yeah,
here.
I want to talk about stuff and then give
No,
you the
no,
little
I'm not
bit that
trying to
I
explain.
got.
I'm not trying to explain us. I'm not trying to
Yeah,
explain us as a few. I'm just trying to explain, you know, the fact that, you know,
yeah.
I don't care if it's a white barbershop, preferably, I mean, primarily, or black, or Asian, Hindu, whatever. But I've only been to white barbershops, which I think I've only been to one or two, but most are black. But guys are the same at
Mm,
barbershops. They're gonna talk about things. Matter of fact, the most now I've
mm,
been to a white barbershop a lot, and that was on Andy Griffith. I watched Andy Griffith quite a few times, and let me tell you something. They talk about what goes on in their community. You know what I'm saying? Just like
mm-hmm.
black barbershops, you know, we talk about what goes on in the community. You know, and things not just the community, but also life situation, how it affects us as a whole. National conversation as well as local conversations. So just understand. I mean, this it's a hangout spot for us, and we speak on, you know, things that you know come to our mind, you know. But it's all good. I just wanted to get a little clarity there, you know. That's all.
Yeah,
We're
you in
gonna
the
go back to
teaching
the
mode, and
yeah. We're gonna get back to regular programming though, you know.
yeah. But yeah, when I went over there, before I went over there to Portugal, I found out that there are different clans for different races of people, or different groups of
Mhm.
people, and and the
Mhm.
thing is that you'll see that they wear like different robes with cloaks, with the cloak,
Yeah.
the hood on their head with the holes in it and shit. But check this out.
Oh,
Uh,
really?
yeah, at my job, man, if you flip the visor down.
Mhm.
Somebody always, I explained this before, and I challenge anybody to go look it up and tell me what they think about it. It's a symbol that somebody at my job, I always taking a black marker and putting it on the visor over your head, right? And
Mhm.
they put it in all the trucks. Some stupid ass motherfucker with a marker, right? So
Mhm.
they put a triangle with a circle in it and a line going straight down the center, right?
Hmm.
And I
Is that
looked it
right?
up, and it sounded like some kind of what's that show with the Lord of the Rings type of shit and all that shit. It seemed like
Mhm.
one of them type of uh, uh, people that's uh, authentic that type of shit right there. But
Hmm.
it really ain't, and I'm gonna explain that. It's the triangle is a invisible cloak, right? That's the hood on your head. If it's
Hmm.
invisible, what that means? That means you can see. I mean, you can't see the hood on that Klansman head. It's invisible. So that means
Hmm.
that he can be wearing a suit, or he can be wearing a G-string, or whatever the fuck that motherfucker wearing. You know, female, male, baby, whatever. They got a cloak on their head and it's invisible. Now that circle means infinity, and that's the deal with time. So
Mhm.
they're saying that they're gonna be whatever they are
Around forever, huh?
forever. And then that line going down the center is the elderwood, right? You can look up elderwood, what that comes from a tree or the elder tree or whatever. I don't know, but it's you got to look up what the elderwood is and what it used for and all that shit like that. It makes sense once you look it up, what elderwood is, and then that uh, that thing called a pegasus, I guess, a horse. It
Yeah,
looks like
yeah,
a horse with bat wings and shit like that.
right.
Well, the tail on it.
Hmm.
Okay,
Yeah. What about the tail?
that that little tail, you gotta look at that too. Some kind of way, people would claim that in fictional stories that they would take it was some kind of way they would steal the tail off that dragon looking thing,
Oh
or
shoot, man. Hey,
however they did it. They took the tail
hold
off
on
and
a
put
sec,
it on the
Picasso.
end of that other wood. Go
Hold
ahead.
on, hold on, hold on. Just a sec. Hey, if Cam or Kyle, if either one of you guys are awake, my brother Best Pugilist got knocked off. He's backstage. He's trying to get back in. So if y'all could help us out, he's very valuable to the current panel as well as the ongoing panels day after day, night after night, rather. So if you could, we must oblige. Shout out to Jay Gibson again. He sent a salute to Eli Zachary as well as Best Pugilist. All right, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, salute Jay Gibson. Um, yeah, that tail comes off of that Vegas thing, and it's on that end of the elderwood. So they got all that put together, and that means something. And I've seen it on the back of people's cars.
Uh-huh.
You hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah, I heard you.
Yeah. Have you seen that symbol before? A triangle with a circle and a line going down the middle.
I probably have, honestly, and probably didn't pay as much mind to it because I didn't know the semblance of it. But at the same time, I will be paying attention from this point on. That now that you brought it to my attention, I do
Mhm.
know if I were to, when I see different little things like that, it has some meaning to it, one way or another. And sometimes we gotta be aware of our surroundings and things that's happening in front of our eyes. So it's good to not paying attention to that stuff. That is not a terrible bad thing or a good thing, but it's good to understand and know what you're dealing with in everyday life and
It's actually a
what's going on in
sin.
your surroundings.
It's a
It's
sin
actually a sin.
yeah, it's a sin not to know. Remember I said about the three types of friends? I said it's a
Ignorance,
sin not
ignorance.
to know. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, ignorance is a sin. Yeah, gotcha.
You have to know who is what and what is who. You know what I mean? Because they that's like these people that you see colonizing people with Christianity, using
Hmm.
Christianity to do it. Uh, um, uh, they and just like you were saying earlier, you have to study more than just one religion. You need to understand all as many religions as you can because just to stick with one and try to push that one religion on everybody is not right. I don't know if it's a sin or not, but I know it's not.
All
They say it's not the right. It's not right pertaining to your knowledge. You need to know those other religions because one religion might be to kill you. You know what I mean?
right, right,
So you have to know. I go. So I used to go and probably still do if I go over there again. But I was always going to. I always went to church and everything and all that, all the way up
right,
to I
right.
don't know how to in my strongly in up into my mid 20s, right? And
Hmm.
30, my 30s, uh, somewhere. Yeah, up until my late 20s, I was religiously kind of like religiously going to church and everything. Southern Baptist Christian. You know what I mean?
Right,
Um,
right.
so I was learning a little bit, just going in there and listening to a preacher who hiring and all this, and
Right.
pimping the women in the church. I didn't learn
Mm-hmm.
nothing. I was just looking at him trying to figure out what he's trying to tell me, And then
Mm-hmm.
I attempted to read the Bible and everything, and I read a little bit, but hell, I was like pop shot, going in there looking at this, Matthew, this and that, and what works for me. But then I would question people like why they read it or study it or live by it and all that. I came to the conclusion that it's a government, just like
Mm-hmm.
any other religion. It's a government, but we are people that are closely connected to the earth, meaning that we have parts of some stuff from the earth in our skin, and and it helps us survive and stay healthy as long as we take care of it. And we can using the sun. They're like they're like a tree. It needs sunlight. It needs nurturing and all that good stuff, right? From the
Mm-hmm.
it needs all them minerals and ingredients from the ground, and we do too. So, um, and then when the sun come out, boom, it activates some things in our body and make us healthy. So, we are closely connected to this planet. And you hear a lot of people say, this is another thing. I'm gonna jump in right here. Fuck all, not fuck all the stuff I just said, but hold all that what I just said, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the conclusion that people always come to, and I like Mike and Mike still there to answer this question: where did white people come from? We know where black people. We studied this and studied that, and we know where black people slaves and all this yada yada yada. Okay, where did white people come from? Tell me that. That's my main question right there. If he gonna come in here and say we gonna blame white people for this and that, tell me where white people came from, and that starts.
Yeah. You know where it come. Let me say this. You know, I see a lot of times. See, Mike from Boston, man. You don't open up a can of conversation that we really wasn't talking about. But I'm gonna have to let me just let you know something real quick, my brother. And I don't know if you're a guy of Anglo-Saxon descent, or if you are a European descent, or what have you, or if you are um, a brother of African or Aborigine descent, or what have you, of color. I don't know if you are of descent of color or of white culture or what have you. But let me say this, man. Far too long and far too many times have we, the people of color, have been um, people have tried to impress on us to be to not speak on reality about what our history is in this country as well as in this world. Uh, People, don't want us to speak on the fact that our women have been raped, our homes have been and our communities have been pillaged. We have been, some of us have been stolen. Um, Not only when it come down to those of us who were brought over for slavery, but also as the years went by, as we built communities for ourselves in this country. We've been. Not only have our women been raped, so have our men been raped. They have stolen our valuables. They have stolen our families. They have killed us um, horribly. Hangings, burnings, um, and You know, they have bombed whole communities that we have built. They have stolen our monies, and they have robbed and forced us to give up our cultures. And for you or any other person, no matter what color or what tribe or persons that you derive from, to say to us, to try to shame us for speaking about anything like that, which we were not, but for you to shame us about something like that, you and any other person like yourself, man, shame on you, bro, because you and no other person walking this earth is going to ever persuade me not to recognize and not to remember what our people have gone through. Now, whether or not I want to speak on it, that's my business. And you should be ashamed of yourself for trying to tell us some stuff like that. Now, if anything, if you want to be helping the situation, you come into a situation, if you think that's what's being said or whatever, if anything, you need to come in and say, yeah, you guys are right, that stuff did happen, but this is where we are now, and this is where we need to go. You know, come in with some solutional conversation. Don't come in with some divisional conversation, because everything that you think it is not what it is. You did what a lot of media sources do to certain individuals. They take a little piece of clip of a conversation and they throw it out there for the masses to take a bite of and make them think a different narrative of what this person was talking about. And that's exactly what you just did. And I wasn't, put off about what you said as much a few minutes ago, but I am now. The more I thought about it, as my brother Picasso was speaking, um, we don't have anything to be ashamed of. If we want to speak about what has been done to us, we have that right, because it was done to us. It was wrong, and it hasn't been changed or corrected. And until they change and correct it, kiss my ass. You dig what I'm saying? I meant that. All right, bro, I'm done, man. I get pissed off the more I think about it.
You got to get it out, man. Because
Yeah,
that anger they try to project that anger onto us and have
yeah,
us
because
sitting
they've
over
done
here
that
with
too
our
many
little
times.
britches.
The more I sit here and thought about it, they've done that to us too many times over the hundreds of years and thousands of years, man. So they
Hmm.
kiss my ain't salad with all that, man. Don't come in here with that
Every,
bull. I don't got pissed off thinking about all that, because it ain't just what he said that triggered it, but it's thinking about all the stuff they put us through, and then we can't elaborate on what has been done to us as a people, or we wrong for doing that. Man, kiss
when
my
we sitting
tail,
at
man.
the
I ain't trying to
job,
hear that bull crap.
when we sitting at the job or anywhere in the store, or matter of fact, we can be sitting in the Grand Canyon, about three of us, and there's gonna be somebody white or something sitting there trying to figure out what they talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
But let
back
me tell
on
you,
now. I'm back on. I'm back on. I'm
yeah, I
back
saw
on.
you, Pew. Let me say one more thing. You got it, Pugilist. Let me tell you something. There's been far too many times that we as black people have acknowledged the wrong of our own people, and you guys don't have a problem with that. But when we acknowledge the wrong of what has been done to us by other people, y'all have, y'all, man, that stuff pisses me off, man. Let me
Yeah,
get off there, man. Go ahead,
yeah.
bro.
Nah, nah, I agree with you, Dave.
Yeah.
I told you. They always got something to say when we trying to discuss what has been done to us, or just talking about what we was talking about for whatever reason that we talking about it. And you always gotta have one of them minded, because you don't, like you say, you don't necessarily have to be somebody, a Mikasa, a white person, or it could be somebody black with that white mind. Remember I told y'all that?
Absolutely, man.
Remember I
Yeah,
told you
absolutely. Yeah,
all the time. Speaking this English shit,
man, it got
motherfuckers
me
don't
emotional, man, and
be
pissed right
speaking,
now, man,
thinking
thinking
with that
about that
white
bull
mind.
crap.
So, even though we wasn't talking about it in that light, you wasn't speaking, even though you wasn't speaking about it in that particular light, but when we speak about it, it don't change the fact that certain things was done. Certain things was definitely, without question, done to our people and put us in the position that we are currently in right now, struggling to get out of. And I think so many of our people take this shit for granted, like
Yeah,
the life we live, like. Like we knew it, like Malcolm X, like Malcolm himself once said, we knew a better time. It was a time in which, like a while back, I think it was I think Picasso had said how we get pissed. He had mentioned to the fact of other groups and how we got into this position is because I said by the time the dominant group that we call the dominant group now, that's running the world now, came into power, more than half of human history was over. And a great
Mm-hmm.
majority of that time, it was our group that was the lead, that was at the head of it. You understand? Now, I said a lot of people have a hard time understanding the chronology of time as it relates to us as a people.
Mm-hmm.
Some people really
Mm-hmm.
can't understand that shit.
Right.
Like when it comes to that, like that's something that's not easily understood by the masses of our people. So when you think, if you think of the time frame, let's say we give the Makasu, we give them 6,000 years of rulership that they've been ruling the world, which technically, as I learned it, that shit ended in 2000. You see all this turmoil this past 20 years that's been going on in the world?
Yes.
Their time is up. Time is over. This is why you seeing things. Look, man, this is why I always got my little saying about it's not rocket science. Um, I was just speaking with this sister that I'm close to earlier, Puerto Rican girl. You know, I was speaking to her earlier when I was on my way to work, and I was explaining to her. She was asking me a question about some things we got on a couple of topics, but I was like, look, it's not rocket science. Just use your eyes for what they are for, which is to see. Stop interjecting other shit from outside of from what you're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's what most people do. They interject other shit into what they're actually seeing. Just look at what you're seeing. Don't add nothing to it. So if I throw a left hook at your ass, you got to either move out of the way of that shit, block it, or let it hit you.
Right.
So when you see it, look at it for what it is, not for what you want it to be or hope it should be.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So that's one of the biggest problems. Is like we always interjecting other thoughts into what you're looking at. You can literally be looking at somebody stabbing somebody. Oh, not stabbing them. They just trying to they're trying to kill a bug on them. No, motherfucker. You see the nigga stabbing that motherfucking blood gushing out of him. He's stabbing him. He ain't trying to kill no fly on him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So we have a tendency to do that. Make something interject other things into what it is. I mean, to what we want it to be or hope it to be, instead of just looking at it for what it actually is. Let your eyes tell you what it is.
Right.
You know, because that's what your eyes is for you to see.
Man,
And
this guy got me in such a mode, man. I say I hate to
yeah,
get into that black and white
hmm nah,
hatred
but
talk because it
yeah,
ain't
but
hatred talk.
nah, it ain't no
I
hatred
hate to get
talk. When you,
into it. I
it ain't
hate to
no
get
hatred
into it
talk.
because it make me want to do something to somebody, man. And he
Nah,
got
it
me
ain't no hatred.
want to hurt
Yeah,
somebody right now.
yeah,
And
it
I
ain't.
apologize to all the listening audience
Mm-hmm,
for my anger, but
yeah,
because I wasn't trying to go there, but the guy got me pissed off, and I was trying to take up for him in the beginning,
yeah, yeah.
and
That's why I
so I'm
responded the way I responded. Because I'm like, you ain't got to
yeah
take up for him because you wasn't
yeah
doing it like that. Because I didn't perceive it that way at
yeah
all.
he
Yep. That's
no I
why
was
I
I
trying to
didn't
be
responded the
perceive it
way
that
politically
I
way.
responded.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
they
the more
always
see
interjecting. They always
when I think
interjecting that hateful shit
when I
in there.
think
Not
about
us.
see that's another form of oppression is what he did. That's
Exactly.
another form of oppression because
Facts.
we're not they don't want us to understand or realize what we're going through and stuff like that. Hey, I thought that was you sitting there. How you doing? And so it just really got underneath my skin the more I thought,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
is that mine? Yeah, it was supposed to
They
be
do
yesterday,
it
but they
all the
didn't send
time.
this one to today.
All the
All right,
time. All the
all right,
time.
thank you.
They try to
Want you to be uncomfortable.
pull
Y'all
that
have a
Want you to
good
be
one.
previous.
uncomfortable in your
All right,
skin.
bye bye.
Yeah, try to look
Go
that
ahead.
those now those when you were talking earlier about people looking down on you, them the people that look down on you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that's a form of oppression, man. That's what that
They
is,
can't
and that's
wake
what
up.
it pissed me
They
off,
can't
man.
wake up without even thinking about finding a way to look down on you.
hmm
yeah, man. And then you got those
We,
types,
we
and
we
then you
weren't
got the
even talking
ignorant
about
black.
all that, man. We
Nah,
were talking
not
about
not
something in a
nah.
different aspect, and
Different
then
aspect.
we got to be ashamed or afraid to talk about the truth.
The
Man,
truth.
kiss my tail with all that bull crap, man. You gotta
And
be
They
cussing
they
and stuff,
they
man.
and
I don't even know them to speak that way.
it's definitely our group's truth. Brother, it don't
Yeah,
gotta be nobody else's group. I'm not concerned with that shit. I'm not concerned with nobody else's truth. I'm only concerned with
right.
mine. Because
they
that's
the
what
ones that
affects
got
my
some.
life.
Yeah,
But
they
you
the
know
ones.
what?
That's what
You
affects
know what?
our life. It affects
You
our
right.
life every day.
You
Do
right.
you realize
Absolutely. We walk
every
around this
day?
earth, around this country, and
Every
a
day.
few other countries. We got to feel less than because
That's right.
man.
Exactly.
Let me just give you,
It's a
Mike.
true
Let me
fact.
give you let me
They
give you a
want you to feel less
perspective
than.
of what I lived through as a man. Now I consider myself try to be fair and compliant with
Impartial.
rules and regulations, and I try to get along with every group of people I know. And let me tell you what my day is. When I go in to stores or I go into restaurants, I gotta feel like I gotta be extra careful because of the color of my skin, so I don't go to jail for somebody lying about what they may say or think I might have did or be trying to do, uh, or somebody thinking I'm trying to steal something. I got to be extra careful. It don't matter how much money I have or don't have, how many credit cards I have or don't have, how clean I look, how presentable I look, how friendly I look. The fact that I have this brown skin that I'm walking around with every day, I got to be cautious about every step that I take when I'm not around my own people. The
Fact.
worst thing I got to worry about when I'm around my
Fact.
own kind is the fact that if my kind, somebody may want to try to take something from me. I can deal with
Mm-hmm.
that because, hey, we can go toe to toe, blow for blow.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, trying to worried about if I'm gonna lose my freedom or my life because I don't want. I'm in a predominantly dominated area that people look different. You know, the
Redlining,
opposite. Hey man,
redistricting.
that ain't a good feeling, man. That ain't a good
Just
feeling at all, ever.
especially
And I've been done with that
just
all
based
of
on
my
your
life,
skin,
man.
as we all
So
have,
don't.
you know.
So
Oh, just
the
based
next
on your
time,
skin.
yeah, and the next time you want to go out and make statements like you made on this in this chat about panels,
Mm-hmm.
I would ask you to listen wholeheartedly what they're talking about in a whole instead of in a part before you make those kind of statements. Because see, that statement you made is another form of oppression, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when you do something like that, you know, when I'm not out here provoking or trying to teach people to hate on other races or anything, we were talking about educating ourselves as well as
Yep.
whoever was listening.
That's it.
Now, when you try to do some stuff like that, man, you like I said, people get pierced in the heart for certain things, to the heart, and it makes them feel a certain way. You made me feel like my heart was pierced, made me feel a certain way, make me feel like I need to hurt you. That's what it made me
Mm-hmm.
feel like. I actually I teared up because I wanted to hurt you that bad
Mm-hmm. That's
because you
messed
pissed
up,
me off
man.
that bad.
Got my brother
And
feeling like got my good
yeah,
brother feeling like this, man. Just wanted the good hearted.
yeah.
No, I don't
And
like
these
that shit because he wanted the good
no
hearted
man,
brother that I
strong
met in
man.
my life. You
And
know.
these brothers on this panel, as well as the brothers in the chat, no, I don't normally try to use in profanity. I might use the N word from time to time, but it's in
Mm-hmm.
it's not always in a negative connotation. And I
Yeah.
may say pissed, you know, or something like that, but I don't normally use profanity, man. But you made me use a profane word, and I don't like that. Like I said, man, when I get pissed, I don't like the dude that I could become, the dude I used to be. If I ever run into you in my life, God is my witness, man. We got something to talk about, and we might have to get
Mm-hmm.
physical about it because the simple fact you have crossed me the wrong way with that, bro.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I try
man.
to be political about it, but at the same time, when I think about the reality of what you said, that's what y'all have been doing to us
All the
over
time.
the
All
years
the time.
forever. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired
Shit.
of the likes of you. So don't bring that
Yeah.
bull crap to us no more, man.
Yeah.
And
So
what
Fact.
I was trying to say was that every so many hundreds of years, we start coming out of it, and they go come back with this Willie Lynch letter to finding new ways of putting us back in it. You see what I'm saying?
Always. They always will. And the simple fact of the matter is, like you said, we wasn't talking about it or no hatred against somebody. We was talking about it having having had the experience we've had as a people, and what do we need to do to fix ourselves? You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
a
What
learning
do we need to
curve.
do to
You
fix
know.
ourselves? And looking at these things, what we need to do, because we have to do something to fix ourselves. We can't keep looking towards somebody else, another man, to
That's
fix
right,
your
Hmm.
man.
to fix your
That's right.
circumstances. Who's
That's right.
clearly but who's also clearly showing you that they don't give a damn about you.
They don't.
Because it's not
Exactly.
because it would be
Hmm.
different.
They still don't. They
It
still
would
don't.
be it would be
I'm gonna
different if
say,
we looking towards them and they actually was showing that they actually cared.
yeah,
But
the
they
ones
don't.
like him, they don't give a crap still. You know,
Yeah.
man, he got me. Hey, shout out to Jay Gibson, man. He lighting the chat up, man. And Jay, bro, I wanna read all them off to you, but I'm a little upset right now, bro. And I appreciate you though, all your support, man. But man, I
Yeah.
tell you, that dude got me hot, man.
Yeah.
Man,
So that's just the reality, man. But it can get tiring, it can get tiring when you gotta even like we have to live with that different reality
right.
because of the circumstances we was born into. And
Mhm.
and it can get tiring at times. I ain't gonna lie, especially ignorance is bliss. Sometime I be
Yes,
wishing,
yes, it is.
sometime I be wishing I could go back to that ignorant ass state, man. Believing everything is all good, we all the same, and shit like that. But can't go back to that shit. It's a done deal, you know.
Man,
And
I tell you, man, I wish I hadn't even read what he wrote, man. I wish I hadn't even saw it, man.
but it's better to live in that. It's better to live in the reality because I would always choose to know than not to
You know,
know.
you know what's sad, man. The sad. This what's bothered me. This is one of the things that really bother me about white people.
Hmm.
And I want white people that are listening. I want you to hear me and what I'm saying. This is what bothered me about you guys. You could take a white person who's living, I'm gonna say, an average lifestyle, and you can come to some understanding with them. But you can have a white person, not all of them, but you can have a white person who's way who got some serious paper. They financially strapped real nicely, and they can be the kind of person their mentality is they're losing their country.
Yep.
And
Yep.
then you can have a white person who's living subpar standards of life financially, who thinks the same way as the wealthy white guy. But the guy in the middle thinks like the average person, black or white. It's the
Hmm.
craziest thing. I can't understand it.
I do.
How can
Check
this
it out.
poor man? How does this poor man see in our community poor or middle standards of financial levels of living?
That's the
We have a similar
LBJ
thinking.
speech. That's the
Yeah, we have a
LBJ speech.
yeah,
Fleecing the
and we have
community.
we have a pretty much an equal level of thinking about how society is doing, what society is doing for us, or how we got to carry ourselves in public. Uh, the guys that of black descent that may have extra levels of money, they gonna feel a different way. They might feel they're a little bit above the law because they ain't really had no interference with the law like we have. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Now, on the white perspective, the white guy that's living above means standard of life, with extra monies and stuff like that, wealthy, he's got that above the law mentality most of the time. The
Hmm.
guy the guy in between thinks like black people as far as how life is for them. They don't take for granted life. They know they gotta, not all of them, but they don't take for granted life. They know they gotta worry about getting arrested or this not being this way for them and such and so on. But
Yeah,
you take that guy,
the
that's
pit.
out there and living in them real thin houses and about to fall apart and stuff like that, and they
Mhm.
swear that this rich, wealthy white person has their best interests at heart. That man don't care jack about you. All that man cares about is you buying his product. That's it.
Serving his
Keep in
purpose.
mind,
Stupid son of
keep
a
in
gun.
mind,
And
Serving
man.
his
Like,
purpose.
and Mike from Boston, just because you from Boston don't mean that you are living above, below, or in between the standards of living financially. But I know there's a lot of poor white people in Boston. I haven't been there, but you've shown me enough on television to know that, and I met enough in person to know that. So
it's
don't
that
come
privilege
with all
part.
that bull
Well,
crap,
I
man.
have, and I know that shit
Yeah,
to be a fact. Cause
and
I have.
it amazes me, a person who's probably living, you know, below standard of the average YouTuber, and you think he's superior. Man, get the
Yeah,
crap out of here, man, with all that bull
yeah,
crap,
that's a
man.
given with them, man. That's a pretty much a given. But look, it ain't going. At some point, look, nothing stays the same. It's change. Like I
Right,
said,
right. It's a crying shame, man,
we
that
was the
you have to get upset about nothing on this. I don't like to let this YouTube thing get me upset, man. But that's just, man. Some people just can't get away from who they truly are, man. I'll just say that because you know, um, I don't know, man. I mean, it's crying. It's shame, man. Well, I need to get
yeah,
off of that because it made me want to inflict some pain on somebody, man. I'm serious, man. And
yeah,
trust me, I'm still being nice with it. I could be a whole lot more ferocious in my lingo about what I'm talking about, but I respect for my brother, is his panel, and the fact that we have a audience that will probably be listening to this for days and months and hours beyond now. I'm gonna not go as far as I probably would go if I was in the streets with it, because that dude right there, he make a statement like that publicly around me or some people that think like me, he's sure to get hurt.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's always bringing up that stupid ignorant shit, man.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, always. Cause let me keep it a buck with you, man. With the shit the stuff that our people have experienced here, they lucky every black person ain't out in the street fighting every goddamn day.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying, because I mean, it could be a whole, I mean,
Shit
not
could be a
just
lot
for
worse.
not for their past, not just for their past sins, but the current sins.
What they're doing right now, from what they're doing right damn now.
Exactly.
For what's going on right now. Shit could be a lot. Like, I mean, they lucky we ain't out fighting, causing hell every day of the week.
Right.
You know? I'm a man, remember on that old Public Enemy joint? And then it was like, you're quite hostile. And nigga Flavor was like, we got a right to be hostile. You know what I'm saying? On that Public Enemy joint. Before that shit. Remember that shit? He's like,
Public Enemy spoke a lot of truth, man.
You're quite hostile. You got a right to be hostile. So I told her, I said, y'all lucky. I was telling this white guy, I said, you lucky. I said, you lucky black people out in the street fighting making y'all life a living hell every day.
Man.
You could be out here fighting literally every day. Real talk.
He's one of those in line with what we were talking about a few minutes ago when I read that bull crap that he put in there about us, some races understanding that we're races of people and cultural people around this world have known over the years that we have been blessed genetically as a people in size and stature. You know, they've laughed at us about having long arms and legs and things of that nature, but truth be told, they want the same thing.
Oh,
that's why they have made it with different cultures of people to try to make bigger beings within their own culture.
Right.
And the only reason some of us have made it with folks outside of our culture is because we just desire to poke their ladies. It wasn't about trying to create a certain type of being. You know what I'm saying? It was about conquering the coochie and getting us some. You know what I'm saying? So let's keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? You know,
just like what's my man name with Ali?
Bodine. Bodine.
Bodine, yeah. Yeah,
Bodine.
man, I can't. The white women, I give up at Pope. I stopped drinking, but giving up them white women, God, I can't do that.
I can't give up them white men, bro. They crazy.
You know what I'm saying? So it ain't about, for us, it wasn't about creating a bigger size man, boy, to become a man and all that kind of stuff, like it was for some people, because we were already naturally gifted by the Lord with that situation. But
shit, man.
Now conquering some coochie, we guilty of that.
Mm-hmm.
We guilty of that because hey, other women from other cultures, they like us. Let's keep it real. They like it, and a lot of women like big men. If you ask a midget female, I don't care what race she is, yes, a midget female, what is her desire of a man? She might not necessarily say black, but she gonna say a big man. Talking about a full size man, not another midget.
Mm-hmm.
And we got plenty. We got plenty of them.
He said not another midget.
Not another midget. You know what I'm saying? She want to be. Look here, and then she want to make sure that the full size man got a full size man penis. She don't want no short. Just like them women say they don't want no short man. She don't want no short man either. They ain't talking about short in height. They talking about, penis side. Women want them little women. They want to be filled up too. So that lets you know that it wasn't uncommon for it's not uncommon for women of other races to see like I said earlier. Women like to have a man showing them some dominance. They like to look upward to their man. That's just natural human characteristics. They like to look upward to their man, and so, I haven't been with a woman taller than me, not because I wouldn't, but because of the fact that I haven't had the opportunity to knock some of them off. I'm not an aggressive. As much stuff as I talk, I'm not an aggressive guy when it comes down to getting these women. I like to I play hard to get a little bit, you know what I'm saying? I throw a little cheese out there for them to nibble on, but hey, they still got to bite the whole hook, you see what I'm saying? And they got to just take me under. But at the same time, like these basketball players and stuff like volleyball players, man, so I want to climb them trees too. You know what I'm saying? Knock them off and lay down with a girl taller than me, not as tall as I am, but taller than me. But at the same time, women who are not as tall as I am, they're attracted to me. You know what I'm saying? And I got some that are taller than others, but hey, I've been taller than all of them. But at the same time, man, don't get it twisted, man. Women like a dominant man figure to look at with their eyes, because when they're not in his presence, they're thinking, I got this more dominant being than myself that I can look forward to for security and make sure that no harm comes before me, because this man of a person that I'm with is big enough to keep me safe. It has a lot to do with that, man. So don't get it twisted. We some of us have some knowledge of who we are as a people. But we don't have to kick the door in every day and say, hey man, you better than this man over here. We don't have to do that every day. Because see, a lot of things that's understood don't have to be spoken, and so we weren't going down that page. We were talking about life situations. We weren't running you guys down as far as white persons about end of the past dealings with us or nothing like that. We were just keeping it real about some of the history of stuff. None of us said anything about our women being raped, our people being stolen, and all that kind of stuff until that guy pissed me off. Then I spoke on it, because we can turn this whole thing around to that chop talk for real. But that ain't what we were trying to do though. We were trying to talk about a little bit of this, a little bit of that, educate at the same time. And it wasn't about no hatred. It wasn't about hating this group or hating that group. It's about recognizing and understanding what the truth is and what your history is as a people. and what you can do to help yourself. That's what it was about.
Mm-hmm.
And you come in here with that rhetoric, man, and you know, after defending you politically, I thought about what you said, and it made me think about a whole lot of other stuff that's been said over the past up until current day, and how we've been treated as a people, and it pissed me off to the highest of festivity. And that's why I cursed your butt, because I was that mad, and I'm still pissed about it. And I do want to see. I wish you were here in my face right now. I'll pull this truck over. No, I would not run over you with this truck, more likely. No, now keep it going. I'll treat you just like you're a deer out here. If it was dark and you piss me off like that, and man, I'll run over you with this truck just like you were a deer or something, man, and keep it going like it. That possum got ran over this morning, and wouldn't even stop. That's how pissed you had, man. And we'll see when I'm pissed enough to think real crazy. That's how I think. You know, now the rational me wouldn't think like that, but that's you know, when you get me pissed enough, all that rationalism goes out the window. You know, stay in your lane, bro. If you're gonna come over here, man, don't be disrespectful with that stuff in the chat, man. Come over here and listen to what's being said in full before you pass a judgment about what we're actually talking about. And you don't have to worry about pissing somebody off to the highest of festivity. Because guys like you sitting around whacking on that keyboard or tapping on that phone or whatever, people like you, man, y'all are the biggest cowards I know. That's what's wrong with boxing fans right now. We got a bunch of cowards out there hiding behind keyboards and phones.
Yeah.
And it gets worse every day. Man, cut that bull crap out, man. And for all of my brothers and sisters that are listening, that didn't come here for this, man, I apologize. I really do, because you know, this ain't the way I try to roll. But I just this guy pissed me off though, real bad, and I'm trying to get off of it. So I'm gonna shut up here for a second, let my brothers speak. But I'm trying to get off of it. But it keeps on just molding in my soul about what this guy come over here and try to insinuate, and come over here with that lyrical oppression. That's all that was, a lyrical oppression. Don't bring it to us, man.
Yeah, right.
All right, bro.
Ridiculous, man. Make no damn sense. Really doesn't.
Man.
Make sense at all, man.
I can't wait till this route over with today.
You running your same route, right?
Yeah, I'm on the same route. But I mean, I might have a different stop today versus I got 8 stops I do the same every day. But then they're all auto parts stores. But then like body parts and stuff like that, when I have to deliver those, sometimes it can be some usual stores that I go to, or it might be some different ones. So, you know.
Okay.
But I'm cool today though. I didn't everything that I'm doing today is not of the norm. It's something that I got 3 more stops after I leave Alabama, which I'm on the way to Tennessee now. I got 1 stop in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, which is about 40-something miles south of Columbia, Tennessee. And in Columbia, Tennessee, I have 2 stops, one being an auto parts store and the other being a body shop. And then after that, I take the baby home, and I'm about from my home base where I park my truck at, which is Laverne, Tennessee. And it's probably about another 40-something miles.
Okay.
So you can look at it, I've got like at least 1.5 hours of work, if not 2 hours to go now. Because once I get to Smyrna, Tennessee, which is my home locality, I fill up my truck, I clean off my windshield, then I go park my truck and I unload my truck over in Laverne. And then I go home, you know. But I may not go home this morning. I may need to go, a friend of mine I sold his car to for a son. They had some issues with the car that they were hiding it from. They weren't telling me what was going on because they didn't want to get on my nerves. And I was educating them on some things that could have saved them some money if they had got on my nerves about the car, you know. But I also told they've been told that the rim is bent and they need another wheel. But I told them, I just thought about it. I said, hey, in the trunk there's a full size rim and spare tire that you can just put on that car. You know what I'm saying? So I
Right.
may just go out there and change that tire for them, man, because it's my friend, the one I was telling you about, the one who was trying to do too much by herself for her three
Yeah, yeah,
boys. You
yeah,
know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Yeah. So she the youngest son can't drive the car because of the fact that one wheel is tripping, and they don't change the tires out on the front end of the car and everything. I just found out yesterday, and the tires are under warranty, man.
Holy shit.
I said, hey, wait a minute, that used to be my car, right? I mean, you think I'm riding around half stepping? You know what I'm saying? I might not. Hey, look here, man. I might not look so good when I'm riding around, but man, trust me, I'm gonna cover myself. You know what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and I told her son that when I sold them the car last year, and they got papers in the glove compartment for the tires and everything, but they wasn't thinking, man.
Yeah.
I was like,
Just
oh,
ask,
shoot.
just ask, man. A lot of people don't
Yeah,
just need to
yeah,
ask
exactly.
about shit.
And man, she know what it is, man. She know I'm still crazy about her, man. Let's keep it 100, man. I ain't trying to holler at her, but I'm still crazy about her. She know I do what I can for her, man.
Mm-hmm.
I know she don't told that boy not to call me, man. I already know it, man, because she's worried about
Mm-hmm.
him getting on my nerves. And it ain't about that. I told him to call me. I told him and her to call me whenever something go on or they need some help or something. Because I figured, after the first year or so, you learn enough, you don't have to call this much anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I'm not looking at them like some old folks on the outside. I mean, I got a kindredship with these people, man.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, of course.
I said, yeah, I said, them tires are on the warrant. Ah, for real? I said, yeah. I mean, you
Yeah.
could have looked at the
Gotta ask.
tires and tell they all were the same brand and everything. But see, our son, he had a incident last year where he don't hit something. He said it was just a mattress, but no, he had it more than a mattress last year. In order to bend the rim and all that, and then the tires wore out and wasn't driving right on the front end. Because I just before I sold him the car, man, I replaced both front struts, and probably didn't have to, but I did. I replaced and I'm not saying I'm saying I probably didn't have to mechanically,
Mm-hmm.
but I did anyway. I replaced both the tie rods on the front end and both the spindles on both sides up front. I got an alignment on the car because when I went in for an alignment on the car when I was driving it, they said I couldn't get one because they said I got a bad spindle and maybe a tie rod was bad. And I found out the
Mm-hmm.
tie rods were bad, and I replaced all that stuff, man.
Oh, okay.
And I wanted to make sure I gave them a sound car, Um, and so anyway, the young man he ended up financing him another car, and he's leaving the car that I sold him behind for the younger brother because he was up next. He's a senior in high school. He was up next for a car, and mom didn't have the means to purchase him a car, finance or cash at the moment. And so he was having to have to wait, but he's wanting to drive a little bit quicker. So, but anyway, right now what she was doing after all that, she was trying to get the dad to kick in like he should, to help out financially with the situation because he didn't put a dime in on neither one of the boys' cars.
The father,
And
right?
so
The father.
I told her yesterday, man, because she's having to have to pull herself here and there driving the senior to school because he goes to a private school.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have a bus to pick him up, and sometimes most mornings she has to take him to school, which means she has to cut out. She works from home now, so that means she has to fake like she's still working, take a chance on taking him to school and not knowing exactly what time she's gonna get back, and and then she has to pick him up. And then she had, he plays football. She had to take him back for that. I mean, all kind of stuff, And so I said, you're pulling yourself too many ways.
Doing too
She
much.
was already, she was pulling herself too much already. And so she was trying to wait on the dad. I said, yeah, I feel you. I said, but look, I understand, and I probably need to stay in my lane. I said, but look here, let's just keep it 100. Let's go and get this car straightened out so that kid can drive and save you some time and effort. And you just tell the dad that you borrowed the money. and he got to pay it back.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, you know, the longer she wait on him, man, the longer it's gonna take. And see, the car got to go through emissions. And I think,
motherfuckers don't want to do. I don't understand why motherfuckers don't want to do shit to help their kids, man. I can't. That's one bad trait that developed in some black people. I don't understand that shit.
Well, you know, he's one of those fathers that had matured to the level of understanding that you got to put not just some time in with these kids. Now, he ain't putting enough time in with like he should, but at the same time, he's not exit from their life, and she doesn't keep him from them. He can communicate with them at will every day and come see them whenever he feel like it. You know what I'm saying? They know who their dad is. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, he's the one that introduced these boys to football. You know what I'm saying? So I said, well, he did something right. You know what I'm saying? You know, she said, yeah, I guess I can agree with you on that. But he's a little bit younger than her, and like I said, you know, he's had a longer time. It's taking him a longer time to mature. You know how it is. Some guys mature slower mentally than other guys. You know, you and I, you strike me as a person that matured just as quick as I did, if not quicker. You know what I'm saying? You know, like we were talking about earlier, how take 2 13-year-olds from different cultures, and one's going to be a way more ahead than the other, more sufficient in surviving and things. Same situation with this cat right here, man. Not only simple stuff that you know, tests you need to know to survive, but also mentally how to come up with results of how things should work out and think things through. You know what I'm saying? And understanding how important it is that we as fathers don't be in our kids' lives just part ways, but be in their life fully. You know what I'm saying? So like I'm trying to tell her, you know, hey, she don't know. I made this decision on my own overnight since we've been talking, that I'll just go out there. Because I told her to let her brother, she talked to her brother-in-law about some stuff too. I said, well, just let him know before I went to business. I said, it's a full-size tire and rim in the trunk of the car. You just replace it. I said, but you still gonna need another rim if that rim is actually bent to so we'll have a spare, you know. So that's what we were kind of concerned with at first. But if it's just the rim that's bent that's causing the car not to ride properly, shoot, we can fix that problem real quick. You know, so I think I'm gonna go out their house and I think I'm just gonna pop up on her and say, hey, I'm outside. Bring me the key to this car so I can fix this flat. You know what I'm saying? Go knock it out, and then I go back home by my business, man. Because you know, her brother-in-law, he works a lot too, and I don't know when he'll be able to, you know, take his time out to go over there and change it. We'll leave. She said something about he was going to one of those salvage yards, and he said he'll try to find a rim for it. So if the rim's already off the car, it'll make that a little bit easier for him. You know what I'm saying? So I just believe in trying to help where I can, man. You know what I'm saying? And like I was saying earlier, man, when we first got on live, I feel that that's part of my ministry as well, and part of my purpose. That's what I was saying. It's part of my purpose. You know, I thank the Lord. I try to follow my heart, man. I put it like that. And
it's all, and that's a good thing, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that,
so
man.
That
brings back good karma. That's what you know,
absolutely.
Sincerely, bring you back good karma, good energy that you put out into the universe, you get back.
Right. And you never know when you need someone else's help, man. You know, who knows what help I may need from her and her family in the future. Because you never know. First of all, let me tell you something, man. Her mom and her sisters have fed me a gang of food years ago when I was messing around with the girl. And it wasn't so much because I was messing around with her, but ever since they met me, they've taken a liking to me when I sold them a car, when I first met her and her mom. And they've been feeding me ever since, bro, before I dated her. You know what I'm saying? Now, I haven't had their food of late. We ain't on that level. I mean, we are and we're not. You know, they don't cook as much as they used to, but at the same time, I probably wouldn't be eating it anyway because a lot of stuff I don't eat now that I used to eat back then. You dig what I'm saying? but at the same time, man, they've always shown me some appreciation and vice versa, and I'm gonna continue that. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like I can't, you know, count on them for a good laugh. Her mama make me laugh. She make me laugh, man. They some trips, man. They funny people, man. They got jokes. I put it that way, and just good people, man. And so now, if I'm, you know, able to help them out, man, I don't mind, because first of all, when there's not a man present to take on certain responsibilities and stuff like that, and I'm cool or close with some women folk, man, certain things I don't mind helping out, you know, but at the same time, they respect my time, they respect my my whole being, man. They so respectful that they try not to call me about certain things, you know what I'm saying? But like I have to, okay, like the washing machine messed up on them a few weeks ago. Well, they were so worried about respecting me as a person instead of asking me. The daughter, she wanted me to come out and check it out if I was willing to, because I tend to their dryer for them. But the mom like, nah, we get somebody. You know, don't worry, Cinto got to take care of some stuff. He got a home to take care of this, that. So I teased the mama. I said, oh, she want to wait for Maytag, huh? You know what I'm saying? But Maytag had to wait. Maytag had to wait for about a week and a half, man. I said, shoot, I could have had that thing flipped up and replaced that part. I had y'all washed in 2 or 3 days at the most. You know what I'm saying? Whatever day I would have got out there, it would have been done quicker. It would have been done the same day, as long as I had the part. So anyway, this past Saturday, you know, I went over there to fix the dryer because she thought the element had went out again, but it wasn't the element; it was a smaller part, and I figured it was. But anyway, when I got out there, I said, tell your mama, Maytag, tell your mama, Maytag wasn't available, and I'm on my way. And I always, since the first time I worked on the dryer last year, I said, y'all need to be careful and quit letting in and everybody work on y'all appliances. Y'all got to check folks' credentials and everything. Don't be letting this in it shade tree mechanic come in here and work on y'all stuff. Because what happened is when I first fixed the dryer, I ain't gonna call it fixed. I was just replacing a part. You know what I'm saying? And because I always do a test on everything. I test all the little small parts, and to make sure I know what I'm replacing. And it turned out there was an element that needs to be replaced. Excuse me. And so after I did it, I forgot to connect something back that I had undone. And I said, man, something ain't right. I said, oh shoot, I forgot to connect something. So I had to turn it off and, you know, go back and correct my error. And that's when I came up with that little joke. I said, y'all need to be careful, y'all let work on y'all stuff. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to check folks' credentials, you know, all this. So that's like a little inside joke we have now when I come out to work on this stuff, you know. But nah, I keep them going, man. I get them fired up and going. See, I be wanting to get out there to them a little sooner than I'm asked or told about their problem. But they be, you know, trying to, no, you ain't got to do it. You're a long way from us, this, that, and the third. Look, don't worry about all that. Let me worry about that. Yeah, I had to tell her and the mom, you know, if I'm offering my assistance, let me do this. That's because I want to do it from my heart. If I'm not offering, then that means it's a whole different ball game. So, you know, if I offer the help or assist in any kind of way, let me do it for you. You know, I mean, I'm not gonna look at you no kind of way than what I look at you now, and I'm not gonna throw nothing in your face. You know, because actually, you taking me up on my offer does me good for my heart. You know what I'm saying? Knowing that I know you straight and I was able to help, that does a lot for me. You know, they be trying to throw money at me and all that. Now if I buy a part or something like that, I tell them they ain't got to worry about it, but I'll go ahead just to work it out with them. I'll go ahead and accept the replacement money for the part. But you can't pay me for my efforts and time, because your appreciation in action does more for me than your cash. You know what I'm saying? When it's people that I care about. Now, if I don't know you, and I fix it, and it might be a little different. You know what I'm saying? But they be trying to throw too much money. I don't argue with them 3 or 4 times, man, after doing stuff for them, man. No, you're not giving it to you. You're not gonna make me take it. You know, Yeah, I'll let you replace this money for the part if I pay for it, but you ain't gonna be doing, forcing nothing else on me. Get on with all that, trying to block my blessings. You know what I'm saying? Picasso, you back in the house, my brother? Can y'all hear me? Uh-oh. Y'all probably can't hear me. Getting no response. Can anybody? Oh, what's up, Champion Hard? If you can hear me.
Nah, I hear you. I hear you.
Hear me?
So
Oh,
I hear
okay.
you the whole
Okay.
time. I was checking something on my phone, and my
Okay,
lady
it's all
just
good.
texted.
It's all good.
My lady just texted me. Sometime when I go to another page after I've been on it for a
Yeah,
while,
yeah,
I was texting her back.
yeah,
I can hear what's going on, but you can't hear me.
yeah. You know what? That it does us both that way, man. I be tripping off it too.
Yeah,
But
like
yeah,
if you
man.
go off for a little while, it
Yeah,
won't.
Hey,
Champion Hard don't hit the. He don't hit the chat. What's Eli still chatting it up, and so is Jay Gibson. Okay, Jay Gibson said Mike from Boston frequently comes through the barbershop, and Drew chat APB out now. Okay, yeah. He don't got on my bad side, Jay. Mike from Boston. You know.
hey,
Champion Hart
sometimes I
said,
hear you.
okay, bro. All right. Hey, Champion Hart said best pugilist, the black man being a deadbeat dad is a brother. You hear the stories of the deadbeats and not the stories of black fathers involved. Yeah, that's why we're talking about, being a great father as well. Champion Hart
Yeah,
also
it's
said
sad.
black pugilist. I said black pugilist. I mean best pugilist. The stigma placed on the black man being a deadbeat is myth. We only hear the deadbeat stories, not the stories of black fathers. And I almost repeated. He's saying a little different. I can hear you too. Okay, thanks, Champion
Yeah,
Hart. Yeah, man.
yeah, the black
But
dad.
that's
Yeah,
true. That's true.
yeah,
All
yeah. They're
fathers
gonna
are not
always push
deadbeat
that.
fathers, man.
Yeah, they're gonna
That's a
push
lot of
that
great
narrative.
fathers. Yeah.
They always try to push that narrative as it relates to our black men. They always try to
That's the
push
way they
that
want
shit.
to paint us. Yeah, they want to paint us that
Yeah,
way.
they always want to push that shit. But
They want to paint
you
us to be the
know,
worst, the lowest form of people on earth, man, because of the skin color. They want us to be
yeah,
the worst. They want our women to be the worst women, which I feel our women are the most sultry women in the world. Uh,
hmm
and then they want to, and I like a lot of other women of other cultures and races, but they also want our men to be the worst men to walk the face of this earth. They want us to be what they call scum, and
They want to
and,
be
and,
them.
and we're so much more removed from that. I mean, if they, a good friend of mine, we used to have this conversation all the time, man. Let me just shed a little light on it. This is true in our community. Sometimes the sisters give us a hard time as black men in our communities because let's put it like this. I'm gonna say 8 times out of 10, and it's because our sisters have been brainwashed to a certain degree. But 8 times out of
hmm
10, if the if there's a good guy who's been with a woman and they're no longer together and they have a child together, she's going to give him a hard time of trying to be a father to his child because he's with someone else and not her.
She
Um,
Americanized. She
it,
got options now.
yeah, she's been messed up mentally,
The government giving her,
uh,
the
and
government
and
taking
then
care of
that's
her and
yeah,
putting us up.
and and then
Yeah.
you got some sisters who the guys that who are not being good fathers to their kids, they want
Mhm.
the fathers in the kid's life and don't give him any kind of hurdles about trying to be a father to his child. Um, And that's because she has no emotional ties to him anymore. She don't want to be with him anymore. She don't care who he's with. So he gets to come in and out of those kids' life with no problem, because she wants him to be in their lives more, and she know the kids love him and they want him in their lives more. But the brothers who are trying to be good men, trying to be good fathers, but have moved on with their life and moved on and got with another woman in their life, they catch a lot of hell to be fathers, because the woman 9 times out of 10 still wants to be with that man, and she's mad that he's given his time, his devotion, and his kindness and loving to the other woman. So we got to recognize that also. That actually is common and happens in our community a lot. Matter of fact, I don't speak on it as much, but that happened to me for several years pertaining to my kids' mothers, both of them. Now, like I said, my daughter's mother and I, we get along great. We could talk for an hour or more, and it's all about, what's going on in the community we grew up in, or what's happening in life, or what's happening with our girls. Yeah. Am I breaking up?
Can I say, no, I was saying, can I say this right here?
Go ahead.
When we are living in a crazy world, so therefore we're gonna be a little crazy in order to adapt or survive in this world. That's what I wanted to say. So don't blame yourself at all.
Yeah. My son's mother, her and our relationship is strained because I'm no longer in her life. Now, the last time I was at her and her mother's house, visiting with my son and my grandkids, it was kind of uncomfortable for me, because that's the closest that her and I have had a sitting without my wife being around, or my mom being around, or somebody else. And we exchanged a few words cordially. Now I had my granddaughter with me. That was the comfort that I had, and of course the grandkids and my son, and her mom. Me and her mom still cool, but at the same time, I just still feel like she feels a certain way when she sees me, because of the fact she still has some caring feelings for me. I don't feel the same way she do, though. I haven't felt the same way she do since I sent her on by her. I care. Don't get me wrong. Now, I care about her well-being. I want her to be all right because she's the mother of my sons. But I don't care to be in a relationship with her. And those are the kind of caring feelings I'm saying that she's had for me over the years. And then she's probably, thinking about the fact that I've went on with my life, and I've seen, my son has got to witness a few levels of success on my end, for the simple fact, I'm not trying to lay down in life. I'm trying to move forward, and I want my trajectory to be in an upward, forward movement. You know what I'm saying? And and not to say that I don't got rich or nothing like that. It ain't like that. It's just that my standards of life, living financially, far much greater than what it was when I was with her. And a big part of that is because she didn't support me verbally, morally, about some of the ideas and things I wanted to do. She talked down about me a whole lot, a whole lot of kind of stuff. I didn't feel like I didn't. It wasn't that I didn't feel like, I knew I didn't have that support from her that I wished I had. And then when now that's one thing. Even though me and my wife everything's not perfect with us. My wife has never. She's never shattered my dreams that I've had. Things I wanted to do to try to make a way for us differently than what we've had before, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And so that has my wife has given me the feeling, and plus I wasn't gonna have it any other way, to be honest with you, because of my trials and tribulations in the past. I'm gonna move forward. I'm gonna act on things I feel is a good idea, or a good opportunity to take a chance on to further our levels of survival, you know. So, but anyway, that's a whole different story. My bad.
You got to go
Mhm.
out on you, because if you
Yeah,
start listening, I mean, you leading, so you got to educate yourself and amongst, I mean, by being amongst like what we doing right now, and you can be a better man by doing that. But you're not gonna be a better man by listening to your wife telling you to do this, do that,
now
do
if she
this,
tell
do
you
that.
something wrong, I'll listen to her. If she tell me something right,
Well, you want to get
whoever she
ahead of
is.
her because if you let her get ahead of you, she ain't gonna
Hmm.
respect you no more. If you want
Right.
that pussy to stay wet and right when you want to get it, or when you ready to get it, then you gonna have to stay ahead of the game because women are persistent and they will put that pressure on you daily. But you got to always build up your testosterone, not to have to go against another man or anything like that. It's just to have that leadership mentality, uh, so you don't have to be looking at like I got to get up and act like I'm uh, cocky or whatever, strong. Or God, you want to live that life as the guy that the person that out of that couple that got to get up and go kill that goddamn buffalo when you wake up and cut the guts out of it and shit and give her the bones and tell her to do something with it and make it spears and shit. You gotta have the mentality. That's what see. I'm gonna tell you like this. The way you build that up is you go and you battle uh, with other men, right? So when I go to the gym, just like when you go to the gym to box and stuff, you building up your
Hmm.
testosterone. Same thing with
Yeah.
me when I go out there to wrestle or jujitsu, whatever. And then when I go home, all that aggression is out, and I come home happy. And but at the same time, I know my role at home,
Mm.
so I do my role, and she continue to respect me and keep her pussy wet and right, just so because she want that type of dude coming in her house that's gonna take over and beat the brakes off her. You see what I'm saying? That's
I'm,
what you say.
I'm,
We like the
I, I
punk in the pussy, right?
I hear what you're
That's
saying, but
how.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. That stuff can change, man. If you once you in the, so I've been with my wife, man, going on 21 years,
Mhm.
and what you're saying is the same thing I pretty much was saying years ago, and some other cats were telling me what I'm about to tell you right now. It doesn't hold true for every relationship. I was knocking that thing down the right way. So let me tell you, as a man, you know when you knocking that thing, when you pleasing that cat, when you pleasing that booty, you know when you're doing it, and you know when you're treating that woman right outside of the bedroom. Um, Now, my wife, she's gone. She's going through menopause. She's through the roughest part of menopause, in my opinion, and she's still experiencing menopause. But it's not just the menopause. Cause see, some women, even though they're going through menopause, they still sexually active with a little aggression, and some are not. My wife is experiencing something in her life, in my opinion, these last few years, that's been declining her libido, uh, and it starts mentally. It starts in the mental. Uh,
Mhm.
so it's been declining in her, not just the estrogen in her system or test or whatever chemicals that make up for a woman
Affecting
to
our
be.
mental.
Yeah, but she's declining mentally the whole time. Not because she's necessarily down on my sexual abilities to please her, but because she claims it's all her. She says not me,
Mhm.
and I tend to believe her
Yeah.
because I know I got some of
You
that
know how
thing
to
the other
get
day.
down.
Fortunately, she coming in, she wanted some the other day, and I gave her all she can handle because I had a little extra power that day from somewhere. I guess because she been starving me out. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So I gave her every piece of inch she could handle, and I asked her in her ear. You know, you got that thing up in there and it's strong, and you hitting it from behind. And I asked her, fingers clenched and everything. I said, why you ain't, take care of your husband? Why you ain't give me none? Like, you know what I'm saying? But I said more sexual. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And she said, I thought that's what I was doing right now. Because I said, why you ain't effing me? You know, I cuss when I'm having sex. You see what I'm saying? I said, why you ain't effing me? You know, I am. I thought that's what I was doing. I said, nah. I said, that's what you're doing right now. I'm talking about day to day. You know what I'm saying? Why you ain't giving that thing on a regular? You know what I'm saying? God, you be sleeping. But actually, she sleep more than I do during the day. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But see what it is. I'm not trying to force the cat on, force her to get the cat up because I want her to be receiving me. I want her to want me as much as I want her. I want her to receive me properly. That way, what I'm saying is, if her mental is right, then the coochie gonna be wet.
Yeah.
If her mental ain't right, the coochie gonna be dry. Okay? And I don't like dry coochie. Now I can play with it, but even if I play with it, if her mind ain't right, it's gonna take a minute. You see what I'm saying? Now, so what I'm saying is, she said, I said, why you ain't coming to me? I said, why you ain't coming to me and get it? But you ain't asking for it either. That's what she told me. And but I told my wife, I had a little situation me and my wife had. Darn, this bust on couple. Back in November, where I told her I won't be asked for the cat no more. You know, if she don't want to give it up, I told her somebody else will. But I'm not gonna be asked for it because because of what she's going through, she's denied me of that cat several times, and I don't like that. You know, I feel that my abilities to please a woman is too great to be denied. And any man that feels he's doing a good job and know how to please a woman, he feels that way. I would think. So, she gave me some doubt for several months, several years. I had to figure out if it was me that wasn't able to please her to her liking, or is it us, or what it was. You know what I'm saying? And she's always claimed that it's her. And being, I'm gonna tell you, I made sure since 2019 that it physically wasn't me. I figured if it's me, I'm gonna make myself better and get myself close to what I used to be in that bedroom. You dig what I'm saying? And I had to work on my physical abilities with my own body on a day-to-day basis. So I got myself right, got in shape. You know what I'm saying? Because I do that from time to time. I fall off and then I'll get back in the gym. If I fall off, I get back in the gym. But since 2019, I haven't had that fall off like that. Not no bad fall off. You see what I'm saying? So I know my thing been strong, for the last 2 years. You know what I'm saying? And I've been every performance is not that great performance, but it's been above subpar performance. You know what I'm saying? Enough to please. And so I'm pretty convinced nowadays it's not my physicality that she's not that's not getting the job done. I'm almost convinced it's her. I ain't gonna say almost. I'm convinced it's her. But at the same time, I think she believes, because of the conversation we had in November, me telling her that she don't do what she's supposed to do, somebody else will. I think she believes that I've acted on it, because see, my wife, even though we don't have sex that often, I'll say 50% of the time she will give me some head. She been holding back like a summer gun, man. You know what I'm saying? I want my Peter piped. You know what I'm saying? So that lets me know, some different things are going on. So I'm trying to decide to myself if I'm gonna take a different approach since the other night, since she said what she said. I think that was Monday night when she said what she said, and I might see how she do, because simple fact, I need more pleasure from my woman, my queen. We need to be more part of each other. And I don't want to be walking in the door not happy to see her. I don't want to be sitting around in the same room on a different piece of furniture, not happy to be there. I want to be happy just like I used to be about all this stuff. So I'm gonna try to take a. I'm saying I'm gonna try to take a different approach, but honestly I'm gonna work on myself mentally to get myself to that point. At the same time, we as men, we know when we pleasing that booty. You know what I'm saying? When we hitting it
Mm-hmm.
right, and I know I've done a much better job since 2019. Whenever I have had sexual relations with my wife, versus having, because a lot of times before 2019, there was a lot of lazy sex going on between the two of us, and I feel like a lot of times she's still giving me
You
that
take that
lazy
back.
booty, and I don't like lazy
Mm-hmm.
booty.
I don't try
You
to
know what I'm
come in
saying? But
like
at the
that
same
and have
time,
you put all
I'm trying to
do all
make
that work.
the most of mine.
I be
So,
trying to like
and,
go ahead, go
and,
ahead. Yeah.
and I want that effort to be returned. That energy and that effort that I give her, I like to have it returned, and I'm not getting that right now. You know what I'm saying? So I might try a few times to, take up on her what she said and see how she responds. But I just got the feeling that same old, same old. But that may be the negative thinking of me because of what I've been going through with her for the last few years. But uh, now, needless to say, what Picasso was saying is not all together wrong or right. There's a lot of right in what he's saying, but there's also a lot to be said for that on the opposite end because sometimes, now I'm gonna tell you something. If you are a man of my age, but you're doing you're doing some dating, or you're in a relationship where you're not married, but you and your girl, you're still excited about each other. Everything's, you know, smiling. You can't stand to be apart. Oh, everything gonna hit right. The sex is gonna be unbelievable. The stimulation you get from one another, being around each other, holding hands, and all that's gonna be there. But when you've been with someone 20 plus years, things can change, and it may not be you as a man. It could be the woman, or it could be vice versa. I'm a firm believer in that now because I'm living through it. You know, so the way my wife used to get excited for me when I come through the door, holidays and all that. See, my wife, let me tell you something, man. When it came to holidays, my wife used to give me a form of, she didn't know it, but I would be embarrassed when it's time for me to reciprocate what she's done for me. Because I didn't, before her and I got together, I already put in my mind, I'm going to celebrate these holidays a certain way with these women, you know. But through my wife, I learned to celebrate them a different way. I like doing stuff for my woman, man. I like celebrating my woman. I like doing stuff for her, letting her know that she not only got a strong man in her life that she can look forward to leading her, but also he's gonna make her smile more often than she knows about the little things I do for her. But I've gotten to that point where she's not showing some appreciation. So um, and not reciprocating the things I do for her, so I have a problem. And when I say reciprocate the things I do for her, I don't mean her reciprocating with gifts. The biggest gift I want from my wife is some loving. You dig what I'm saying? So, but
Mm-hmm.
most of all, I want that interaction in a positive way. Uh, show me that you love me. Walk up to me and grab my hand or hug me or something like that.
Nah, I know what you're
Uh,
talking about,
you
man. It's
know,
the old school shit we learned when
it,
we kids, man. It's
yeah,
like nah,
chivalry,
it's
man.
like what you
The
don't.
chivalry.
It's like how they
Go
say that shit when you young, you learn that shit. It's like it's not um it's not it's not what you do, it's your attention. It's like how
Right,
like if you're giving a gift, it's the
It's the
effort that
thought
went
that
into it.
counts.
Like it's the
right,
effort. Like you're more concerned
It's the
about
thought
that.
that
'Cause
counts.
that's the truest sense that you actually think enough to care about me
mhm,
to engage with me and be intimate with me. And
right,
I don't mean sex. I mean like you said, it could be
right.
something just show me that just show me that you that I'm still that important one to you. Like
Hmm.
that affection, the same way that I got it towards you. because you would like for it to be an equal
Right.
response. Like,
Right.
it should be a two-way street. It should be a two-way
Yeah.
street. It shouldn't be no one-way street.
So
You know.
all she got to do is just show me that I'm on her mind a few times a day. I mean, she got to show that to me a few times a day. But I mean, when we engage in conversation or in presence of one another, let me know that you miss me a little bit or that you've been thinking about me. So let's just say that you've been thinking about me. Not so much you miss me, but you've been thinking about me. And the stuff that she used to do, the
Can I
way we
have
used to
one of
communicate,
those?
I don't get that from her anymore. And I tell you, man, there was my wife was my closest friend. You dig? We were friends
Yes,
first,
man.
and we had conversations like friends first, and we made each other smile and laugh. And I used
Can
to
you
always
cut
try to
that
make her
like
laugh and whatnot.
in the 4 pieces?
Everything's too intense and serious now. You know what I'm saying? And I share some of that responsibility because of how I'm feeling about the situation. But at the same time,
Thank
I
you.
get that from what I'm given,
Medium.
partly. That's a big part of it. But I'm hoping that one day we can rejuvenate this situation and we can, not
Mm.
only can we stimulate each other in conversation and just being around each other, but at the same time, when you get all that stuff together, the
Yes, man.
bedroom part and the intimacy is easy.
Thank you.
It's real
You do
easy
things.
because you can't wait to play with each other, and things listen that, I'm to the point now, my wife should be making comments like, I don't want you to be gone overnight and working and doing this and I'm thinking, shoot, or either it's like like on the weekends, I be wanting to go out and make some extra money. I wish you didn't have to drive that. I'm thinking to myself, for what? We're gonna lay around here and not talk to each other. You ain't gonna try to rape me or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Bump that bull crap. I'd rather be out and make some money. If you can't stand to be around me, that's what I'm thinking in my mind. You see, but it is what it is. We both got some work to do. And we gotta put it in. But what I'm saying also, when it comes to relationships, man, when you hadn't been in a long term relationship, a lot of times that stimulation is to a high level. And when you want to be around each other, I always tell my wife, new coochie makes a big difference in how a guy or a woman, the new coochie gonna be a big. It's gonna give a guy a whole different stimulation, and it's gonna get a different level of excitement. Just like for a woman, new penis is gonna give her a whole different stimulation and a different level of stimulation.
It's gonna do what it
I mean
do.
excitement.
It's gonna do what
So
it do. But it's the catch to go out to hunt and the whole hunting
that's
process.
what I'm
That's
saying.
going
That's that.
yeah.
I'm saying the same thing in
Mhm.
less words. It's new.
Mhm.
It's
Because
new, and it ain't. Guess what? It ain't programmed. It ain't regular. Is like you said. It's the
hey,
excitement of the hunt, man.
I ain't had no pussy this year yet. You see what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you
I
why.
ain't, I ain't,
Because
I ain't, I ain't had enough, but I've had some. I'm married. I better get something, or she gonna have to go.
yeah,
If I
you
can't get,
married. You
I get some about 3 or 4 times a month, but I ain't happy with that. I need to, 7, 8, and that's still a low count. I like to have it 30 days a month. You know what I'm saying? That's what I
yeah.
want.
See, I
But
was even with just a girlfriend, I would go
yeah.
take her out to eat, and uh,
Mm-hmm.
and I started learning that if you got a girlfriend, you just dating and you paying for it. If you
Mm-hmm.
and I told myself, then I started finding out you really paying for it, even if you married. You you
Yeah, you
you
paying for.
you
Oh
just
yeah,
got it.
yeah. You paying more for it when you're married. Yeah,
Hmm.
coochie is more expensive.
And then I
Coochie is a
learned,
very valuable. Uh, Coochie is a very valuable. Oh man, Best Pictures got knocked out. Uh, 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 Coochie is a very high value commodity, no matter
yeah.
if we want to admit to it or not, man. Because let me tell you
Hmm.
something, I will get out and help that dude, but I got to go. No matter how much we want to admit to it, for the simple fact that
Hmm.
coochie costs money. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. If you like
Hmm.
coochie, you can be a dude or you can be a stud. No matter if you're dating or if you're in an
Hmm.
ongoing relationship where you two live together,
You paying for some coochie,
Right.
and it ain't. But see, you're not paying for coochie like I got a coochie bill. You ain't paying for it like that. You paying for it like this. This person stimulates me. This person makes me enjoy being with them, and the joy I get from this person makes me feel a certain way, and I care for this person, and I want to be around this person all the time. So then the coochie, the value of the coochie goes away. You paying for the relationship. You don't look at it as you're paying for it. You look at it as you keeping yourself happy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you looking at. But see, when you looking at it that you just like I got some people that I know real close to me, some fellas. They got these apps and they just look through these gals and see which one they want to kick it with, and they holler at them and they give the girls a few dollars, and they go do what they do and they come on back. That's paying for coochie, straight up. But at the same time, when you paying for the happiness, you put a different value on it. So you paying more than that guy that pulled the girl up on the app. You paying more than he is, but you don't see it that way, and you don't worry about you because you able to your enjoyment that you get from being with this other person. You get to enjoy yourself when you're not with that person. You get to enjoy yourself when you're with that person, and you not only get to do that, but you also get to witness yourself witness how this person enjoys your presence being with them as well.
Like
So
renting and buying.
it's a whole different level of value that we give relationships versus what we give coochie. To me, I never considered myself, back in the day, a cake daddy or a sugar daddy, as some would say. But today,
Mm-hmm.
being in a relationship for 21 years, man, look here, I don't lost count what I don't spend, and it ain't even, and I've enjoyed every bit of it, except for the part when she act like she don't appreciate something. You know what I'm saying?
My co-workers used to go when I was getting a divorce. They used to go, if you out here buying people houses, when can we get married?
Yeah. Hey, Champion Hart tripping off me saying coochie, man. He said coochie. I feel like I'm in a 70s black exploitation film. Yeah, man.
No.
No lady. Jay Gibson said he was talking about what we were talking about a little earlier. If you take he said let me go back up some. Okay, Champion Hart said I can hear you. Okay, Champion Hart said facts. That's because they feel who we are. We were talking about that subject, earlier. And Jay Gibson said if you take out the black man, you eliminate the threat genetically. Then Champion Hart said it's a fact the black women has been compromised. That's when we're talking about the fathers and things of that nature. Jay Gibson said we can turn the whole world black overnight. Back black overnight. And then Jay Gibson also said, but I really ain't into them non-melanated folks. Champion Hart said dry coochie. When I was talking about the woman, if her mental ain't into it, coochie gonna be dry. Jay Gibson, he laughed. And then that's when Champion Hart said he feel like he's in a black exploitation movie from the 70s, talking about coochie. And then Pugilist said salute Jay Gibson. Then Pugilist said, yeah, I hit the thing and got knocked off, and there's no link to get back on. So I guess I'm done for the day, brothers. Y'all have a good one. Peace. Pugilist is out to 8 a.m. where he's at. So he taking that Isidore. I feel you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate you, man. And then Jay Gibson, he gave us a boxing and a crown and some. I don't know if those are bombs, so that's where we at right now. Yeah, man. It's a trip how all this stuff works out. But it is what it is.
And you know what, sometimes?
Yeah.
The whole time we're talking, all of us,
Mm-hmm.
and exclude Mike, the whole time, the whole time we're talking, we're saying the same thing. It's just that
Yep.
we're saying it from our perspective, and
Right.
but we're here together sharing our perspectives, and that's how we kind of what I was saying was when we go out and we go to the lodge or whatever, and brainstorm with each other, and then and once we build the knowledge up in our head on how to be a better man amongst each other, then we go home and we're better men, better fathers, better husbands. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
Because then some of these kids they grow up to be to be men, adults, when they don't know to keep their hands to themselves. They don't know to talk it out. There's a way to talk it out uh, because each daughter, wife, son is attached to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? There's a father, a mother, a cousin, and nobody wants to see uh, uh, anybody get hurt by anybody. And
Right.
we've been mixed up. We don't to a point to where we probably having, you know, we're like like 23andMe. I did a DNA thing. I got all kind of first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, and seventh, and eighth, whatever cousins and relatives and stuff. So like that, we blended in, mixed up like we scrambled some dominoes or whatever, and we need to just respect each other. We're somewhat a part of each other, uh, and I mean that's all I can ask for anybody is to just to respect whoever you talk to, and I mean like some people can get offended and all of that. That's when I just kind of shut down because
Yeah.
because I know another if I'm gonna battle it out with another man seriously, it's gonna go down, So
Right.
uh, I'm not even waiting for nobody to come to me. I'm coming to that person, so I don't want to go there. So that's why I shut down sometimes when But if that person keep coming, I'm like keep coming. Then you know what I mean. All I can ask for is just sorry. Didn't mean to disrespect you in any way. Don't mean But now if it's somebody that just getting emotional. I don't know what to do with that. I just tell, hey man, just stop getting emotional. What you got a bitch in you or something or what? You know. But he need to. I probably have to invite him to the meeting. And say, hey, this is how you build up your testosterone right here, and get that soft ass shit out of here. You know what I mean? And
Right. Right.
and tell him, hey, I know you bad, you're bad, dude, you're bad, but you're probably gonna go home and take it out on your wife and your kids, right?
Right.
But
Right.
we gotta talk about it right here. Get in the ring, the mat, however you want it, and get that aggression out. And then when you go back home, then you can start producing those families, those legitimate families that we have to have a legitimate community that's gonna support itself. Otherwise, we just sending these little bitches out there to run families, and these women take over the family. You know what I mean? But we want the women to be women, and we want the men to be men. And
Right.
then when we come together, then we gonna be respected as such. Be respected as the man, be
Morning.
respected as the
No, we're
woman.
good. Wait, wait.
And this the
Right here.
thing right here.
Oh,
A lot of women are having issues with
I got some more for you.
daughters. So I would like
I think you're breaking up. Here's the rest of it.
Be part first,
Set it down here. Okay.
and then that way the
That's it.
women have their side to
It's
look
better
out
than the
because
other day.
a lot of women
Hey,
let
take care,
those
man.
girls get buck wild.
Yeah,
I know the
I'm
man
listening to
is
you.
a better parent than the woman, but when the women they need that they need the man to be the man in the house so they can be the woman in the house, and she need to know she need to have she need to be educated too on how to
Yeah.
raise the daughter. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
The
think
man, mhm.
I think we have our roles that we are better. You know, there are some things that naturally that men are better at than women, and vice versa. And I think I think surely the women are more nurturing than the average man. You know, the average kid can't come to us and be a crybaby. We gonna, you know, now the little girl can, but the little boy can't. And we gonna be like,
Right.
shut that soft stuff up. You know what I'm saying? So we got to be cognizant of that as well. But at the same time, um, you know, I think we're more sympathetic to girls than boys, and the fact that
You see that part that I was saying? A
we
girl
were,
is affected by if the man is in the equation. So the man got to do his part so the woman can do her part to teach that little girl.
yeah. But I think we being that we've been boys before, we can teach the boys how to be boys, and then and nurture them into becoming young men, into full grown men, because we've had that experience. And as far as like teaching a young lady how to be a young lady and bringing her into a woman, I think a woman is more equipped to teach that because of her experience. And
But look
of
at
being
the
a
girl.
female.
But the girl is watching how daddy is treating mama. But what I'm saying is, if daddy wasn't there, then she can't get that experience. Plus, uh, when
True.
daddy ain't there, mama and daddy can't interact in front of her so she can see how this is how a man supposed to treat a woman when she get
That's
there.
true. That's some truth to
So
that. But for
yeah,
that applies for both boy, you know, sons and daughters.
son
But
too.
I think
Mhm.
I tell you what, my daughter, she mostly witnessed her mom sharing her life with another man in their household instead of shoot. Sorry, man. Uh, but her as she got older, she didn't like what she was seeing so much between the two of them, to the point that I'm fathering her from the outside, right?
Yep.
And I'm not seeing her every day of her life, and vice versa, like I once did when she was younger. You know, because I
Okay.
gotta respect the household. I'm more busy now when as she gets older than I used to be. But at the same time, I gotta respect her mom's household because she's sharing the house with this man. You know,
You
and I
become
gotta give
part of
them
the
their
village
space. Yeah.
that's
So
raising them.
uh,
Yeah.
the thing is, as my daughter got older, she recognized the differences between interacting with him and interacting with me.
Hmm.
Uh, uh, the times that her mom was against me and teaching her against me
Hmm.
didn't work anymore because she saw a father in me, not so much because of blood, but because of how I dealt with her.
Hmm.
I showed her care and compassion, but I also showed her the stern side of me, and I didn't go for the bull crap. But at the same
Right.
time, I didn't talk crazy to my daughter. I didn't treat her less than. Now with old boy, she knew he wasn't her dad, but she also witnessed some stuff that him and her mom was experiencing with one another that she didn't agree with. And then,
Mm-hmm.
you know, the way his language was in their presence, she didn't like that, and things of that nature. So they had a lot of little, you know, as she got older, they had a lot of little interactions that was negative. And she always compared him to me. My
Mm-hmm.
dad wouldn't have
They
done
do
that.
that.
My dad wouldn't do this. My dad is this type of person, that type of person. Y'all can say what y'all want about my dad, but he's this, that, and the third, you know. So she shared all that with me a few years ago, you know, brought me up to speed.
Mm-hmm.
And I was happy to hear she saw me in a different light than what I was understanding that they were seeing me as. But at the same token, she know how I've always treated her since she was a little girl, because I've
Mm-hmm.
always been excited when I was around her, and I always try to give that positive energy off. And I
Mm-hmm.
was hoping to get that positive energy back. And
Right.
but she know I've always wanted the best for her. But she know I would let her know if she's wrong about something, you know. Uh, and so, you know, it let me know that my prayers were getting through, and the things that I was trying to teach her and emulate to her and lead by example was working for her. So
Mm-hmm.
I thank God for that. But now as far as the relationship she has with her mother's ex, um, I used to pray that they keep their relationship positive, and I didn't want to hear anything negative. Her and her mom, they kept a lot of stuff from me that went on concerning
Right.
that guy and my daughter, for the simple fact mom knew I wouldn't take it lightly. And
Mm-hmm.
me and old boy got along, and I get along with him to this day, which I hadn't talked to him in forever, but I get
Yeah.
along to him to this day because he, out of respect for him and my daughter's mother's relationship, and the fact that they have a child together as well, which is my daughter's younger sister. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna be. I didn't want to be tripping, but at the same time, I had a conversation with the cat a long time ago that, hey man, look, if my daughter is being disrespectful, this is when she was a little girl. If she's being disrespectful, getting out of line, I don't mind you chastising her as long as you're doing it the right way. You won't have a problem with me. But in his
Mm-hmm.
mind, no, I don't really want nobody else putting their hand on my door, so I'm not gonna touch somebody else's child. He said, she get out of line sometime. I talked to her mom about it, you know, but that's when she was a little girl. But as she got older, they always hiding stuff from her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because one thing about her mom that her mom knew about me, I was willing to die or go to prison for my child.
Mm-hmm.
No ifs, ands, buts about it. And you know, as my daughter when she was a teenager, now this the other thing I knew. My daughter, and she wasn't an angel when it come down to respecting him. She wasn't an angel about that. I know she did her
Right.
dirt. He did his dirt. You know what I'm saying? You know, but when all
Mm-hmm.
this stuff was going on that they had some differences about, it was hidden from me. I didn't find out about it until my daughter was in her mid-20s. My daughter's 32 now. You know, and by the time I find out, it's kind of beyond to be upset about. Now, he ain't raped my daughter, nothing like that. You know, if he had, I mean, it wouldn't be a corner of this earth he could hide from. You
Mm-hmm.
know, but they had some issues. You know, where um, she was trying to defend her mama, and she was, you know, interjected herself in the they misunderstandings multiple times. And one time he closed the door up on her foot and hurt her foot, and she was hurt for a little while. And you know, now you know I learned why some of those times when stuff was going on that my daughter wasn't communicating with me, and now I know why. You
Yeah.
know, but at the same time, I thought it was because of other reasons. But you know, she's all right. She's good, and she's a mature young lady. She's I mean, everything's cool, so I'm not tripping. I had to understand that they were doing stuff to each other. You know what I'm saying? Uh, the mom, my daughter, as well as dude, they all they were doing stuff to him, and he was doing stuff back to them. You know, they were all being ignorant together, man.
Right.
But they all moved on with their lives, and no one's and he's not in their lives anymore, and vice versa. So everything's cool, you know. But had I known these things during, my response would have been a little different. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Mm-hmm.
but you know, we when it come down to um, um, kids and parents, we have to govern a certain way. We should. Um, and I just thank God that my parents my kids and my daughter's my baby. That's my baby. No ifs and buts about it. I don't mean that in the sense of saying she's my favorite. She is my favorite now because she's the main one that listens to what I try. But I mean, coming up, she was my baby in the sense that was my only daughter, just like my only son. And my son, I have a fond love for my son, still do. My son was
Mm-hmm.
like, uh, uh, that's the way I view him. And my daughter was my precious little girl. I had a special relationship with both of my kids, and I had a special way that I looked at both of them. And
Mm-hmm.
so I didn't want anyone interfering with that. Moms, grandmothers, no one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But by the grace of God, since they both have been adults, they have both come to me of their own and had conversations with me, uh, you know, patching up the rough times that we had when they were teenagers because they know they can do certain things with their mom, but when it come down to me, I didn't play that. You know, I didn't allow
Right.
certain things or I didn't agree with certain things. And so um, them becoming distant with me for was because they knew how to approve of certain things. And then, of course, my daughter and her mom had their issues with her ex-old man, and they were hiding some things from me, you know. But all in all, my prayers I feel were answered. My kids were looked after uh, um, um, by divine measures when I wasn't allowed to be their father. And what I mean by that,
Mm-hmm.
when I'm being blocked, when I was being blocked, I wasn't knowing what everything that was going on with them. So I thank God for ever vigilantly being in my life and answering my prayers and looking out for my kids when I was not allowed to look out for them. But the same token, uh, I thank God for allowing those prayers of me and my kids reconnecting and selling our differences and being mature about our relationship and having a relationship now. I thank God for that because both of my kids separately came to me
Mm-hmm.
individually. I don't feel that it was orchestrated because they happened in different years and they were at different
Mm-hmm.
ages when they did these things. And they both are reconciled with me. They realized as they were what demonstration of a man that I was giving them, and they appreciated it, and they let me know they knew that I loved them. And I mean, both of my kids said some foul stuff behind my back. It all got back to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But now you
Right.
can't talk bad about me to my kids. My kids are
Mm-hmm.
gonna check you first of all, and then they're gonna let me know. And I don't ask for
Right.
these things. This just this is who they are. This is what they do. You know, because they know my heart. They know what
Mm-hmm.
I want for them, and they know what I've always tried to do for them. So I thank God for that because I prayed and prayed and prayed, and my prayers were answered. However, we as parents got to just do our best first of all. But needless to say, what I was trying to say earlier, my daughter, being that I was an outside parent, my daughter is so much like me. She thinks like I do. Her
Mm-hmm.
heart is like mine, but she also has a good side of her mom in her, who she's been with all her life, pretty much, except for the last few years, since she's
Right.
been on her own. and she can strike. She can cut you down with her mouth just like a mama can. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
But she'll treat you like me. She'll put that silent treatment on you, won't even talk to you, just like I can. You know what I'm saying? And go on by her business and do her thing. My daughter's very independent, like I am. You know,
Mm.
but I've always talked to her about stuff like that and not depend on others and different things like that. So her actions lets me know that a lot of things I talked to her about. She heard me when I was speaking to her about these things. So she listened. I'll say that, and she's so much like me, man. It's amazing, man. And I mean, a lot of us we trip out because my daughter's never had the opportunity to live with me in the same household for a long duration of time. My son, on the other hand, he's had more time with me, uh, but he's also lived with me before, for a couple of years, he and his mom. So I expected him more or less out of the two of them to be more like me, but he's not he's got some of my traits, but not as much as you would think, and nowhere near as much as my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
But they both understand that my dad is a go-getter. My dad is gonna make it happen. He ain't gonna sit back and wait for somebody to bring something to him. He gonna go out and make it happen for himself. And so, they've learned to be that way themselves. Now, my son, he'll keep a job, even though he might bounce from job to job. He keeps a job. He's gonna make money for himself. I cannot, say that he won't, but can he be better and be of more? Can he be earning and doing things a little bit better for himself? Yes, he could. But my son has a bad problem with letting his nightlife interfere with his day life. My son used to work for the company that I own. This company here that I own. He's the only kid that's worked for the company as far as all the kids, involved with the business. But he couldn't keep his nightlife and day life separated.
Mm-hmm.
And he wants to partner back up with the company where he know he can make some really good money. But he just I don't feel he's mature enough in that area of showing up for work on time and things of that nature as I need him to be. Then again, he may be at this point because he was in his 20s when he worked for me. Now he's in his 30s. So maybe I need to give him a chance again in the future, but which I plan to in the near future, but not at this time and day. I think he's got a little more growth to do right now, though.
Right.
But yeah, I was, it'd be great if I could have him on board because I know me and him get a lot done. He'll work now. Don't get me wrong. He's got that in him that like me. He'll work, but it's getting to work in the morning. He's not a morning person.
My nephew like that. He's like, I go to work. I work. It's just getting to the job. My
Yeah.
sister, she hard on him. She
Mhm.
wasn't taught specifically how to raise him, and then
Yeah.
his daddy wasn't there. But then say I'm there, right? When I started taking him to the gym, I took him and my brother's son. And
Yeah.
when I had him in there, I tell him, y'all be still over there and all that. So I went out and I'm sparring and whatever else, right? So they go get on the weights. Get out the weights. I told you go sit down and get out the weights. The coach or the head
Mhm.
coach of the gym, like, hey, can you get the kids from off the weights before they hurt themselves? I
Yeah.
got them out the weights. They get back up. They go get in the ring, right?
Mhm.
And they start punching on the punching bag. And then they get in the ring. They realize they can put on some MMA gloves and start punching each other, right? So, long story
Mhm.
short, I take them home with knots on their head. They done fell asleep in the back seat and everything on the way home. And I don't know what I was doing. My mom come to me and she say. Uh, what you do with them kids? And I said, nothing. Well, why y'all coming at me like that? And I, I said, as far as I know, they was there having some fun. And she said, having fun. So my sister brought me her son and showed me all the knots on his head. And I said, yeah, they was over there having fun. And I was laughing, because I was like, Yeah, they was acting like WWF and all this, and and she was like, it ain't nothing funny. You let them kids do all this and do that. I'm like, what's wrong with that? I didn't see nothing wrong with it. But then after all of that, them kids start growing up, and you can't tell if they like women or men. And I said, hey, now you come running to me when I was just doing the natural thing, and that's
Right.
take the bars with me and teaching them something. And I said, now you need me more than anything because you can't tell what if he like girls or boys. You know what I'm saying? And I said, you raising your kids the wrong way. You need to pick up a freaking book and see what the PhD people with the PhDs then studied and come up with your own thing, your own program. I mean, it's okay. I mean, I would tell people don't wing it out with your kids. Go pick up some big books, and see why there's a study on why kids act like this or act like that.
Right.
Don't think that the way our parents and grandparents raised us is the only way. Because back then the hand ruled. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
nowadays, with so many laws in place specifically for us, it's easier to go to prison. Um, so, yeah, especially the prison, the pipeline for prison right there with kids. So, um, or the kids in the streets getting shot down. So, what I'm trying to say is that if we get to keep learn, teach ourselves by being around, like me and you talking now, yeah, it can be about 50 other people in here, and we talk one at a time, and talk about something that's going to improve all of us as men. And then when we go home, we know what to do with those with the wife and those kids. So
Right.
the kids, when they come up and start taking our place, then they know their roles. But the thing is that everybody is not uh, all coming together and agree on something. We come together, we ain't agreeing on something tangible. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, we come together all the time for every other thing, but when it come down to everybody coming together and then coming up with a solution on family issues, how to keep a family together. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I think that'll cut out a lot of cheating and a lot of stuff because then that way you know what you can and can't do when you out of a relationship and or in a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Because when I was
Yeah.
on that, I only started running around when I found out she started running around, and because I didn't like the fact that I didn't like that she was saying do as I do, do as I say, not as I do, and I was like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
You gonna? I said that don't work with me. We gonna make an agreement here, like that. But I was running the family from the wrong end anyway. You know what I'm saying? I think if I had
Mm-hmm.
it all right the first time, I'd probably be
Right.
still with my first wife. Well, she passed away, so well, yeah, I probably would have been still with her. But I think she probably, after we broke up and everything, she probably got a hold of something that, she was probably she had cancer around pussy and stuff, so um, she was
You
having
said cancer?
abnormal pregnancies. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Cervix.
cancer cells. And
Yeah.
I forgot what it's called, sebaceous or something. I think it's a sebaceous gland. It lay off in that gland in your skin or something like that. And I think they got to burn it out. And I think they were doing it to her so often to where they were just missing it or whatever. But they never put a name on it. All I heard was her lungs started drying up, and she needed a lung replacement. So
Hmm.
it was unfortunate that we lost what we were working for, because I had a nice big old house. It was worth back in the late 90s. It was worth 150, and I put all the shit on it and got it up to 175. Now it's worth 300, and probably growing, but it's on a third of an acre. You know what I mean? Shaped like a baseball diamond almost.
Hmm.
But that house, we lost that because we decided to divorce. I had another house also. I went to that house. She got the bigger house, and I said, "Why you didn't go to the smaller house? Because you can afford that with kids and my child support, and easy, right?" So I would be the one struggling because I would have that big old house that with the big old note. I had I had the SUV in my name. I was leasing it at the time. Uh, so I was the one with the bigger bills, and she could have just took the child support and damn near lived free off me at the other house. You see what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
she was stupid when it came down to finances, because she never helped me with the finances or anything. All she did was
Hmm.
when I cheated and stuff and wanted to be with somebody else, but didn't want me to go nowhere. Do as I say, not as I do type of deal. She was big pimping. She
Yeah.
was 4 years older than me. I didn't give a damn. I just say, hey, we just together. We together forever. That's how I looked at it. I
Yeah.
wasn't gonna break up with her, nothing like that, if she would have listened to me, but she didn't want to. You know what I'm saying? I was just, man, this dude coming close to the lane. I was more of a, hey, if you want to go out and fucking let me know that this is how we gonna run this thing here. You wanna go fuck off around whatever? Okay, by all means, handle your business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you
Yeah.
why I say that, because I had a relationship with my wife um, before I got married to her. We were just friends, and we was kicking it. You see what I'm saying? I would knock
Hmm.
her off.
Yeah.
We did get back in the car and go hang out, and she'll see me go pick up other women. You see what I'm saying?
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah, so I was the type of person, man. If it was a girl with me, I wasn't handcuffing her,
Right.
because I
Right.
knew
Right.
that
Okay.
it was another girl out there that,
Right.
that I could holler at, and I was probably just too damn young to even be trying to get in some relationship. But I knew something about myself, that I wasn't gonna handcuff no woman. Why would I be out here handcuffing them? And they want to get they don't want that they want that freedom. You there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I hear something
Yeah.
on the phone. The women want that freedom, so I be like, yeah, let me get my. Nowadays, I was talking to this one girl, and I told her I gotta let her go, and
Yeah.
she was like, "What's up with that?" And then I said, "Well, because you getting too you getting too close. You know, I said you want me to be here for that. You want me to be that for this. I'm like, I don't need. I'm at work. I got to go to work and support my interests. You know what I mean? So
Right. Right.
I told her you need to do the same thing. You need to take care of your, because she had kids. I said you need your kids come before me. I told her that,
Right. Right.
and then
Right.
I say you come before your kids, and then your kids come before anybody. And I say even your
Mm.
relatives probably come before me, but because I'm not that type of person, and I'm not in that position in her life to come before anybody, right? So
Hmm.
I said, look, I already know this. So handle your business over there. I'm gonna handle mine over here. And she couldn't settle with that. This chick, every once in a while, she'd call me and say, it could have been it, could have been that. I was like, well, the whole thing is that you was forming your world around mine. And I was like, you don't even know me like that. If you knew me, my world would be probably you would just get soaked up into my world because I have two
Mm-hmm.
or three other chicks around you. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
I say you don't want to get in that. I say I appreciate the time that we spent together and the happiness that she gave me, and I say she should appreciate that I gave her, and go on. She free, I'm free. So what's wrong with having freedom? She want to be handcuffed. That girl wanted to be handcuffed. You know why? Because she got 4 kids, 3 or 4 kids or whatever, and she needed a
Mm-hmm.
man in the house. I say,
Mm-hmm.
well, go back to the man you had him by that you laid down and let. The first baby didn't tell you you didn't want to be with the dude. The second one, the third one. I say you need to go back and get that guy. He either got a small dick or something, or he ain't able to power drive you or whatever. And I think she said that. She said I bring all that out of him. I was able to put that backbone. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And push. I was able. I was putting bruises on the bottom of her lungs. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, uh, she wanted that. I mean, man, I'm telling you, man, if I tell you, you gonna say Picasso crazy. Uh, man, I would take this girl, put this girl knees. I would bend this girl. I'll probably turn her muscles up in her
The
knees.
knees in her
But
chest.
on the bed, they went past her
Mm-hmm.
back, so they
Mm-hmm.
and I do
She
I
was
do my share of
sound like
push-ups.
she was flexible.
Yeah. She was one of those contortionists,
Yeah.
and 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 I would I would do the play slap. Uh, I would bite her ass. Uh, I would
Mm, y'all were
I
having
would
some of that
spank them.
primitive. Y'all were having
Man,
that
this
primitive sex, huh?
ooh, you know
That's the way cats. That's the way cats do. They bite on each other,
all that. Because
man.
cause the whole thing is that, man, it's like all that aggression that I have, if I don't get it out in the ring or wherever, uh, I'll take it out on her, like in the sex. So
Mm-hmm.
it would be a lot of but I'm not brutal to women like that or nothing like that. But what I'm saying is it's the claw and it's the bite and it's uh, the the choking, uh, the slapping, man, it's all of that. You know, the pounding, the man. I didn't
Yeah.
bent this girl so many ways and,
One of my young
and
cousins
she.
told me he like that. He's like that when he's being intimate with women. Well, um, let's see. Um, I'm into the locking the fingers. Um, making them
Behind their
spread
back.
eagle and putting the legs up and all that. But I ain't never got into choking them and pulling their hair and all that old kind of stuff. Now
I had a
I like
girl
I
reach
like I
out.
like to kiss on my woman's
Uh-huh.
body and and give them a little every now and then put my teeth in not clenching to hurt them but give them that intimate feeling. But other than that,
Uh,
I believe in.
I had a girl reach out off the bed and hold on to the chair at, in the hotel room.
Hey, Picasso, I'm
Uh,
I got a call, man. I got to jump off, man.
all right.
All right, we'll
I'll be right
put
here.
it down at this point.
Hold on.
I got to call them back.
Anybody coming back on?
I don't think anybody's been in the chat for a minute. Jay Gibson's the last one that was put something in the chat, and that's been a minute.
Okay. Well, okay. I get out then. We can close it. I go in
It's on. If you want
uh,
to keep it open, you can.
no, I'm
But I
good.
know I'm gonna be gone for a minute on this call. I got to call them back. I'm gonna be gone for a minute. But anyway,
Yeah, I'm good. 8:30. We always
Okay.
get off around this time anyway. It's like the dead end.
Yeah. We get it's
Q
8:04 on
Titans
my
coming
end.
on at 8:30. Yep. And
Okay, I might try to catch
and
him
I
later
appreciate
myself.
the
I'm not talking.
yes sir. I
Hey,
appreciate the
I appreciate
conversation
you.
and the knowledge you gave me. And I'm more like a student here. So
Hey,
thank you.
we knowledge up all of us, one another, brother. We
Hmm.
knowledge up one another, man. And I appreciate all you brothers, man. All the support, all the conversation in the chat, all the conversation on the panel, and just the camaraderie that we have and we share, and the brotherhood that we formed. I appreciate all of that, man. So this is not a one-sided situation. When you appreciate, believe me, I'm appreciating as much as you are, man. It's just the love that we've gained and learned, and we share and have for one another. You know what I'm saying? You have
Yes
to be a
sir.
part of this to understand this. And but we're gonna. Hey, look here. I don't care how many consecutive days we do this. We appreciate even more each day of one another. And I want to thank Cal for allowing me to wake him up out of his sleep and ask him to let us go live. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I mimic
I'm
those
gonna,
same words.
yeah, yeah, and I'm gonna send him a text and let him know that we shut this baby down. But it's been very active throughout the night, and I
Yeah.
appreciate you guys. What we thought was not gonna happen happened. We got on live. We got to have our conversations and keep each other company throughout the night, and I appreciate it. Shout out to Jay Gibson, Best Pugilist, Champion Hard, Eli Zachary, of course, my man Picasso. We've already shared our sentiments for one another. Uh,
Mhm.
Shout out to Rob G Film. Shout out to Reggie Owens. Shout out to who else is in here? Came through Ace 1200 block. Shout out to um, let's see, Mike Sarantino, uh, Highwayman, D Hodges, Andrew Charles, Victor, and anyone that I miss, charge it to my head and not my heart. I apologize if I missed you, but I want to thank all you fellas and any ladies that was listening but didn't chat. Shout out to you guys as well.
Highwayman.
Uh, yeah. Howard, man, I always come through. I tell you who I didn't see overnight was Lynn Ray. We didn't see him last night, but shout out to him just for all of his past support and his future support. But we're gonna shut it down at this point. The phone calls on my end are starting to come through, so
Mine too.
I gotta
Yes
face the
sir.
music. But it's been real, been very uplifting and healthy, and very encouraging, and I appreciate
I'm,
every
I'm
last one of you.
I'm doing the
Uh,
salute. I'm doing the salute.
Absolutely,
There
salute
you go.
on my end as well. I really want y'all to understand I have genuine love for all of you. Okay, except for that dude Mike from Boston. Till he and I have a conversation and he make me understand what he was going with all that bull crap. Right now I want to hurt him. But anyway, um, shout out to everyone and I appreciate you. And we'll see
Yes
y'all on the
sir.
next one. All right, bro.
Yes sir.
All
Holla.
right. All right. That's it.